At Parliament, we have Michelle Ngele Odhiambo as well as Ibrahim Karanja. We also have Nina Shaban, who's roving around Nairobi between Parliament and going to Treasury, but primarily stationed at the National Treasury, where the CS is meant to be, emerging from later on in the ceremonial way, where we have him coming out with the different relevant persons in regards to the budgeting process from the executive side of things. And we also have our team at the Jivanji Gardens here in Nairobi, and that is Frida Mwaka, who's going to be having a conversation now to our ground, Bunge la Wananchi. So before we go to Bunge la Kitaifa, we shall be going to Bunge la Wananchi as well. So getting a sense of what you think and what you feel is the sense of the state of the nation, the state of the economy, and where the pain points are. And just to help you understand, I still see people wondering whether there's a difference between the budget, the finance bill, etc. And we shall be getting to a number of those things in the course of our production. So without much ado, I think we'll just begin with our guest in studio, who is a council member of East Park. And it's really good to have you here, Bwana Hesbon Omolo. And thank you for joining us on NTV. Just to kick it off, before we even cross over to Parliament or otherwise, what for you are some of the big things to look out for when it comes to today's budget?
Thank you, Dan. We look forward to quite a number of things. However, unlike before, the budget-making cycle nowadays is so predictable. So most of the things we expect the finance minister to come out with are already known. From the budget policy statement that was issued way back. We already knew the ceilings as they were. We knew we couldn't go beyond 4.3 trillion. And of course, what we look forward to is what is it that we are going to do in terms of addressing the healthcare challenges, how much money has been provided for addressing the Social Health Authority. Again, we need to look at the key drivers of our economy. Agriculture is very key. How much is in that space? How do we intend to tackle unemployment through this budget? Those are things we'll be looking at. And of course, our public debt has been a big issue. What is it that is coming out to address the public debt? And of course, the pointers are, what is the deficit level? That will tell you how much the government is probably still expecting to borrow, so that we know whether the economy is in the right track or not. So basically, those are the things we're looking at. But then this government rode on the better agenda. So how far are they allocating resources on the key priority areas that this government campaigned on?
Yeah, because, I mean, there has been a lot of hue and cry regarding some of these critical sectors, like you mentioned, healthcare, education, and right now we're seeing concerns around security. And there are a number of things that are there, and, just social protection, where we are finding many more vulnerable people in need of that. So I think the clarity that, many would want is, yes, the process is different. I mean, rather, it's different from what we had before in the past, today is not usually as big, for those who know the process, as it used to be long ago, where everything was a surprise, But just for the benefit of those who may not understand, there are things that the CS can introduce today, or rather just bring up today, that are not yet in the public domain.
I think in the process of cobbling up the budget, there's been feedback, there's been hearing from the various sectors, and therefore the key concerns will be the revenue-raising measures, because the estimates are already there. Parliament has already gone through some of those through the various departmental committees. But then how are you going to raise the money? That means we need to look at the tax measures. If there are any new tax measures that are coming on board, what are they? And then two, if you're looking at administrative measures to improve revenue collection, that could mean changing certain tax laws, including the Tax Procedures Act. So those are the things we'll be looking at in terms of exactly what is it that is going to be done differently. I know there's also been the challenge of data protection and the fear around privacy. The government has been very keen on trying to increase revenue collection and seeking to give Kenya Revenue Authority more latitude to be able to check bank details for taxpayers. And of course, that is something that we'll be looking at. Is it something we are still driving? So those are some of the issues we'll be looking at in terms of the revenue-raising measures. But again, on the expenditure front, There could be some element of rationalization. The issue around school feeding program has been such a heavy one,
yes,
and a matter of concern. So if the CS has listened to the cries of the people, then there could be some balancing here and there. I know education still consumes the highest budget, but then now that there are certain challenges around social protection and especially the vulnerable in our community,
yes,
what is it that the government can do to ensure that we do not expose the young learners from lack of access to school? You can go to school, but if you're hungry, there's no way a child will learn. And therefore, the vulnerable in our communities, how do we protect them? But again, it also raises something. Is that level of school feeding program supposed to be a devolved function, or is it a national government function? If it is, then why would it still be there? So there are also issues around how much ready are we to devolve certain resources to follow certain functions that are already devolved.
Right. I'd like to welcome onto the set Javas Bigambo, who is governance analyst and not anyone new to our screens.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much.
So we're just trying to, I mean, for the context here is that we do know that the process of budgeting changed. You know, it's not how it used to be where on budget day, everything is a surprise, so to speak. And you know, there are things which we are looking to see what the CS will do, how we are going to raise the revenue, etc. What for you do you feel are some of the key things to look out for from where you stand?
Well, before I go into the particular things that I think I'll be curious to see how revenue is raised for purposes of financing that are budgeted for, I would say that we as citizens need to appreciate that a budget is a very critical document in terms of national development that emanates from planning, and the intention is to execute. And this budget is always enabled by way of revenue-raising measures which are contained in the finance bill. And that a budget and its utility, it is what enables all aspirations or goals that are political, social, economic, and even administrative. When you look at President William Ruto when he was campaigning and coming into power with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, to finance whatever he aspired, the annual budgets have to be prepared. And for those budgets and their attendant estimates to be made real, then revenues have to be raised. The other thing is that not every issue that is budgeted for will be fully implemented. And I think I walked in when my relative here was talking about the intricacies of the budget and the budget processes. As a matter of fact, that's why there are estimates. That even the projected revenues may not be raised. And that will lead to a challenge in terms of the implementation. In fact, we need to look at it in terms of even the individual budget that people come up with in their domestic spaces. That some things could be budgeted for, but within that month or that year may not be realized because of revenue challenges. And so as we look at the day that is significant today, Honorable Mbadi reading out or presenting to the people through the parliament, I am keen to see, for instance, how realistic and practical are some of the estimates? Because a budget is unavoidable for any country and particularly ours. And this curiosity is also because of where we came from about a year ago today, how a nation was or found itself in the heat of national opposition or an uprising against the finance bill and the budget, etc., and even the actions that the president took. My brother here talked about issues to do with, for instance, financing education. Today, as we sit here, in the estimates that Mbadi is going to read today, the budget has grown from 4.0 to 4.2, 6% projected increase. In terms of revenue measures that are projected for the next financial year is about 8%. Now, looking at all these, there is matters education. There are matters to do with national security. There is lots to do with infrastructure development. You see, for instance, the president has been committing to the people and various regions whenever he has been touring that there's going to be particular roads and bridges to be constructed. All that to be made a reality, revenues have to be raised. And as we all know, no government has got its own money. Government gets money by way of raising revenues. And that's where the component of taxation comes in. And let's face it, my relative, nobody likes to be taxed, as we know, because it takes away from that which you ought to have. And so what we need is a constructive environment of discussion as a nation that, given the public participation component in Article 10, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution, that the people need to be involved. And when you look at the budget-making process and the cycle, for the first time we have seen the CS for Treasury doing or going out of his way to fully engage, even at grassroots level, with the people so that people get to understand. In fact, I speak this aware that when you look at a comparative reflection or analysis in the region, there is no country in the East African community or East and Central and even Southern Africa that has got an elaborate and participatory budget-making process like Kenya. So we are way ahead. Still, we have got various challenges. There are aspirations of the people that various projects need to be implemented, but we also need to appreciate that for those to be implemented, there is the taxation that has to happen. But for me, the critical thing is, what mechanisms have we put or are we going to desire to put in place at the national and the county level in terms of effective expenditure management systems? Because whenever revenue is raised and budget estimates are read and expenditures projected and even actuated, the issue of the utility of public funds, as is provided for in the Public Finance Management Act and attendant regulations, is very crucial. And that's why I'm talking about a constructive environment for national discourse, so that people get to appreciate what is necessary, what is urgent, and what is it that can be done at all these levels to ensure that public funds are not wasted.
Okay, actually, just want to pick up on the conversation that both of you have raised in regards to revenue raising, which has been a struggle, which has been a challenge. I mean, it's been one of those for 4 years, which has now left us having to do a lot more borrowing, name it. So the expert from ODM, as he was put, the expert who has come to rescue the economy by his own explanation, finds himself in a very tricky place where people are quite burdened by the cost of living, the taxation that's already there, the, name it. But he also has this budget that he needs to finance. So what does he, how should he navigate in terms of, people don't want to hear new taxes, for instance, because people, I mean, you saw what happened last year, and there are people who are still saying, if I look at my real income, I've actually been demoted. If you look at what my real income is, right? So how should Mbadi navigate this kind of situation in your view?
I think for me, we've already seen how far we can go in terms of additional revenue-raising measures. We've seen how the outcry by the public has led to almost collapse of the country. So additional taxes is not the way to go. And of course, economists will tell you there's that Laffer curve. There's just so much you can extract from people through taxation. So for me, I would go more towards administrative reforms. The Kenya Revenue Authority can be empowered to be able to raise more revenue without raising taxes, just tax collection efficiency. As it is now, one, you realize that we like comparing ourselves with the countries like South Africa that do almost 25% tax as a percentage of GDP. We are doing around 17 now. But for us to get there, you'd ask yourself, what have they done that we're not doing? You'll probably have to touch on the data protection, because certain pieces of information, Kenyans by nature don't like to disclose certain issues around how they operate. And therefore, there are people who are riding on the shoulders of the rest. Two, there is a tax expense. How much are we spending to collect taxes? VAT alone has an expenditure that is very high for it to be collected by way of refunds. Kenya within the region probably loses about, spends about over 3% of GDP in terms of just collecting the taxes, and the bigger percentage is on VAT. Perhaps that's why when you look at the current proposals, there is more move towards abandoning zero-rated products towards exempt, because those zero-rated products end up coming with the related tax expense in terms of VAT refunds and claims.
Yes.
So I think it's the juggling of that space, and then there is the elephant in the room. They say this budget is zero-based.
Yes, I was actually going to...
I'm not sure if it is zero-based, because it's more or less, it's just a progression of last year's budget. So what's so different? I would want to posit that the process of reforming procurement in public service, the e-procurement journey needs to be actualized. It was spoken of last year. I would be keen to hear what the CS has to say, how far this has progressed, because within the same government, you will buy a biro pen at 1,000 bob, in another entity you'll buy it at 50 shillings. So that kind of disparity ends up creating a lot of waste, which if we get out of the economy, then we have more resources to channel towards important projects. So I would look at it in terms of more of reforms. For example, we've talked about the special table. I don't know if you've heard of the VAT special table, where the businesses have been complaining that all of a sudden your company is placed on a watch list, you are not able to file your returns, and you have to go to KRA to be able to clear a few things. Of course, for good reasons, KRA would want to deal with what they call the missing trader.
Yeah.
But then in the process, genuine businesses are affected. They are not able to file their returns, and it becomes very lengthy. They have to hire lawyers, tax experts, to be able to deal with those issues. And if that was to happen, then what it means is that you are losing the business edge that you want the government to facilitate. But on the other side of the coin, this special table is not anchored in any law. So are we going to amend the Tax Procedures Act to anchor it so that the KRA then are able to execute orders that are legal, so that those processes are not abused? The good side is, from the figures we get, that for the last 2 months, the VAT collection went up by almost 35%, courtesy of this special table. So there's a good in it, but the bad in it is that it's not properly anchored. So I would expect the CS to do something about it, so that we have observance of law and some order around how taxes are collected.
So before we went crossover just to get a sense of what's happening at Parliament, but nataka utuweke shule kidogo. For the benefit, I am here to fight for wala wajui big English.
Yes.
The president promised he said, as part of the things he said would change after the protest and, the finance bill of 2024 being shut down, talked about zero-based budget. Just take us to school for the benefit of those like saying my relatives or our relatives. I'm avoiding a certain kind of relative because it's nowadays political. but for the benefit of those who may not understand this zero-based budgeting and how ideally it's envisioned to help things become better.
I think for the benefit of the common man, the way the name suggests, zero-based, basically you start from scratch. You don't start from assumptions that we normally spend this much. Every expenditure item must be justified, and it must be based on this is what we've been spending here, this is what we anticipate to spend. In more often budget cycles, you'd have people say, we normally allocate this amount. No justification, and you build upon it. That has been the practice. So when you go zero-based, then each and every expenditure item line, every voted, must be justified by the user department that this is really necessary. Through that, then you're able to cut out a lot of waste within the budget cycle. Now, to what extent that is applied is what then we may have to ask. If we look at this budget as it is, the 4.2 something, is every expenditure item able to be supported? That would be the question. Of course, you may go down to each and every line ministry and ask, how was this arrived at? But of course, the devil is in the details. So when you unpack some of those expenditure lines, you may not necessarily find that. So it's something that in the private sector is very common. But in the public sector, sometimes it's very difficult.
So so what is the difference between that and what have we been using before?
What we've been using before is more or less like you estimate. This is what we spent this year. I think the cost of living has gone up by this much, so we can reasonably put it at this level. We run with this and we justify it on that basis. When it's zero-based, you even need to look at the pricing. What is the price of this? Okay. It then guides how you place.
It's a more practical one.
It's more practical and more realistic.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, and we'll be coming back to our conversation here. I just want to cross over to Parliament where we have Michelle Ngele Odhiambo. I don't know if she'll appear here behind us or... but Michelle, good morning. And thank you for being there for us. Maybe you could tell us what is happening in Parliament. Is there much activity so far and what should we expect?
Well, quite a bit of activity here at Parliament, Dan, the heart of Kenya's democracy, just a few hours from that national reading of the National Budget 2025-2026. And so we're standing right outside the Parliament. Preparations are ongoing ahead of Treasury CS John Mbadi's arrival just before 3 p.m. this afternoon when the budget will be read. We've already seen several members of Parliament making their way into Parliament ahead of that budget reading. We'll be speaking to some of them in the course of this live broadcast. But Dan, it's an important day as many Kenyans have their eye on Parliament today. A significant budget. It will be the first for Treasury CS John Mbadi, but more notably, it will be the first budget under the broad-based government. And if you remember, the broad-based government itself was a culmination of months of public frustration and growing frustration over Kenya's economy and the high cost of living. The broad-based government then saw members of the opposition, Orange Democratic Movement Party, join key government positions, including Treasury, and Treasury CS John Mbadi then taking that helm. Previously, he was a fierce critic of the Kenya Kwanza administration, criticizing, among others, their fiscal policies. And so many will be looking to see today, will the broad-based government deliver? Will John Mbadi's budget improve the cost of living? Will it create jobs for the millions of unemployed Kenyans across the country? But what will be different in this year's budget? That's the question Kenyans are asking. Now, the government is promising something called zero-based budgeting. And this is essentially, it means that every ministry now has to account for every single shilling that they would want allocated or they would want to spend for the current financial year, as opposed to what has been happening previously, where ministries and different government sectors would base their allocation based on the previous financial year's allocation. John Mbadi says zero-based budgeting, which means budgeting from scratch, from the very first shilling. We'll see more funds being left over away from the current expenditure to focus on issues that affect Kenyans more: healthcare, education, infrastructure as well. And so today, we expect the Treasury Cabinet Secretary just a few hours from now to present that 4.29 trillion shilling budget, the biggest budget in Kenya's history. And that's about a 10 to 11% increase from last year's 4 trillion shilling budget. But here's a catch, Dan. About 71% of this budget actually goes to recurrent expenditure. So that means salaries, operations, debt servicing as well. 71%. That's about 3.1 trillion shillings from the 4.2 trillion shillings. And so development spending, which drives things like infrastructure, health, social amenities, for example, is getting a paltry 18% of the budget. And that's about 805 billion shillings from the total 4.29 trillion shilling budget. And then we have debt servicing, which is likely to be one of the standing points or a core issue in this year's budget. And you'll be interested to learn that debt servicing alone is taking a whopping 1.37 trillion shillings from the entire budget. So then if you imagine a Kenyan household and, you know, when they're doing the budgeting, a third of their budget goes to paying off debt. And then the other larger chunk now goes to everyday bills, rent, food, And so it is a balancing act that Kenyans I know are interested to hear, especially with the Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi saying that they've really tried to lessen the burden on Mwananchi, even with the Finance Bill of 2025, which has proposed several tax reforms, but the CS says that there's been no increases in tax in that budget. And so on the bright side, of course, we've seen several projected allocations, including allocations to the health sector, with that budget surging now by 73% to 204 billion shillings, reflecting the government's commitment to implementing universal health coverage. But of course, remember, that comes in the backdrop of universal health coverage staff across the country protesting to, among other issues, payment on permanent and pensionable terms and promises that were made to them during the COVID-19 period when the talk on universal health coverage initially began. And so as we await that budget reading done, also one of the key issues we'll be waiting to see is the issue on pending bills. Over 500 billion shillings in pending bills there. The government waiting, Kenyans waiting for the government to address that among the many sticky issues in this year's budget. Dan, much more will come live here from Parliament. Let's take it back to you in studio.
Thank you very much, Michelle, for that. Quite the brief. You should actually be an analyst on set at this rate. Thank you for that, Michelle. We shall be crossing back to Michelle and the rest of the team at Parliament in the course of this broadcast as we keep getting the pulse of the nation in regards to this day, the budget, the economy, and while all the figures, not all the figures, but a lot of the figures that are being discussed here have been in the public domain, there still remain some concerns about the expectations of what CS Mbadi is going to be presenting before Parliament. Are we going to feel a bit more taxes, a bit more some regulations that may be a bit uncomfortable for some people? And want to hear some sounds from the ground. And so let's cross over to the county of Kisumu, where Judith Cherono Mondi is for us. Judith, good morning. What are Kisumu Dala? What are they saying this morning?
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You done. We are from Kisumu, like you rightfully said, and today being Mbadi's maiden day for reading budget, the 4.2 trillion shillings, of which 1 trillion shillings, it should be noted that it is going towards the repayment of public debt, both domestic and international loan lenders. And now being joined by one of the residents here from the Lakeside City to hear her views, whether she's interacted with the budget and appropriations, what should be read today in Parliament by Mbadi. Karibu sana, naomba ujitambulishe kwenye runinga ya NTV and then utuambie kama umeshasoma budget ama matarajio yako siku ya leo wakati CS Mbadi atakuwa ana read ile budget ya mwaka wa 2025 kuelekea next year. Utuambie kama umesoma na nini kabisa ungetaka kuona ikisoma ama ikizingatiwa kipaumbele. Tuende kazi.
Kwanza kabisa ningeshukuru wananchi wote na tunashukuru Kenya mzima as large. Kwanza, this time round it is our own who's going to read. Remember, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga chose Mbadi to go there to defend us. As we have read the budget and looking at it, actually, I'm like, kuna vipenge vingine atukubaliani nao kama kwa ground, kama wananchi. But since Mbadi, we expect you to be as an expertise, one of our own, tutete pale, saili unaenda kutetea pale. We expect you to stand still, don't be shaken, because you can see what people are crying for. You can see if we are going to pay trillion and yet we are banking on food, education is going down, things are not moving on well. Where are we heading to as a country? People, and even this budget you are putting, common mwananchi, what can she budget for? Mwananchi common kweli, akona nini? This budget seems to be for the rich. County kifinywa, education hakuna kitu. Haya, minus that, tukiangalia kabisa Mbadi, you are our own eyes there. Remember, you are representing Baba. Baba has never killed. You can see the brutality going round. Mbadi, just stand. The Baba teaches us to be firm and stand rightfully. Be on your own mind. Let God help you.
Now, speaking of which, you also mentioned that we are overburdened as taxpayers. Mbadi also promised that this year's budget will not attract any new taxes being raised in the country. So maybe you can tell us something about that.
And that's what we're expecting. Remember, Mbadi Baba always tells us, when we promise, we deliver. ODM members, when we promise, we deliver.
Thank you very much.
So therefore, Mbadi, we are here to see you. The whole country is watching, because actually common Wananchi is the one who's suffering, not the rich. And as for now, what are we supposed to celebrate while others are even dying? Especially that case. Mbadi, think about it. You're not supposed to hear crying.
Thank you very much. Naomba pia ukuje ujitambulishe kwa runinga NTV, kisha utuambie matarajio yako. Siku ya leo Mbadi akienda kusoma ile budget, unataka angazie nini?
Yes, kwa majina mimi naitwa John Owino Biero. Mimi kwa maoni yangu kwa kama Mkenya, mimi kuhusu hiyo budget, mimi kama Mkenya naona nimenyanyaswa. Kwa sababu utapata kwenye mashule pesa imepunguzwa, kwenye hospitali pesa imepunguzwa. Ukipata wamama wamenyang'anywa haki yao ya kuzaa, unapata Mbadi ameweka ushuru ya juu ya kuenda kulipa pesa IT, kulipa ushuru ya IT na kulipa ushuru ya Somalia. Sasa sisi hatujui, sisi ni Amerika wa kusaidia watu, na Amerika pia walishawacha kusaidia watu. Sasa sisi kama Wakenya tuwezi kuwa tunalipia nchi zingine ushuru sababu ya security yao, na sisi nchi yetu sisi tunakufa. Sisi tunataka kuambia president, wewe president ulienda kulinda wananchi au kuenda kupiga biashara na nchi zingine. Ulileta majambazi wengine hapa wenye wanatoka Sudan, sasa hivi unashughulikia nchi zingine.
Naomba tustick kwa masuala ya budget leo.
Sasa kuhusu hiyo masuala ya budget, hizo ndio budget. Sababu pesa yetu ndio inatumika huko. Tunaongelea kuhusu budget yetu. President akienda huko Sudan, anaenda na pesa yetu. So tunaongelea kuhusu pesa yetu kama Wakenya. So tunaongelea hao watu wa kutoka Sudan, ati hiyo si budget. Hiyo ni budget. Sasa sisi kama Wakenya tunataka tujue pesa yetu huwa inaenda wapi. Juu budget sasa hii ni 4 trillion. Hiyo 4 trillion ilikuwa chini ya hiyo last year. Sasa this year iko juu. Sisi tunaona tu Kenya watu wakiuawa, pesa inatumika, magari zinaweka fuel wakienda kuchukua watu huko. Sasa tujui sisi budget yetu ni ya kutumika tu kuua watu, ama budget yetu ni ya kusaidia watoto wetu wa Kenya. Juu watoto wetu wataumia, juu sisi hatuoni faida sahi hata kwa hospitali. Wanatuambia tulipe SHA. SHA hata NHIF ilikuanga 500. SHA sahi ni 650. President anatupeleka wapi? Amekuja kutuua ama nini?
Asante sana. Now, my last person here, Dan, if we can just give him like 30 minutes or 30 seconds rather, to tell us what he expects from today's budget.
Kwa majina mimi ni Josephat Oduor, mimi mkaji wa Kisumu, ama region of Nyanza. Hii mambo ya budget ilianza kusomwa since independence. Sisi kama raia wa kawaida hatujui hizo budget ni nini. Budget ni ya wadozi. Kama mama ambayo naenda kuzaa hospitali, analinda mama, watu wote hawawezi kugharamia kulipa SHA. We are not employees. Sisi kama watu wa bodaboda, kuna mama mboga. So ningependa kumwambia First Lady Mama Rachel Ruto, watoto wako anakufa. Angalia watoto ambao wamezaliwa mpaka 5 years. Wacha kulala. Mama Rachel, toka campaign Beyond Zero.
Thank you very much. And Dan, what also Kenyans will be looking at is that the fact that Mbadi promised that there will be no new taxes, and also he said that the pensioners will not be having their the pension or retirement package will not be taxed. So I think that is one thing that Kenyans will really be keen in following. However, there's also one thing that has raised eyebrows, Dan, if you can remember. Mbadi said that KRA is said to be given authority to access personal and business data. He says that that will be used in helping KRA to curb those people who are avoiding to pay taxes. But some eyebrows were raised by some of the stakeholders who went to Parliament and say that this will be taken advantage of by the executive and is likely to be misused. Though Mbadi said that will not happen, I'm sure Kenyans will be keen to see what will unfold from today's budget. Back to you, Dan.
Thank you very much, Judith. And gentlemen, you've had some very interesting conversations around, there's a sense of lack of confidence in the administration. So even when you're saying there's a budget, which is meant to be telling us how we are going to plan to make your lives get better, there's a guy saying budget ni awadosi. Because ultimately, when you send some of the guys from Kisumu, they're saying, if all these big things you're saying up there don't improve my life down here, it's a waste of time. It's not for me. What do you have to say to that?
That is a very critical sentiment from Mwananchi, who is directly impacted by this budget, national budget, county budgets, who is impacted by these revenue-raising measures. One of the guys in Kisumu has indicated that, and you see for him, 150 shillings is a whole huge difference.
Yes, from the 500 to 650.
To 650.
Yes.
There's a huge difference. You see, from what he's speaking, what is very critical, as I interpret it, is that ordinary citizens and even middle-class people are concerned about the prevalent institutional cultures in expenditure of public finances. How can this be streamlined? Such that, like my brother here talked about the issue of managing public procurement systems. If we make it e-procurement, how does a Mwananchi in Game, in Seme, in Nambale appreciate that e-procurement in public institutions is going to be effected and help me as an ordinary person in this manner? Secondly, look at how some persons or entities have left themselves out of this critical discourse on budgeting in the country. Now, when you look at the public finance management framework, the legal framework in this country, it creates some critical institutions that are very core. One, for instance, is the Commission on Revenue Allocation, the National Treasury. We have got the Office of the Control of Budget, the Office of the Auditor General, and then we've got the Parliament or the legislature that provides overall oversight on public finances and governance frameworks in the country, or approaches. But look at, for example, county governments. Right now, there is the arbitrated process that is to take place. This push and pull between Senate and National Assembly about the equitable shareable revenue to county governments. Senate having desired that 450 billion shillings to be taken to county governments.
Counties.
But National Assembly wants 405 billion. But for this 450 billion or 405 billion to be allocated to county governments, revenues have to be raised and raised properly. But the beneficiaries, part of the beneficiaries of this close to 20% of national revenue, county governments, we have not had even governors discussing issues to do with the budget in a manner that they are arguing about the revenue-raising measures and how this is consequential to shareable revenue. Secondly, thinking like the gentleman from Kisumu, let me ask you, my brother, when citizens see governors using choppers every week, choppers, yet facilities of health within counties, remember health is a fully devolved function.
Yes, on paper.
Yes, lack medicine. And the medical professionals or health workers are not properly remunerated. We have seen the issues of nurses, etc., and strikes being announced. Look, these things speak to the institutional culture on expenditures. County governments expend lots or colossal amounts of money on recurrent expenditure and development. When you analyze budgets across the 47 counties, so we need to reflect much more on the expenditure culture within our governance institutions. Now, yes, I know governors, cabinet secretaries need to get to places of work quite efficiently and secure. But let me tell you, when governors, for example, in far-fetched areas are using choppers, honestly, how much money is that? And remember that when you look at the county budgets, you will not see these itemized issues expressly in the public participation processes within county governments. The other thing is this, that in what ways, remember that we have been talking about shoestring expenditure budgeting, and we reducing monies that are allocated to some things that the ordinary mwananchi will not consider as helpful. You remember the teas in the offices, the bouquets of flowers, and all this. What ordinary mwananchi wants, for instance, if you are going to reduce their disposable income from their pay slips, what kind of roads are they going to use to their homes or to workplaces? Today, many people are reducing the expenditure or even cutting off holidays annually. Some families have been going for holidays 2 or 3 times. Right now, some go once a year, some don't even go on holiday at all. The disposable income and expenditure per month in families has gone down. When you look at, yes, public servants, when you look at the private sector, what people are talking about, and that gentleman from Kisumu has been referring to, is that what is the impact of all this? They want to see roads. They want to see health facilities. Now, look at what we've done as a country for the past couple of years. When you look at health sector, in terms of cancer treatment and management, in the region, Kenya is way better than any other country in the East African community. But still we've got some challenges. What we need, and as my brother was talking a little bit earlier, if we reduce, for example, the issue of corruption, if we enhance revenue-raising measures or collection of revenue at a reduced cost, all these things will have a positive or domino effect on the lives of the common citizen.
And sorry, I just want to interrupt you for a bit. And when we talk about the common citizen, Frida Mwaka is at Jivanji Gardens here in Nairobi, and she's got some of the guys from Bunge la Wananchi. Frida, good to see you. Ukiwa na wabunge wako wa Bunge la Wananchi, wanasema vipi?
Asante sana Dan Mwangi ukiwa studioni pale, lakini nikujuze kwamba hili si bunge la wananchi bali ni bunge la wazalendo. Na hii leo kikweli tu, kabla sijazungumza na wazalendo wenzangu, nikukujuza kwamba Dan, kwa kawaida kwa siku za zama ungepata kwamba siku kama ya leo, siku ambao sisi katika makadirio yetu tunasema kwamba ni siku ambao Wakenya wanaitarajia kwa hamu na gamu, lakini ile picha ambayo mimi nimeipata hapa ni picha tofauti kabisa, kwa sababu kutoka majira ya saa 2 hadi kufikia sasa kama saa 4 hivi na dakika 50 ni kama taswira ambayo tumeipata hapa katika bustani ya Jivanji ni taswira ya kusikitisha. Dan, ni kukujuza kwamba Wakenya wengi ambao tumekutana nao hapa ni vijana ambao wamelala tu. Wengi ukiwazungumzia wanasema mimi usinisumbue, niache tu nipige kilalo changu kwa sababu sina mengi ambayo nataka kuzungumza. Na labda pia mpiga picha wangu anaweza kukuonyesha uone taswira kamili ya hawa vijana ambao wengi wanasema bado hawana ajira, wengi wanasema kwamba bado hawana matumaini. Kwa hivyo wanaona kwamba cha msingi zaidi ni kujitosa hapa na kulala na kufikiria. Hata wengi ukizungumza nao wanasema pia sisi tumekumbwa na msongo wa mawazo kutokana na gharama ya maisha. Ndio taswira kamili ambayo hivi sasa unaiona kutokana na zile picha ambazo zinapeperushwa moja kwa moja na mpiga picha Shadrack akuonyesha ile hali ambayo nimekumbana nao hapa. Lakini kwa sasa Dan, niruhusu tu pamoja na mtazamaji wa NTV nizungumze na hawa wazalendo ambao wamejitoa tu mhanga na kufika hapa katika bustani ya Jivanji kuzungumzia swala zima la bajeti ya mwaka 2025 mwaka 2026, ambapo waziri wa hazina ya kitaifa John Mbadi anatarajiwa kuwasilisha bajeti hiyo mwendo wa adhuhuri na kuzungumzia mengi tu kuhusiana na mapendekezo na hata makadirio. Na nikujuze tu mtazamaji kwamba hii ni bajeti ambayo imeweka kipaumbele masuala kadha wa kadha, tukiangazia swala la biashara ndogo, swala la nyumba za bei nafuu, swala la elimu, swala la afya na swala zima pia vile vile la ugatuzi, ambapo tumesikia mara kwa mara magavana wakipiga kelele na wakilia, wanasema jamani, katika kaunti hatuna hela, na tukikosa hela katika kaunti basi inakuwa ni vigumu sana kutekeleza masuala kadha wa kadha katika ile kaunti. Na kwa sasa pia niruhusu nizungumze na mwenyekiti wa bunge hili la Wazalendo, Bwana Charles Okumu. Charles amenijuza kwamba Frida, ndio ni siku ya bajeti, lakini sisi kama Wazalendo tunajihisi kwamba hii bajeti haitupatii sisi nafsi, lakini inawaridhisha wengine. Bwana Charles, kwa nini ukayatoa yale maneno?
Kwanza kwa majina ndio Charles Okumu. Alafu pia ningependa kujulisha kwamba hapa hivi tuko na bunge la Wazalendo na bunge la Mwananchi. Tuko sote,
wananchi wamefika pia,
wako ndani. Sasa iwe kwa hapa tuko pamoja. Tujadiliane masuala ya nchi sasa. Tukirudi kwa gumzo letu, tumeona kwamba viongozi wetu hawajaweka upeumbele masuala ya mwananchi wa kawaida. Wameweka budget ni kama masuala yao kibinafsi, na zile vipengee ambazo tungependa kama sisi Wazalendo na wananchi waone ni kwamba fedha ziwekwe kwa masuala ya ukulimo na masuala ya afya na masuala ya masomo, ndio taifa ijengeke. Lakini unaona hawa mandugu zetu masuala mingi wameweka zao, wametenga pesa kivyao. Hata ile bajeti, vile maono zetu zile kwa tunajaribu kuweka pale mbele tuone kama tunaweza peleka nchi mbele, hao wanataka za mapato zao za kujilipa hao wenyewe, sisi masuala haya ambayo tunafanya. Kwa ufupi, hebu jiulize, kwa nini wale ambao wamekuwa wakifanya biashara na serikali, wale ambao walikuwa labda wanafanya kama zile supplies, wanachukua kwamba unapata vitu zao hawajalipwa kuanzia mwaka 2000.
Wewe ni mmoja wao?
Sisemi mimi ni mmoja wao ama si mmoja wao, lakini kitu nasema kulingana na kazi yetu zile, sisi kama wabunge wa Wazalendo tunakutana na hao ambao wamefanya hizo makandarasi za serikali na hawajalipwa kuanzia 2021 mpaka sasa hawajalipwa, na budget usomwa kila mwaka. Kwani budget ikisomwa hizo pesa waga hazijawekwa kando. Tunaona kwamba wabunge hawana deni na serikali, lakini ni watu wa kawaida wako wengi kotini wakidai masuala ya kwamba mimi nilipeleka pale kalamu sijalipwa, nilipeleka pale makaratasi sijalipwa, yani vitu mingi ambavyo amepeleka hajalipwa.
Kwa tu nikuulize swali Bwana Okumu, ukisikiza usemi wa Waziri John Mbadi, amezungumza na akasema kwamba bajeti ya mwaka huu itakuwa na utofauti sana, itakuwa ni bajeti ambayo Mkenya atajihisi kana kwamba kidogo wamemwazia. Je, unakubaliana na yale maneno ama unasema tu kama Waswahili anatupaka mafuta kwa mgongo?
Nakwambia ganga ya mganga umweka mgonjwa kwa matumaini. Na hii ndio masuala iko hapa bungeni. Hawa watu wana nia na dhamira yao hata kusaidia hawa watu. Umeona umeangazia vile watu wamelala hapa chini. Kwani hawajawahi tangu wazaliwe hakuwa na budget inasomwa? Na kama ingekuwa budget inasomwa kulingana na masuala ya wananchi, hatungekuwa na wananchi wanalala hapa. Wewe ukiona vile wamelala, hata labda wako njaa. Wengine pia unaona pia kuingiliana na hii baridi labda pia wasikii vizuri. Na kusema ukweli, tunadhulumu sisi wenyewe, tunadhulumu watu wetu wenyewe. Pesa tunazitoa, lakini wengine wameona pesa yetu waenda wafanye nao furaha zao, ama nia zao ni kutembea nchi za nje ugaibuni na kupeleka watoto wao, wali maskini wanalala hoi hapa.
Shikilia tu hoja yako hapo, kwa sababu niko hapa mpaka majira ya saa 8. Niruhusu nizungumze na mzee wangu na Dan pamoja na mtazamaji. Huyu ni mzee ambaye amenijuza kwamba ana umri wa zaidi ya miaka 80. Anasema kwamba ameona mengi, bajeti zikisomwa amekuwepo. Na hii leo amekuja hapa na faili yake. Mzee, naona umekiandika kizungu na kielewa kabisa. Hizi ni asilimia tu umezitirinya hapa. Labda mzee unijuze tu kwanza kabisa, ukianza na majina yako. Umeniambia kwamba Frida, wewe ni mchanga sana. Hii bajeti ikisomwa hakuna kinachonishtua mimi kama mzee, nimeona mengi. Unatarajia nini leo katika hii bajeti ya trilioni 4.23?
Trilioni 4. Mimi naitwa Andrew Bogi na nimefanya kazi kwa serikali, tukafanya kazi miaka nyingi sasa. Mimi nikiwa mzee nimefanya kazi miaka nyingi, sasa najifanyia yangu miaka nyingi, nimeona mengi. Lakini sasa hii budget, makosa kubwa ambayo mimi nimesema, kwa sababu miaka nyingi mimi huwa naenda kusairi tunafanya budget inaanza mwezi wa 9. kabla ya mwaka. Hii budget ya mwaka hii sikuiona. Watu kuita tuwe huko ambayo inaitwa
walifanya katika mfumo wa dijitali mzee, hauko kwenye digital.
Sasa wale watoto ambao wanaonyesha hiyo budget hata waelewi hiyo ni ukora walifanya. Kwa hiyo hii ni budget hata saidia, kwa mfano hata vijana wenyewe hawasaidiki. Na kitu ambayo ningeadvise vijana, budget yao ni kwamba mtumie hiyo teknolojia yenu kununua kuku, kuuzia kuku mwenzako. Kununua mbuzi, kuuzia mwenzako mbuzi, kutumia hiyo technology. Lakini sio technology kudanganya unatengeneza budget, na hiyo budget ambayo umetengeneza wale wakubwa wanakula 80% inakwenda kwa mfuko yao. 10% itaenda kulipa deni ambayo tunayo. 10% ndio watasema ni ya raia kulipa school fees, kufanya nini. Hiyo tu, na hiyo budget haisaidii mwananchi hata kidogo.
Haya mzee, shikilia hapo, mengi zaidi tazungumza katika majira ya saa 6. Mwelekezi kwa sekunde moja, bunge la wazalendo hapa tuko na bunge la mwananchi. Sekunde moja tu azungumze mawili matatu. Tumepatiwa fursa. Karibu sana. Wewe kama mwananchi mzalendo kabisa, siku ya leo ni kipi ambacho unatarajia kukisikia haswa kutokana na makadirio ya bajeti ambapo utasema hewala najivunia kwa Mkenya?
Tunatarajia kama kwa majina, mimi naitwa Githinji Kamotho, na kitu ambacho tunatarajia sana, tunatarajia waangazie jambo la msingi la maneno ya utengenezaji wa ajira hapa Kenya. 90% hiyo budget.
Nambo angalie kamera, tuone sura.
90% hiyo budget tunataka kuona ile 10% kubwa ikiaddress maneno ya ukosefu wa kazi na vile opportunities za ajira zinaajiriwa. Ya pili, tunatarajia a lot of money allocatio kwa makoti zetu, kwa judicial system ya pa Kenya, maana watu wengi wamelemewa kwa makoti na makesi zenye ziishi, maana majudges ni wachache, motivation kwa koti ni iko duni. Unakuja kugundua uchumi umejifunga kwa sababu koti imeshindwa kusonga mbele. Ya tatu ambayo pia tuko nafikiria ni muhimu sana ni jambo la kuhusu public participation, maana hata hii budget yenye tunasoma hakuna mtu mwenye iko na uhakika ukweli ile views zenye wananchi walipeana kwa hiyo cycle yote ya public ya finance bill formation, kama hiyo matako yenye wananchi walikuwa wanataka itawekwa pale. Lakini tungekuwa na ile sheria ya public participation ambao ni ingekuwa sheria ya msingi, tungekuwa tunajua hii ndio agenda yenye wananchi wanataka. Kwa hivyo minister ama CS ama wale technocrat wataenda kubadilisha ile majadiliano yenye wananchi wanataka. Chukua for example education system yetu hapa Kenya, imeharibika kabisa. Hakuna mtu mwenye anajua ni nini inaendelea. Wazazi, wananchi, kila mtu iko kwa giza. Serikali ni kama itaki kutoa mwelekeo, lakini sasa tunataka views zikweze na kamato kupitia kwa vile wananchi wana address hiyo maneno na mashida ambayo.
Kwa hivyo unajihisi kwamba makadirio yote ya bajeti haikupatii uwazi wewe kama Mkenya? Bado unajihisi kana kwamba pesa hizi zinapotelea katika masuala ya ufisadi?
Mengi hata ipotelei kwa ufisadi. Unakuja unagundua kuna madeni ambayo hii nchi ilichukua kuanzia 19 wakati tulipata independence. Ukisikia mkoloni alitoa pesa ya kupatia serikali ya Kenya iweze kununua mashamba kutoka kwa wakoloni wakati walikuwa narudi kwao. Sasa hiyo deni tunaambio pia tunafaa turudi. Ukienda 1978 unakuja unagundua kampuni kama Kenren iliangushwa tu deliberate ndio Kenya tusije tukawa na factory ya fertilizer. Sasa tunafikiria kampuni zetu lazima ziamshwe, mahali popote pana resources iamshwe, itengenezwe kampuni haraka, nafasi za ajira zitengenezwe.
Naam, asante sana mtazamaji wangu. Ni kiduchu tu kwa sababu kama nilivyokujuza ni kwamba nipo hapa, nitasalia mpaka majira ya saa 8 tukiingia katika zamu ya Kiswahili. Natumai kwamba wananchi watakuwa wamejitosa wengi katika bustani ya Jivanji. Tuzungumze mawili matatu, mzee wangu ameshachoka, anasema yeye anaokota virago vyake wenda zake. Lakini Dan Mwangi, umesikia tetesi kutoka kwa Wakenya, bado hawana imani na bajeti hii ya mwaka 2025, ingawaje tumesikia kwamba waziri mwenyewe amesema kwamba itakuwa ni bajeti itakaomfaa Kenya. Kumfaa Kenya ni pale ambapo unanipatia 1000 Dan, ambao natumai utanipatia baadaye. Ukinipatia ile 1000 nikiingia kununua bidhaa, je, najaza karatasi ama bado mkono wangu unasalia bila chochote? Nitafida Mwaka, siku zote nitaitika. Mwendo wa saa 6 inshallah nitakuwa papa hapa kukujuza mengi. Kwako studio.
Sana Frida, ukinipa 1000 sitarudisha mimi. in this our economy as it stands. But that's we are again getting a sense. The sense you get from the wananchi again on the ground is there's a question on money, like in terms of the budget, but it's somehow always going back to the leaders. you can see it's like the overriding thing is the leadership, the administration. Or they're not thinking about what matters to us, or they are putting things that only are relevant to them. Husband, what do you think this says?
I think one is that the level of awareness in the country has gone up. For the first time in a very long time, the common man largely understands the budget, and even the budget cycle. You can see that old man, that retiree, can tell you that the budget cycle starts in September, when the policy statement comes out, and of course it goes through all the processes. So there's that level of awareness, and I think we also have to thank the government of the day for rolling out the digital access to internet across every part of the country. That means that in the entire continent, we are #1 in terms of internet penetration. If 28 million Kenyans have access to internet, they will have conversations. Some will be positive, some may be negative. So it also comes with its pros and cons. But by and large, it leads to a more open society. People are able to speak more, which is what we want. So for me, it's a good space to be in so that we are able to answer questions. The leaders are also listening, that there's trust deficit in them. Largely because first we had Parliament invaded last year because most of the presentations and concerns that members raised were not taken on board. And that led to the uprising that we had, including issues such as, you remember there was that motor vehicle tax, and so many of these other things. So people are getting more aware, more concerned. The advent of TikTok, there are those short clips that people are able to share. Some may be misleading, but some are also enlightening the people. So I think there's so much level of awareness. So what then it behoves the leaders is to appreciate that the cheese has moved. Let's be more engaging, let's be more aware, let's also be more conscious of how we carry ourselves out. When Bigas mentioned the issue of leaders flying with choppers and there are no medicines in hospitals. When wananchi see that, they'll struggle to appreciate whether you're doing the right thing. There are so many reforms, for example, in the health sector. SHA had a lot of complaints, but they've largely died down. Remember, we had what they called critical care and these life diseases that are basically death knell. You're waiting to die, you want to live longer, but basically there's no cure, so you're being managed.
Yes.
Previously, people sold the land to be able to take care of their loved ones, who eventually died. In today's Kenya, there is a lot of funding, even in this budget, towards critical care. So that if you have dialysis, you have to go through dialysis twice a week, that is fully covered by SHA. So yes, we still lose people, but they don't leave their families more destitute. So these are things that we must ask ourselves. So as you look at the budget as an expert, there are also things you need to explain to people. I remember there's a leader in my village who used to say that when a woman is in labor, the person she curses most is the husband for all manner of things, but when the child comes out, she smiles that this was good. So I think there are certain things that are good, even with SHA, that you look at and say, it's perhaps good that we did it. Because somebody saying NHIF was good, like that border person, because there's an additional 150 shillings. But what the person doesn't appreciate is that NHIF was only for 10 million Kenyans.
Yes.
SHA is for 56 million Kenyans. Everybody is covered. The challenge therefore is there are levels of facilities. We have up to level 6. How is level 1 operating? Are we able to deal with our community health promoters and ensure that they are remunerated? They pick up diseases at the household level, they test, so that if you have certain life conditions you are unaware of, you are able to know. So the screening starts at that point. Then we go to the level 2. Do those dispensaries have medicine? Have we allocated enough money to ensure that those dispensaries that create challenges to our members of the public that they say these hospitals don't work are supported? Do I see 5 billion in this budget to support KEMSA towards ensuring that supply to our counties in terms of medicine is shored up? That is there. Are we able to run these health facilities in a manner that is optimal without the kind of infrastructure where you hear one county has 700 or 600 or 500 or 300 bank accounts that you wonder what they're doing with all that kind of infrastructure? So these are now the questions that we must ask leaders. If in 11 years of devolution, over 1,000 audit reports by the Auditor General, you hardly get 30 clean reports. That is a success rate of less than 2% in the entire country, both executive and county assemblies.
So we normalized it.
The worst space of accountability in the country is counties. And I keep telling the governors, and I would ask the senators, even as you ask for more resources, these people have refused to account. The Auditor General returns a bad verdict every year. Some would say, okay, the other resources, 85% is national. But when I go to national level, for state departments, the success rate is 55%. That is better. For parastatals, it's at 67%, almost 70%. Clean reports. For counties, it is 2%, less than 2%. Nobody, in fact, they celebrate getting qualified opinion when the best is unqualified. So you look at these people and ask yourself, why can't you account for public resources? If they were to do this, we'll have a good country. Imagine they want more resources. In the entire country, we collect less than 60 billion in on-source revenue. When research by Commission of Revenue Allocation says we have a capacity just through simple hygiene to collect 260 billion. This city of Nairobi collects 12 billion in a year. That is what it was doing several years back, even under the city council. I grew up in the city of Kisumu. The municipality would collect close to a billion in a year. Today, they are hardly doing a billion. 15, 16 years since devolution began. So there are certain critical conversations we must have. And therefore, I would want this challenge to go to all our leaders. As we address the fair transition of services and resources to counties, let us also give very high preeminence to accountability, because it is not fair to the Kenyan public that people then get to retire and then they're struggling. If 36% of Kenyans who retire die in 18 months. You've seen the consistent rise in how much we are allocating towards social protection. Why? Because so many people are vulnerable. You retire, you've worked for years, but you're planning to be a burden to your child because you cannot take care of yourself. And yet you did give your very best to your country. So I think we're getting to that space where people must also have intellectual discourse. There is no reason why you can complain that NSSF is high and then you want to pay little that when you're given by the time you retire cannot help you. Let's also look at our saving culture. Okay. Globally, what is happening even in the best countries we refer to, we must have social protection, but we must also take good care of the resources we're giving. So I would expect more administrative reforms than additional tax measures. Because if you add more taxes to the already overburdened Mwananchi, the sentiments continue to be negative. And I think we must claw back on some of those things for the good of the country.
And we'll pick on that just a bit with you, Javas, in just a bit. We have Yugen Nambeka, who's live in the county of Mombasa. Let's hear what Wapwani have to say about today, the expectations, and what their feelings are. We now cross over to Yugen.
Thank you, Dan. You're joining me right here at the center of Mombasa, and I'm just joined by some of the residents who probably would have their opinions about the budget that we are waiting for. So please, I would like to welcome you into this set. Please introduce yourself and tell us probably what are some of the expectations that you have as you're waiting for the 2025-2026 budget.
Thank you very much. My name is David Abiero. I'm a resident of Mombasa town. And to be very specific, my expectation of the budget is anything that the CS for Treasury in terms of policy would do that would shift the balance from our dependence on imports to exports. So as it is now, Kenyans export versus import, exports could be a quarter in terms of value, and imports are 75. So what does it mean? It means like 75% Kenyans are working for the developed world. So anything that is going to promote our export. And where does it start from? It's from power supply. Do we have steady power supply that can ensure that if an investor, for example, starts a manufacturing company, is sure he's going to produce. So we look at the power supply and we also look at the cost.
Sorry to cut you. So we're waiting for the budget, but what are your thoughts? Do you think there's anything new coming? Do you think there is hope for Kenyans?
You see the direction that I've taken in your initial question. So I'm not very optimistic that there is going to be a change for Kenyans. I'm not very optimistic. Because so long as the budget is tax-oriented, then I don't think that is going to go the direction I was talking, where we should be able to promote export. Yes.
Thank you. Please allow me talk to these young individuals here. Please introduce yourself and tell us what are your expectations as you're waiting for the 2025-2026 budget to be read.
Okay, so my name first is Emmanuel, and my expectations for the budget are very low because so many times the budget has been reviewed and there's never been a positive change that can impact us as youth. And my faith to the budget reviewing is very, very low, very, very low.
Why is this that low?
Because like every time the people budget, the MPs or the people who are reviewing the budget, they make changes that at the end of the day, they are not implemented. That's giving us a false hope. Inaumiza moyo sana. Yeah.
Please move so that I can also talk to you. Just come through. Please introduce yourself and tell me, you can face forward, what are you waiting? What are your expectations as you are waiting for the budget?
So my name is Dennis Kishoi. And as for now, we as youth, we are still waiting for the budget to be read. I'm not very sure about how they say, but according to the past budgets that have been read, it seems that the budget it has not been favoring the youths, and we hope and pray that this time that the government will also consider the youths.
What are some of the elements do you think that should be given so much weight in the coming budget?
So in the coming budget, I think probably about employment. There have been unemployment for most of the youth. We as youth, we've graduated from colleges, and there are so many unemployment.
Thank you. Dan, that is some of just the residents of Mombasa, and that is what they have as you're waiting for the 2025-2026 budget to be read later this afternoon. Back to you in studio, Dan.
Thank you very much, Jürgen, for the views from two different generations of interviewees there. And we're meant to be crossing over to Parliament, and just for a minute before we go to Parliament, Javas, I know you had something to say when we're talking about, because you gave some very good context, Maybe we could just pick that up, then we can cross over to...
Yes. So what he said is very crucial, that, and today as we're sitting here, Dan, when it comes to information penetration, public awareness, we're at a very different level.
Yes.
And that's why it is very difficult for the public to be miseducated on the issues of the budget. People read the budget before the politicians can come and speak about it, as it used to be in the past. And that's why the responsibility about looking at the progress and development measures in this country, we call upon leaders to be more responsible. The issue about some leaders telling people, for example, reject the budget and the finance bill 2025, reject on one grounds.
Yes.
We need to have even leaders who are more sober, engage in discourse. What is it that is in the budget that is to be financed by the finance bill when it becomes an act upon ascension by the president that is progressive and good, and what is it that is bad? The context that my brother gave a little earlier, look at the health sector. Today, compare 2013 child mortality in hospitals, for example, in Nairobi, and now, it has considerably gone down. And this is because of how counties, for example, when you look at Mama Lucy Hospital in Mbagathi, child mortality rates have gone down. When you look at life expectancy, the quality of life, it has gone fairly up. Of course, mental health is an issue that needs also to be given much more focus.
Yeah.
But as a matter of fact, the gentleman in Mombasa complained that this budget is tax-based, and they don't want a budget that is tax-based. This is part of the misinformation and misunderstanding that is there in the public. the people should know that every budget must be financed. Okay. There can never be a budget that is not financed. Some politicians have been saying that this budget is not from Mwananchi. When you look at the issue of roads, for example, in the budget estimates that have to be presented this afternoon by Mbadi, Honorable Mbadi, the issue of road maintenance has been increased from 85 billion to 115 billion. That is to improve road infrastructure in the country for the benefit of common Mwananchi, school children and buses that go take children to school, people that are driving to work and back, and in fact, business people. All these things are pro-Mwananchi. When it comes to matters, for example, security systems, look at how security infrastructure was in the country and systems, even across police stations in 1990, in 2002, 2003, and even now. Police stations, for example, didn't have CCTVs.
CCTV to be tampered with.
Yeah, today they've been tampered with. But when you look at Justice Ogola's proposed rules, which actually should be adopted by Parliament for purposes of enhancing the rights of accused persons, we need to have CCTVs inside cells, police cells. Police cells are not jails. They are holding areas. We need to have lighting inside the police cells. They should not be dark. For example, when you look at even the decisions of the courts, when you read the decision of Justice Okwanyi sitting at Milimani in 2019, when she was talking about the issue of torture in the country and how the rights of accused persons are to be protected, police stations are not supposed to be places where people are tormented. And so, in infrastructure financing for security, the issue about
sorry,
terrorism.
let me just cut short. So I'm very sorry about that. Just briefly, I want us to cross over to Parliament, where Ibrahim Karanja is standing by. He's got one of the members of Parliament with him there, just to get a sense of how they are streaming in and what their thoughts are ahead of Mbadi's big day. Ibra, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Dan. We are still here at Parliament buildings. We've been here since morning, and members of Parliament have been streaming in and out of the precincts of Parliament, Bunge Towers, because even before the budget readings process later, they are still ongoing with other parliamentary duties, several committees still sitting. So we are seeing members of Parliament all over. And these are the people who will be approving this particular expenditure. And right now, I am joined by the Member of Parliament for Matungu constituency. This is Oscar Peter Nabulindo. And what we are speaking about is how to finance this particular budget done with a budget deficit of close to 900 billion shillings. Then government might end up even borrowing more, and some are saying basing it on the previous financial year, the financial year that we currently are in, that is 2024-2025, then what we are seeing as deficit now may end up increasing by the time we are concluding the new financial year through supplementary budgets, because that is what happened in this particular financial year. And Mheshimiwa, thank you very much. And before we went on air, we were speaking about how to finance this particular budget. Yes, it is very ambitious, 4.2 trillion shillings for the budget. We are speaking of more than 1 trillion shillings in paying interest. Yet what we are looking to raise locally is 2.7 trillion shillings. This particular financial year, we have fallen short of what our target was for this particular financial year. Do you think we are able to reconcile our ambitions as a country, our expenditure ambitions, and what we are raising?
Thank you very much, my brother, for giving me this chance to talk to Kenyans about the budget 2025-2026 financial year. First thing, it's a very ambitious budget, more than all the years we have ever had. And this is the first budget under the broad-based government. And this budget, what we have been told, we may raise up to 2.7 trillion shillings from taxes. And the rest we shall either fulfill through external borrowing or internal borrowing. But what I would like to say about this budget is that first, Kenyans are expecting to see a budget that is people-friendly. By people-friendly, I mean a budget that is not oppressing the people, especially those who have pay slips. For the whole year, since last year when we had the demonstrations, people have been complaining about the government raiding their pay slips to collect taxes. I am expecting a moderation of the same. We must give Kenyans relief on the tax issue. Kenyans are heavily taxed around the world, but that's not the biggest problem we have. The biggest problem we have, other than Kenyans being heavily taxed, Kenyans who are trying business are unable to borrow from our local banks because the government is heavily borrowing from the local banks, and that means there is little left for the people of Kenya to borrow to do their business and expand their income brackets. When Kenyans cannot access capital to do business, it means very many people are going to be laid off, very many businesses are going to close down, and the few that are existing, they are heavily taxed and they might not survive. Therefore, this is the first budget under the broad-based government. And when we were signing the broad-based agreement to work together, we as ODM with the UDA, we were in KCC, we had a 10-point agreement. One of the key points in that agreement was to reduce the cost of living for Kenyans. So I am expecting the minister, the cabinet secretary for finance and treasury, Mheshimiwa Mbadi, who was a colleague here, to come and explain to the House that we have relieved Kenyans in this manner, in this manner, in this manner. We would not want to see what happened last year, that Kenyans are so aggrieved to an extent that they now come out to start demonstrating.
Because there are other activities in Parliament, including committees that are sitting, Phil, allow me to ask this very important question, because for only because what John Mbadi has been saying as an expert is all the macroeconomic indicators are showing that our economy is doing well, and what is remaining is placing money in people's pockets. Now, if government then is borrowing internally, does it mean, and this is very brief if my director allows, does this mean then that the dream to put money in people's pockets may be far-fetched?
Thank you. The dream to put money in people's pocket might be very, very far-fetched, because the people in Kenya are competing with the government to borrow money from our local banks. When that happens, there is no way Kenyans are going to grow economically, because our avenue to grow has been grabbed by the government. Our avenue to grow is to borrow money from the bank, expand your business, expand your manufacturing industry, expand your business and employ more people. If you cannot get capital from our banks, that means your business will go down. So,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. There has been a member of parliament for Matungo, Oscar Peter Nabulindo. So, Mheshimiwa, please don't go, because we will continue with this particular conversation. There's and I cut you short about the dream to put money on people's pockets, because why I'm asking that particular question is when President William Ruto brought in the experts, the ODM experts into government, it was out of the pressure that we saw from Gen Zs. And he said, that's why I'm extending this olive branch to our colleagues from ODM, help us. And Mbadi has really tried to even speak to the budget, speak to the finance bill and tell the country, look, I'm not even adding any other taxes in this new finance bill that we are getting into, which will eventually finance the budget that we are getting into. What would you tell Mbadi if he was watching that, look, he's been here for one term, this is the first budget, now the country expects to see different?
Thank you very much. Actually, Mbadi came in as an expert to come and alleviate the problems that had been created by the Kenya Kwanza regime.
We do apologize for that sound hitch where we had a bit of a challenge with the microphone. We're going to rectify that. But in not too long, we shall be crossing over to Parliament, where we have the Inspector General of the National Police Service, that's Douglas Kanja, his deputy, one of his deputies at least, that is Masengeli, as well as the director of the DCI, Amin Mohammed. They are appearing before the Administration and Internal Security Committee of the National Assembly, which is chaired by Gabriel Tongoyo, who is the Member of Parliament or Member of the National Assembly for Narok West constituency. And we shall be crossing over there not too long, because this is still on the matter of Alfred Ojwang's murder in police custody, with concerns around whether he was actually in the cell or not, but it was within police custody. And we shall be crossing over there to just hear what that's about, coming after a lot of revelations yesterday while before the plenary of the Senate. So just coming back to you, Javas, sorry for that. Halia television. Yeah.
It does happen.
Yes, so I think you had touched about going into financing health, etc.
Yes.
And maybe let's just briefly touch on the counties, because I know we had already touched on it. Just the counties, because we are finding the National Treasury, or even the battle between members of the National Assembly and the Senate. Senate is saying we have got a lot of demands and needs here. National Assembly is saying we don't have the money. So there are two opposing, but in an ideal case, very solid arguments. In an ideal case, please note that part. Ideal case, very solid arguments. So how will the middle ground be found? Like, what would that mean?
Well, the law provides that whenever there is a contention in the proposition by Senate and the National Assembly, there has to be a compromise ground struck by going to the for mediation.
Mediation, yes.
And that mediation should find a reasonable ground and a common understanding that in terms of the equitable shareable revenue to county governments, what is practical in terms of being sent to county governments? Because there could be that aspiration that we send, for example, Senate proposing 450 billion. Remember that the primary mandate of the 47 delegates sent from the 47 counties by the people to go to the Senate, the primary mandate is to fight for devolution. And beyond just fighting for the money that should be allocated to county governments, there is the issue about making sure that the amounts sent are utilized properly. And that's why you may recall that in 2022, the Supreme Court determined on the issue about the Senate and the National Assembly that this county assembly is the first tier institution of accountability, the second being the second tier. However, when all this money is sent, look at the capacity of the Senate in holding county governments to account, and look at the capacity of a county assembly holding the county executive to account. There are capacity issues within county assemblies, majority of the county assemblies. And when we look at the push to have these revenues sent to county governments, it must be commensurate with being held to account. We have discussed issues to do with the reports of the Auditor General, raising qualified reports of county governments. Yes, I know that when you carry out an assessment of the quality of members of county assemblies today, it has improved considerably to how it was in 2013. But still, there are challenges there. We need to have county assemblies that are not held captive by the executive or playing into the gallery. We want that when the same way senators are holding, or Public Accounts Committee are very particular about county governments, the county assemblies should be as much. Look at how we watch it played out even on television. That a county governor, for example, of Kakamega, we saw the other day of Isiolo, being unable to explain critical issues, then we expect that such a county will really render services to the people effectively. So even as we discuss budget issues, earlier I mentioned the issue to do with the expenditure management systems of public finances. People expect that county governments will properly and fully utilize finances that have been dispensed or sent by Treasury in a manner that is fulfilling to the aspirations, the desires, and the development expectations of the people. There's the other thing about the delay of sending money from National Treasury to county governments as well. So, and that's why I mentioned the issue earlier, that as we are discussing the critical components of the budget and the finance bill, county governors should not be mum, because it affects them as well.
Yeah.
If we have shortfall in terms of revenue raised, right now there's projection of increasing revenue collection by 8%. That projection, will it be actual? We have seen Kenya Revenue Authority finding a challenge in terms of meeting its targets.
Yeah.
That also has got a domino effect generally on monies that actually get to be expended on development. But by and large, a spot check, when you look at matters agriculture in the county governments, when you look at health sector in the county governments, when you look at the issue about on-source revenue, for example, that is limited in the county governments, most of the county governments today cannot even raise sufficient on-source revenue to finance even 50% of their own budget. Depends on revenue of finances that are released by the National Treasury. So we may want to start thinking about enhancing the utility of public finances at all levels, county level and national level. These discussions that have been happening in Mombasa and even in Kisumu, people are raising their eyes, properly so, to the national government. But because we have got two systems of government, national and county, two levels rather, it is important also that people push harder and hold county governments to account.
Accountability.
But what we cannot avoid, and the people need to appreciate, that reasonable measures for raising revenue are unavoidable for purposes of financing the national budget year after year. The other thing is that people expect ministries to properly expend. Look, for example, money allocated for roads infrastructure. People want to know, how is KENHA, how is Kura and Kera utilizing finances in a manner that is not wasteful? Because the wastage, and that's why the head of public service the other day was talking about the issue about e-procurement. When this e-procurement happens and is effected, I want to hope, as he said, 1st of July, it is going to take root, that all parastatals, that even county governments are going to fully embrace the e-procurement system as a manner of reducing wastage of public finances, for prudence management of public finances.
Okay, and again, we've gone, you can see something that keeps coming up is about raising these revenues. Yeah. That's one. Another that keeps coming up is about the management of the resources that are there. Because the management especially is a pain point. Yeah. Because I can give you 1,000 bob, but how you use it, whether you begin by pocketing 300 first of all, you begin before, so even your spending begins below the x-axis sometimes. How then should it be addressed? Because yes, you can talk about the numbers in the budget, but in terms of ensuring that we've got prudent resource management, I don't know whether we are short of laws.
I think...
because I don't think we hear people saying, because we have had people who have been jailed, convicted, let's say convicted for, say, it's corruption. So it means there are laws that facilitated that conviction.
I think we have the guardrails to ensure that prudent use of finances happen. But like we said, there has to be very deliberate steps and strategies before you implement certain things. I did mention the fact that the CSA is a zero-based budget. But the best way to confirm that that is there, develop a policy on how you're going to implement zero-based budget so that even the various implementing agencies know how to come up with those numbers out and how to justify. Without that framework, it becomes very difficult at the top here that you say we've done this. And I think that would raise issues. But I think away from that as well, for the public to constantly feel that they're not having money in the pocket, every other indicator, if you look at in this country, shows a positive figure. Inflation figures have gone down. Our currency has stabilized against the dollar and other major currencies. Our import cover is good. So the framework looks good. The agricultural sector is getting support. Coffee is doing very well. The agricultural sector generally is not doing very badly. We are probably very weak in the manufacturing sector. A few things need to be done, but yet we are struggling. Why? Number one, the businessman who is out there is owed close to 500-600 billion by the national government. Additionally, that person is owed 200 billion by county government. That's close to $1 trillion, the net effect, if you add other agencies that are owing common mwananchi money that should circulate in the economy. So we have to find ways to jumpstart this money flow. So the national government must be deliberate in settling pending bills, and I'm glad we are making progress around that space. I think the road sector challenge has been unlocked. That's why a bit of movement is now happening in the road sector. Stall projects are coming up. But now when you come to counties, 200 billion stuck. And they're piling up. Why? Because when you make your budget at county level, what they do is use on-source revenue as a balancing figure to meet the 30-70 rule. So that if you know you can only collect 2 billion, but your budget is 10 billion, and you're only going to get 7 billion from the national treasury, then you decide that the 1 billion deficit, you load it as a non-source revenue. And then you give people contracts on that basis, and then you have problems. That's what's been happening. Yeah. So some of the things we need to have in place.
So even as that happens, are there no ways for these people to be checked just to avoid us getting in?
There's a control of budget who should actually be authorizing these budgets, and I think the process of verifying and authorizing this budget, there should be a law that defines how you estimate on-source revenue. Even if it's based on the GDP of the country, of the county, in that particular year, you load a certain figure from the previous collection. That way you are progressive and you're able to avoid messing people. But I think the most important change we need at the county level, as far as running them, is to allow the county assemblies to be autonomous. How? Give them the financial muscle. As it is, the head of finance, quote, so to speak, from the county assembly, must go to the CEC finance and the CFO finance at the county executive to get funding. Sometimes the money comes to the county treasury, they starve the assembly. So whatever is passed in that budget for assembly, let it be wired directly. And I think the Senate has been moving in that direction, but the COG has been stalling. They don't want that to happen because they want to control the assembly. I want to tell the COG, please free the assembly to be the oversight body. You cannot have assembly that is oversighting the executive, and yet they still have to go and beg for resources to run their programs.
What was the rationale behind making it go that way, as opposed to, I mean, because from what you explained, it sounds like it's obvious that kama pesa ni ya hawa, watumiwe kwa account yao.
Of course, county is one, and therefore when the executive prepares its budget, the assembly also loads whatever they have, their component. At the end of it all, it's approved as one budget for the entire county. And probably that may have been the rationale to ensure that all the resources first come to one basket, then from there, it is transitioned to the other entity. That would have been okay if there was hygiene around that space. But the reality is, if I'm the CFO at the county executive level, and I've received $1 billion, for example, and yet we have commitments in that month that are about 1.2 billion. What stops me from telling the assembly, I'm only going to give you 50 million out of what you should be able to get. I keep the rest because I'm exposed. Why am I exposed? Because I've not managed my resources well. 41 out of 47 counties are flouting the law on 35% emoluments. They pay more than 35% of their revenues on emoluments. That definitely means that certain budget lines are going to be affected. So it's a matter of then ensuring that each level of government must also do what it needs to do to ensure that we are prudent use of public resources. And I think the same would apply to the executive. Can we have a situation where gradually we stick to our target? I know the public debt as a percentage, or rather the budget deficit as a percentage to GDP was supposed to get to gradually a lower figure of about 2.7% over a 5-year period of time. We are now at about 4.7 thereabout. It needs to continuously go down. I know it was slowed down because of the challenges last financial budget, but if we get to a level of 3% or below, then you'll start to see some reprieve for the entire economy, including reducing borrowing from the domestic market, which is crowding out private sector. And at the end of it all, if you ask who is making money in this economy, they're banks. Why are they making money? All the money they're making from common mwananchi.
In fact, the CS Treasury has projected that in the year ahead, the deficit is going to go down to 4.5, but it's supposed to go even way lower.
Yes.
And as my brother is talking about the issue of county assemblies and the independence, you see, constitutions evolve over time. And this growth by evolution is usually a best practice. There are some things that we have learned over the past 15 years of the new constitution, or since 2013, that we can make improvements on, either by way of legislation. Some of them do not even require amendment of the constitution. So some of these things, the County Assemblies Forum should work closely with the Council of Governors, and the direction that the Senate has taken is very appropriate. The issue of county assemblies being held captive by the county executive itself is antithetical to the autonomy, but also the oversight mandate and expectation by the people of the county assembly.
All right, and I think when you talk about, again, the prudent use of resources, it becomes a headache when, again, going back to what you said, we see choppers, but we can't get painkillers. There's a time I went to a hospital, a county hospital, where, and that was about 3 years ago, and I'd gone to a hospital in a certain county, and the nurses there were saying, first of all, it was so bad that it had stopped admitting men. So men were only doing outpatient. Then they could only admit women and children. Then you're still asked to come with your blanket. They say they've run out of gloves. And I remember there's a guy who was brought in and he was even struggling to breathe. So he was put on some oxygen. And the oxygen there was running out. So they said that they needed to transfer him to KNH. But the challenge was ambulance and after. And this guy can't, if he gets off that oxygen support,
it's done.
Exactly.
Now, let me tell you, that issue is very crucial. You may remember that when we had a by-election in Matungu, the member of parliament then collapsed in his house, was taken to the health center about 2 kilometers from his home, and it lacked facilities. A member of parliament. Today, let me ask you, of all the members of parliament we have, and all the 47 governors, if a governor was to be taken to the health facility 2 kilometers from his residence or her residence, will they survive? That is the primary question. So when it comes to prudent utility of public finances, we expect that a governor, and the example you've given about yourself, should know that if anything happens to him or her, or their spouse, or their child, they are very comfortable taking their child to the local health center, or the level 3, or even the level 4 in the county, than finding a way of bringing them to a private facility in Nairobi. The issue that was asked by Senate yesterday when the security chiefs were appearing before Senate was that, was it prudent to use money and various vehicles to go to Homa Bay to collect the deceased Ojwang now deceased, from his father's home, or would it have been easier for him to be summoned to appear here for questioning? Speaks to prudent utility of finances. So when we talk about the prudent use of public finances, it is in every sector.
DC Amin said that because they were just first dealing with an X account, when you're seeking to justify that they had to go look for him, because I was saying when someone on social media, you just are dealing with an X account at Javas, but I don't know who is the person, whether you're the actual person behind it. It was part of trying to justify the trip, but you do speak to a good point about what is wasteful and even seen to be wasteful.
I would give you an example of what prudence would look like. 2 people earning the same salary in one office. After 3 days, one is asking for money. I can't afford bus fare. Because they got his money and they went on other things. did not even pay debt, did not even realize that I had some debt I needed to pay. So it's about how you allocate resources.
So which of those
or
two
went
people
into
is Kenya?
shopping, or went shopping for luxury and left a crucial item here. That is why we have a leadership problem in most of our counties. If you want to run the county effectively, first of all, do you have the requisite qualifications to run that county effectively? Are you trained in leadership? Have you been able to exercise that leadership role? Do you know how X and Y match in an institution? If you have that, then you can understand why you cannot afford to push any other budget, because it starts from budgeting. If you budget improperly, you are likely to run into headwinds. You will struggle to pay the people who supply you that oxygen tank because they are owed money, they cannot bring more. They cannot work with 3 months. Today, when the exchequer delays for counties, there are those who can't pay salaries, there are those who pay. Why are others paying and others not paying? It's cash flow management. If, as a county, you are collecting an equivalent of 3 months supply to run the county for a year, a third of a year, it means if salaries delay if exchequer delays for a month or two, you should be running. But for you to be stuck the moment exchequer delays, you are crying there, it means you have failed to manage your resources appropriately. Or either the resources are coming and they're going to wrong pockets. So it's all about governance, and of course it falls down to leadership and having the right people in the right places. Sometimes across most of these institutions, competence is not a consideration for certain positions.
And you know,
it is a key thing.
It also speaks to the funding of the institutions, for instance, that are meant to keep the executive in check, be it the EACC, the investigative agencies also, because once these things that you are talking about happen, then when action is meant to be taken, there are times you find we do not have enough capacity to do ABCD, and it's a place we see, the budgeting is a place we see the executive sort of flexing, right? And before we get into that, I do know that this budgeting conversation is not just about within the bounds of Kenya. There's also the Kenyans who are in the diaspora. So we have some sound bites from Washington State in the United States of America. Listen to what they have to say about today's events and the economy at large.
My name is Bishop Joe Bright Baraka. I'm actually in Washington State, and we are looking forward in Kenya. Today is going to be the day the budget will be read. As a bishop, I'm expecting some of the cost of life will be lowered because the cost of life has gone so high, and that's why there are so many demonstrations in Kenya. We've been praying. We are still in contact with the Kenyan people. We're still in America, but our heart, our life is still in Kenya. And that's why we are calling upon the reading of the budget today and the people who are in charge of the same to make sure that let them bring the cost of life down. Because if they don't do that, the cry will still be on the top. And we are here, and we are seeing all what is happening in Kenya. So I'm expecting the cost of housing, the fuel, and also the cost of food to be a little bit lowered, because we need to have and to hear our people. They are living in a happy country where they will live a peaceful life.
My name is Agnes Ndenya Kimulu. I am based in USA. And in this year's budget, I would like the government to prioritize on healthcare. Healthcare is very crucial for the well-being of the citizens of Kenya, and especially the government needs to streamline operations at the government run insurance, the SHAR. Also, the government should prioritize on public institutions, on the education, by equipping and making sure there is proper infrastructure in our public institutions so that they can make sure every Kenyan child, whether in the village or in the city, they get the right education, they get the right foundation so that they can be able to compete not just locally but internationally.
You know, most of us, we stand and actually support our people back in Kenya, and as we continue to support them, we send money, we still do other projects there, and we can tell that the cost of life in Kenya has gone so high.
So let there be a fair taxation, let there be fair accountability, and the funds that the diaspora people are remitting back in Kenya and the taxes that they incur, we would like to see those monies getting into the right and the major important areas like the ones that I have mentioned: healthcare, education, and security department.
All right, those are two Kenyans who are in Washington State, in the United States of America, and U.S. was saying is our number one, in terms of remittances from the diaspora. And again, you can hear the same thing echoing about management of resources and also just being considered. There's a thing about being in touch with the ground. Don't put too much taxes. People are already burdened, etc. And what we were saying before we went to the sound bites from the US, the National Treasury, or the executive, is accused of, speaking of National Treasury, we have shots live from the National Treasury on your screen there, right outside the office of the Cabinet Secretary, that is John Mbadi. So we're monitoring that. We'll see whether our team is going to be able to get in and possibly get a quick interview from him or from the PS, or otherwise just to get a sense of what the pressure is like in there ahead of the big day before they put the flower on their lapel. Some of them already have them, so it's quite the ceremonial thing again. So we are monitoring the National Treasury as well. But Treasury and the executive at large is accused at times of using this budgeting situation to deal with either institutions or otherwise that are not towing the line. So you find some agencies will say we are really underfunded. Yet, like you're saying, we'll see some parts of government are having some flamboyant life, or some flamboyant kind of spending, etc. What would you say to that, Javas?
Well, you see, there are some socio-political norms to the budgeting process. And over time, for example, when you look back in retrospect, during the Moi regime, you would see that opposition areas would hardly get financing of development projects. Then come look at the Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta regime, and now President William Ruto's regime. You realize that now, under the new constitution, of course, you don't have an opposition in terms of the law as framed. But it has been for some time in our history, and this is a historical perspective, that those close to the reservoir, close to power, those who are able to access information about even the resources, some that have come in, the development partnerships, etc., are likely to benefit from through the budgeting process. You may recall a discussion on the floor of the Senate just recently when the immediate former chair of the budget committee was being accused of allocating billions of shillings for infrastructure development in Kiharu. That tells you that there is the critical political question in the budgeting. However, as a matter of fact, the Constitution has placed upon Parliament the key responsibility of our budgetary allocation. Yes, the budget itself and its proposals emanate from the executive, but Parliament has got the duty to ensure that all organs of government are sufficiently financed. It is disturbing, for instance, when Parliament elects to choke or constrict the financial allocation to constitutional commissions. You asked about, for example, key organs, EACC or Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. For example, when you look at a number of many other commissions, they depend so much on donor financing for their budget than from National Treasury. We expect Parliament to ensure that, and that's why when this delegated sovereign power has been handed over to Parliament by the people, that Parliament should also be very prudent, ensure that functionality of key constitutional organs. Second, that there is reasonableness in the allocation of these finances, so that every part of the country, remember, my brother, that whether you are supportive of the government or not, you pay taxes.
Yes.
A business person who likes a government or not still pays taxes. So they have got a right to development and infrastructure everywhere in the country.
Okay.
So it's very important that Parliament grows a backbone and ensures that there is no political preferential treatment in terms of all these allocations.
Okay. So, gentlemen, unfortunately, we have to close it there because I can see we already have the IG of police, that is Douglas Kanja, Gilbert Masengeli, who is the Deputy IG of Police in charge of the Administration Police, as well as the Director of the DCI, Mohamed Abin. They are already before the National Assembly's Administration International Security Committee. So we are going to cross over there just in light of the gravity of the matter at hand. But we shall be getting our views later on in the course of the day when we get closer to the budget the budget discussions. So this is not the last you're hearing from us, so let's cross over to Bunge.
Now, I was looking for Honorable Chair, a correspondence from the Mbagathi Hospital, but I should be getting it shortly. But we received a letter from Mbagathi Hospital confirming that the deceased was brought to that facility at around 2 a.m. while already dead. So I was trying to look for that document, but I should be able to avail to the committee before we end this session. On the 8th. At 2. No. On 8th. You see, this entry was 0135? Yeah.
Morning hours.
The morning hours. So, who contacted the OCS? The OCS was contacted by Senior Sergeant Sigay of DCI headquarters. Someone might ask the Honorable Chair, why was it really necessary? Why did the Senior Sergeant Sigay contact the OCS? In the past, the station commanders have had serious issues, particularly when it comes to admitting of persons who have been physically tortured or persons who are sick or are not appearing well. So more often than not, the report office personnel and the cell center will insist before any person is admitted, they will need a concurrence from the OCS. And there's no way a report office personnel would admit somebody in custody, somebody who is physically injured or appears to have been physically injured or has evidences of torture. And it is on the basis of that, and after confirming the physical condition of the prisoner, that the OCS now directed the report office personnel and the cell sentry to make sure the prisoner was booked. And that's how PC Mohammed booked the prisoner while appearing physically fit. There was the question of Kevin, the status of Kevin.
You go past there.
Yes.
From your own, what you're reading.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, the deceased was alone in his cell.
From what I'm reading?
Yes.
Yes.
And he was admitted well in a separate cell, alone.
From what I'm reading?
And he was found kicking walls in a cell as alone. And of course died while, he was then of course taken to the hospital, now unconscious, in a room that he was alone.
As regards Kevin, who was earlier on arrested, investigations were conducted, the Honorable Chair, and as I explained, the file was forwarded to the DPP, who were directed that we needed to cover some outstanding areas, which we are working on. And in view of that development, the suspect was released and an appropriate entry made at Capitol Hills Police Station, and he was handed over to a person we believe was his wife by the name Evelyn Makendo, who countersigned on the remarks column of the Capitol Hills Police Station, Orangeburg. So that suspect has been procedurally released. As to the remaining others, we have not arrested them, and we don't know where they are.
General, am I in order to ask something? I said these must be the suspects that were mentioned by Kevin, and they must be among the 4, isn't it? I think it's so strange that you tell us that Albert was arrested and eventually lost his life, but the other suspects who are mentioned in the same breath with him, you're telling us you don't even know where they are, you've not even looked for them. Why was it important that Albert had to be looked for if they had committed the same crime with the people you are telling us you don't know where they are and you've not looked for them?
Honorable Chair, I think the honorable member is putting words into my mouth. I did not say that we did not look for them. I did say that. The first person we arrested was Kevin. We interviewed Kevin, and Kevin disclosed Albert and the rest. So the officers proceeded and arrested Albert while in Migori. The next logical course of action before this incident happened was for the officers now to go and look for the remaining. So it was being done, the investigation was being done systematically and not in a helter-skelter manner. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sorry that I'm taking too much time on this.
It's okay, but I think you responded.
Yes, no.
That of the 4.
We've been mentioned as having committed the same crime. We are 4 of us. I would have expected that we are all brought in at the same time, but that didn't happen. Albert was brought in. So how many days has passed since Albert was brought in that the other people are still hanging out?
Just not your observation on that.
For the same crime.
It's okay, Buirosa. The IG, this guy had responded to that there are 4 suspects. 2 have been interviewed, including the one who is deceased. On the reason why, who started first, who was taken in first, just told.
Chair, it's only Albert who was interviewed. The other one is the one who reported.
Kindly,
the other 4.
Please.
Now, I'm just making a correction.
It's okay.
Kevin is the one who mentioned the other 4. So he has been acquitted. He's been released. But of the other 4 that were mentioned, it was only Albert who had been called and interrogated and obviously has died. Okay. The other 3 have not appeared yet.
I think you had made your point that you had 4 mentioned, including Albert, who is deceased. The one who was interviewed, the rest, you were to go to interview the rest. I think you made it clear. Yeah. The reason why this started first, I think we can. How many other questions pending? Is already one. Midday. The question from the rest of members, kindly, because we still have a power to come in. Respond to Sigei, Ngelechei. I'll give you. So let's exhaust the question that were earlier asked by members. And that's why I was like, I don't want them to lose the track of the questions. I think Ngelechei did ask a question.
Questions were not answered, so I hope they'll be answered. Because I asked IG, why isn't it important that the DIG should step aside to allow for effective and meaningful investigations to go on?
It's okay. I'm sure they are noting. But now let's also understand that we need to give them time. Yeah. If we keep every other time, then we may lose track of the question.
In fact, Chairman.
And even the rest of members have not even asked questions. Yes, please, Buyu. So please, IG or DIG, you respond to the rest of members so that we take the last round, so that we get also a power in. I had mentioned earlier that we need to have a bit of a report to be submitted to Parliament in the noon before the budget is read. Even part of what I think.
A small and follow-up question for those ones who have not been arrested, because this was a crime committed. Yes. Now, do you intend to pursue the remaining 3 for arrest? Because you cannot suspend because of what has happened.
The DCI has clearly stated that all of them are on queue. So I believe that he is still going on and to get the rest. Then there was this question about the officers who are on duty at the Central Police Station then, and why they were interdicted. I did that to allow, and I did indicate from the word go that myself as the Inspector General and the leadership of the police and even the entire National Police Service, we are very much interested to get to know who are these or who is this who committed this heinous crime. For that reason, the officers who are on duty at that particular time when the late Albert Ojwang was brought in were interdicted to pave way for the investigations which we want to be done expeditiously. All of us, the Kenyan people, are interested to get to know. So basically that is the reason why these are the people, the officers who are on duty, they step aside to allow for that investigation. And that is exactly what happened, because they were there when all these issues that we are discussing here happened. Thank you, Chair. There was this question about the CCTV footage. Yes, at the Central Police Station, we have CCTV. Currently, as I did indicate, the investigations are ongoing, being carried out by the IPOA. While we were at Senate yesterday, it was mentioned that the power of one of the CCTVs had actually been plugged off. However, the experts are looking at the hard drive and to reconstruct everything. So I believe we are also going to get a lot of information. The investigators are going to get a lot of information from the CCTV. And number two, we're also going to get to know who is this that unplugged the power from the power source. So all that is subject to that investigation that is currently ongoing. The question by Honorable Losabuyu on do you think DIG KBS should step aside to allow for investigations?
The urgency of sending these officers to go to Migori, Homa Bay, was it discussed before rushing to arrest? I think I asked the question.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, there was actually no special urgency in terms of the investigations of this matter. Like I said, there was no preferential treatment accorded to the complainant whatsoever. This was a complaint raised. It was a complaint touching on the integrity of a person none other than the Deputy Inspector General, KPC, Kenya Police Service. So there was no special urgency where we feel that...
maybe DCI, while you are on that point,
Was this complaint raised verbally, or it was a written complaint that we should actually have before us to actually confirm for ourselves that as a Kenyan he had the right to complain, but it must be there for you to take all that action which you have tried to explain to us.
Was a written complaint, Honorable Chair, which at the end of this session we'll be glad to share with the committee. Otherwise, in our service standing orders, unlike all other cases, we always emphasize on the need to expedite our investigations. And that is part of our performance contract, that we urge our officers to make sure that all cases reported must, in as much as possible, be expedited. But like I said, we did not accord the matter of DIG Lagat any special preference. As regards what I mentioned, Honorable Chair, the letter from the medical officer Mbagathi County Hospital, we received the letter dated 8th of June 2025. Name Albert Ojwang Omondi, gender male. The above named patient brought in by policemen from Central Police Station at about 2 a.m. On examination, he was unresponsive, no spontaneous breathing, no cardiac activity. The entire body was cold, face swollen, multiple bruises, scalp cut on the parieto-occipital region, and had bruises on the limbs. The patient brought in dead, notification of death form, field policemen advised to go to Kenyatta National Hospital Police Station and to City Mortuary thereafter. Signed by Dr. Shah Mitali, Medical Officer, Mbagathi County Hospital. Thank you.
The letter. So members, the three questions you from LHA, it was actually one question. I actually did ask even personally also whether this patient was really picked up on Friday or Saturday, because what the father said is totally opposite of what the police reported. Saturday or Friday?
The occurrence book, Honorable Chair, where we entered the arrest of Albert Ojwang at the Mawego Police Station, and when he was transported from Mawego to Central Police Station, we have all the relevant occurrence book and we shall provide the extracts. Thank you.
Chair, I think one of my questions has not been answered. I asked him if the officer manning the report office desk, the name of the officer who is said to have reported in the morning about Albert, if it was the same PC Mohammed Rashid Hilo or it was a different officer. And then another question, the reason as to why I was asking why the officers who have been suspended is because yesterday at the Senate, DCI Amin said that CI Talam was a suspect. So I wanted actually to know if indeed they are somewhere in the investigation and they are already having leads on who could be involved, or it was because they wanted non-interference from the officers of the station.
Chair, also on the omission. Respond. Hold on, Masara. Straightforward, either Min or IG. Question?
I can maybe attempt to why I said that the OCS is the principal suspect, Honorable Chair. The allegation of the deceased, Albert, banging his head on the wall came from Central Police Station, and he is the officer commanding Central Police Station. Why would an officer coin such a narrative? That's why I said, whatever utterances the OCS Talam is making, we should treat them with a pinch of salt. I've not said that he's an accused person, but we should treat him as a suspect, because why would somebody coin that allegation? Thank you.
Chair. And of course, I think that is also in line with the act and the role and the powers of the OCS. The act put a lot of responsibility and power on the OCS in regards to suspects or any person presented to the cells. Chair is entirely responsible. Chair. So we are going to take the other round.
No. My
the IG was just about to respond to my question about the DIG.
A point of order, Chair. Chair, we are stuck on
order. That's what I've been asking for order.
We are stuck on 4 questions asked by 4 members, or questions asked by 4 members for all this time, and time is running out. When are we going to get chances also to inquire? And on some of the questions are really opinion questions which would rather be asked to the right people.
The IG was just about to answer my question before you started.
Okay, answer on the question of Buirosa. But hold, Buirosa, please. And then Kangara, then we take the last round, starting from our colleagues.
As not,
you talked about the sequence of time.
The 4th, at what time did the IG complain to DCI? At what time did they form the committee? At what time did they write to come and took a statement from DIG? And then at what time the report to CAK?
They have promised to supply us with a sequence recorded. I think that's what you said, if I got it right.
Honorable Chair, in our investigations...
In dates or gaps, it will be up to us now to make a ruling and observation on that one. So it's not a big deal. I think that's what you said.
That's what I said, Honorable Chair. Thank you so much.
You are going to have your moment, based on what is provided, to make observation and recommendation. Any gaps, then of course we'll also have opinion. You'll make an opinion on the same. So before we give you Kangara, then what about respond to what Buirosa is asking?
There are 2 questions from Honorable Lusabuyu. Number 1, the reason why the people of Kenya should believe that what we are telling this committee is believable. Let me start by saying that, as I did say yesterday, the primary information that we got that early morning of Sunday is that the late Ojwang had hit his head on the walls. And based on that, the first statement was issued based on that information. And it is for that reason the DCI have stated very clearly, why is it that this OCS prepares and dispatches such an information? What was his interest? So it is on that basis that the DCI has mentioned. And on my part, and on behalf of the National Police Service, and to the people of Kenya, yesterday I said, I'm very sorry for that initial information that was provided to the people of Kenya. I still remain sorry, and the National Police Service remains sorry for that. That is our position. Number 2, this is about the DIG stepping aside to allow for investigations. Only this one. There is an ongoing investigation by APO And in these investigations, every person whose name will be mentioned is to have played any role that led to the death of the late Albert Ojwang, must record his statement, must show his side. And it is on that basis, I believe, if the DIG is going to be mentioned, then definitely we will relate the statements, and I believe it's on that basis that now he can be able to step aside to allow for that completion of that investigation. My submission, Honorable Chair.
Kangara's question? Did you ask a question? Okay, just before you do, I think kindly members, it's already a 1:15 midday, and we still have high power. And I'd mentioned that we need to at least have a bit of report ready to be tabled in the House. So let's have another round, starting from the Senior Counsel, Kaluma. We go to Kangara, and our brother, who I think, did you introduce yourself even? Okello.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, my name is Jared Okello, Member of Parliament for Nyando constituency. I am here as a friend of the committee who asked on behalf of the Kabondo Kasipul Member of Parliament the questions that have necessitated the presence of the officers here. I thank you.
So, Liz Chelule.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And sorry for coming late. I am Liz Chelule, County MP, Nakuru, and committee member.
Let's have a question from the three members. Kaluma, Kangara. Gerald, do you have a question? Of course. Then I think we'll be trying to, let's go to be a bit precise.
Chair, the gravity of this matter cannot be overemphasized. It's a very serious thing and overwhelming. And my prayer would be that the National Police Service takes it as grave as we do and as Kenyans do. And therefore, Chair, I wanted to request that where you mentioned to us, police officers who could have handled this Kenyan in any way, let us get their service numbers. This is in respect of all arresting officers or any of these officers, even the OCS Kalam. We don't have their service numbers, so provide that. Also, Chair, where we have any references to documents so that we are able to, reconcile times and who could have been involved, let us have those records. Whether it is OB, let us have those records remain here permanently so that we can seal any material coming forth during the process of these investigations from, any possible claims in future of interferences with the records. But Honorable Chair, allow me therefore to ask the following now direct questions. We've been told that several officers were tasked to do this thing. In the course of arrest, there are officers now being involved other than those indicated to have been put into the team. And these officers are Senior Sergeant Sigei. He was not in the team initially put to investigate this matter. Sergeant Korir and PC Rapudo. Maybe a clarification on at what stage they were involved and with what particular role to undertake in the process. Number two, Chair, which officers among the arresting officers traveled with Citizen Albert Ojwang to Nairobi? Number three, which officers handed him over to the police station for reporting, which you indicate was done by PC Mohammed Ilo Abdullahi? Which officers handed him over? It is important to us. Number four, Chair, which officers took him to Mbagathi, complete with their PC numbers? And then, Chair, there is something that has been explained, but we need more information. IG, this gentleman dies, it is claimed he is found kicking, and it is attributed to self-inflicted injuries, of course now confirmed not. CCTV at Central Police Station, and there are very many of them, appear to be disabled. I'm happy investigations are going on to confirm what records could be available and who could have interfered. But what do you tell those people who say these were not mere coincidences, but clear attempts at cover-up? Lastly, Chair, who is in charge of murder investigations here? Because I see two aspects of investigations going on. One is investigations into the death of this gentleman, which will be a criminal case. And it's also investigations relating to police conduct, because it appears the gentleman died while in custody of the police, and so police could be involved. There are these two aspects. Are they both being conducted by IPOA, or there is an aspect IPOA is dealing with and an aspect the police is dealing with, and if so, to what extent? Chair, I thank you. Safe to say, Chair, that there are questions we would rather direct to entities other than these people. We want everybody who was involved in this death to be apprehended and to face justice in its fullest. Just as also we don't want anybody who might not have been involved to be brought in. So could you be circumspect? And in doing so, I ask my question, why is it that to date people have not been taken to court? Because listening to you, prima facie, there are people who should be in court by now. And I'm saying this, Chair, because unlike the other house where you were for a whole day yesterday, you know the powers of this house over you. Why are you coming before us before you take people just to be held before the conclusion of investigations, and people who could be interfering with evidences outside there? From the material you give us, why have you not taken people to court? And could you assure us before the end of business today, now that you appear before the House, that oversights you? And IG, you know our powers over you are not like the powers of where you were yesterday. Can you assure this committee before you leave, that by the end of business today there will be action from which Kenyans can see that we are not treating the cases of some Kenyans in a different way from others? I thank you, Chair.
So much. IG, I think what Kaluma has raised is very crucial. And just to put it very precisely, is that we have already a list of suspects. I think that's actually to the DCI. What holds you back from having them apprehended, presented to court, and make a plea to courts to allow you more time to conclude the investigation? At least they keep interfering with the investigation. Because that is what has happened to the majority of Kenyans before. Maybe you cannot respond to that one. It's very key. You have already a list of suspects. Why haven't you apprehended them, present them to court, and ask the courts to allow you time to finish investigation? Yeah, they keep having them freely moving around. They may keep interfering with investigation and cover-ups. Let's say this, I respond to that one. It's a very straightforward.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Like you have said, this is a fairly straightforward matter. It's not rocket science. I have my homicide detectives. The main function is to investigate matters relating to homicide. In this particular matter at hand, Honorable Chair, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions issued a directive directing the IPOA to investigate the matter and forward the file to his office for his further police advice. Under the circumstances, Honorable Chair, we may not conduct parallel investigations because already IPOA is investigating this matter. And as you can recall, also there was a High Court ruling giving IPOA the exclusive mandate to investigate matters relating to complaints against police. So that's why, even in some of the obvious questions, we were not comfortable answering them. And if we start our own investigations, by now we'll have been very far, Honorable Chair. But let's leave it for IPOA to...
It will be coming immediately after you.
Then there was the aspect of the documentations as asked by Honorable Kaluma. The documentations are many, and I would request that we be given time to compile all those documentations.
Interested with that one, so that we don't miss it out. But I think you had made it a point. Kangara, then we go to Wafalo.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll also be very fast.
Chair, just a short follow-up. DCI. The question, Chair.
Give him time, yes.
It was just on the same point, so there would be no point, Chair, to repeat, to come back. The question of investigation, I believe the DPP did not instruct you not to carry out the investigation. And according to the law, the National Police Service Act and the Constitution, the Constitution gives IPOA the power to initiate on its own or on direction an investigation. But at the same time, it allows even parallel investigation. And I think there are cases you can confirm which have been done on a parallel basis, especially because you have the capacity to investigate homicide. So I think that bit maybe is something that, as far as this committee is concerned, to get to the truth, it's important you use the power you have to investigate the homicide.
Thank you, Honorable, for that question. We have cases in point, Honorable Chair. Before I was appointed the DCI, I was the Director, Internal Affairs Unit. And the main mandate of the IAU is to investigate complaints against. And we will investigate cases. I remember I investigated a murder allegedly committed by police officers in Kisii. But when we were at the middle of the investigation, the DPP directed that we forward the file to IPOA to take over the investigations. So that is the kind of parallel investigations we are trying to avoid. And for this particular case, it was very clear, in as much as it is a mandate, the DPP directed IPOA to investigate the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, two straight questions, Chair. One is that when Eliud Langat reported the matter to DCI, after your investigations, you arrested one Kevin Moinde. And it is Moinde now who mentioned 4 other people. Can you tell us why you decided out of the 4 people who were arrested by Moinde to arrest Albert Ojwang and not the other 3? Can you also tell us at what stage Kevin Moinde was released from custody? The other one, I think probably Masara was talking about the same. This matter was reported on 4th. A team was formed on the same day. You went and got a statement from Eliud the same day. You wrote to CAK the same day. They replied the same day, and the following day you're already in Kisii to do the arrest. Yes, can you tell us why? And that's why I think Masara was asking about the timing, because the events and the following being done in the same day is definitely questionable. The last one is that from the report by the IG, OB number 09/08/06/2025 at 1:39 hours is the OB that released Albert from the police to be taken to Magadi at 1:39 hours. The same OB, according to DCI, is the OB that reported at 1:35 that Ojwang was kicking walls. But the same OB number, from what you have told us. I'm sure it's in the Hansard. 0908062025 at 1:35, he was kicking walls in the cells. The same OB in the report that you have given us, 0908062025 at 1:39, is what released him from the police cells. Can you get a clarification, probably, Chair? And also because DCI was reading verbatim from the electronic OB, can you also get the OB that now released him from the police cell to be taken to Magadi? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am acting on behalf of the complainant, who is the Member of Parliament representing the deceased. And it is coming at a time when, firstly, is to mention that this death has really attracted the wrath of the entire nation. Coming at a time when the IG himself, in the course of his vetting, undertook to uphold the highest integrity within the police service. And you are actually blunt enough to say that there will be no more abductions and no more wanton killings. Bwana IG, either your office or your officers have already walked back on this promise that you made to the country. Is somebody sabotaging your work, or it is the directive and part of your modus operandi within the police service, where you are taking us back to the police force which the new constitution ran away from? And I've got a few questions. At whose behest was the murder committed? Who was going to benefit from the death of this young person? Because the evidence so far, indicated so far is that it is the police that perhaps committed the murder, or it was done within the precincts of the police station. So who was going to benefit out of the death of such an innocent young person? The other question, because I'm acting on behalf of the complainant, we would want to know what action has been taken so far, apart from interdicting police officers who are actually out there doing whatever they can to either subvert justice or to come up with artificial barricades to prevent IPOA from conducting an impartial, comprehensive investigation. And let me not turn tribal, but we all live in this country. What is the nexus between a Mr. Sigei, a Mr. Korir, a Mr. Talam, and the name that keeps on coming up at the DIG, Mr. Talam? What do they share in common? That all these names are all involved into this issue around the death of Albert. Oh, Langat, the DIG. So I want to know what they share in common. And the autopsy has also revealed what killed the young man, contrary to the assertion of the police that he committed suicide. If the police is as white as they would want us to believe, why lie? At the very least, when this matter came up, has the police unit visited the family to commiserate with them and to assure them of an impartial probe over this matter? Or because he's just a 20-something-year-old boy whose father does not attract any national acclaim, it can be let to pass? I want to give credit to the police for a very swift investigation they carried out when we lost our colleague. and in the next 1 day or 2 days, somebody was appearing before the court of law on this matter, perhaps because he's just a small person. This is the 5th day without any action. The 5th day, and the suspects are known. Their names have been shared publicly. So why? Why the silence at such a critical moment? And again, the CCTV footage, we are told, was deleted, particularly on the times that are under probe. Why would the police delete a CCTV footage if they have no role to play in the death? Why? Those are the questions I'd wanted to ask on behalf of the complainant. I think it's very crucial questions.
And lastly, because members, we have to finish so that we can allow the rest. I think you did.
Chair, the one I asked was just a follow-up to what you raised, Chair.
Okay, so what do you have
Give
to
me
say?
just an opportunity to ask one question. Chair, I want to ask the question, who authorized or gave orders for Ojwang, the late, to be moved from Homa Bay to Nairobi? It's a crucial question if we can clarify. I just want to ask.
I think it's not really, the question should have been, why move him to Nairobi? I think we have our police stations all over the country. Wasn't it enough DIG or DCI to have the suspect, Ojwang or any other, being interrogated in Homa Bay? Wasn't it enough? I think that is...
Chair, the question I asked is who authorized? The why is also another question, but the one I've asked, Chair, is who ordered that the suspect?
Sure
because, Chair, a question has arisen.
No, I'm asking,
yes,
because you kind of presume that it must have been the interrogation and the arrest, even, should have been in Homa Bay, right?
Yeah, I agree with you, Chair. The framing may be different. Thank you,
So
Chair.
your point is, you've made your point. Vice Chair? Those ones, we should be winding up and try to capture every member's question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The issue of who authorized the movement of the late Albert Ojwang from Homa Bay to Nairobi. That movement did not require any authority from anybody. It was just an operational, tactical decision that can be made by any investigating officer. If a person is assaulted for an offense of, or a person is arrested for an offense of assault in Garissa, and that person is supposed to be moved to Nairobi, the IO would not require any authority from anybody. Our standing orders are very, very clear. Our guides to investigations are very, very clear. So, Honorable Chair, these are just tactical issues that does not require any specific instructions. We were treating the issue of the late Albert Ojwang just like any other. Actually, it was just, I even learned of his arrest the following day when I heard this fellow was dead. Yeah.
To add on that one, didn't you have facilities in Homa Bay to have him recorded, interrogated there?
Correct. Yeah, but it was not all about interrogation. It was all about arresting and processing him before court. And Honorable Chair, the complaint was made here in Nairobi. Yeah, so that is why. In terms of the efficiency and the speed at which we handle this matter, I really liked the observation by the Honorable member there that it took us almost 3 days to investigate the murder of Honorable Charles Were. And we were very efficient. And we were able to apprehend all the suspects. And we used the same speed, the same zeal, and the same efficiency to make sure that these other culprits are also arrested. So, yeah, so I think that somehow answers your question. So.
But Chair, is he confirming that the suspects have been arrested? Are you saying that the suspects over Ojwang's murder have been arrested, or you are talking about Ongondo Were's?
No, the question was about what was the agency about expediting the DIG Langar's case. And what I'm saying is, and like I said, there wasn't any preferential treatment. The same energy, the same efficiency that we used to investigate the late Honorable Were's murder case is the same speed that we have used to investigate the complaint of cyber made to us by the DIG KPS. And like I said, Honorable Chair, it's not the first time that the DCI is expediting cases. We have resolved several other cases, similar cases in the past with the same speed. So, and that of DIG Lagat is one among the many statistics and the cases that the DCI was able to resolve expeditiously. Thank you.
When the other three are still... The other three
Go on. Go on. Okello's question. Try to do it under 2 minutes, then Kangara. I think Kangara was it was the issue of time again. There will be. And I think members, I did ruled that on the issue of OB and the entire sequence, we are going to be provided. It's okay, we'll extract it from the record. They're going to provide the entire record from OB, from the sequence. It will form part of our findings and observation in our report writings. So go on, please. We must be finishing this in 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. The questions from Honorable Okello. Why are we still having abductions? So when I was here before this committee, when I was being vetted, I was very, very clear in my mind that I will operate within the frameworks of the law. And let me also state this. I feel a lot of pain for losing that young man. I feel the pain the parents of that man feels. Because I'm also a parent. And for that reason, we want those investigations done quickly, and those who have committed the offense to have their time is directed by the laws of this land. On abductions, every case reported to us, to the National Police Service, on missing persons we investigate them with the same seal. The DCI, as we speak now, he has a team specifically set aside to deal with all the cases of missing cases reported to the National Police Service throughout the Republic of Kenya for whatever reason, including self-abductions. They are all investigated with the same seal. So what I'm trying to say to this honorable committee, honorable chair, the National Police Service will never, at any given time, allow for those abductions, and every case of reported missing person must be investigated to its logical conclusion. However long it takes, we must investigate to its logical conclusion. That is what I would like to report to this committee and the promise to the people of Kenya. There was this question on why was this particular murder committed. And number two, who is it that was going to benefit on the scene? Or simply, what was the motive? This subject matter is currently being investigated by IPOA so that they can tell us why was this murder committed, or what was the motive of doing this. All of us here, the people of Kenya, including these committee members, we are looking forward to getting those answers, and I am sure at the end of the day they are going to come out very, very, very clear.
I asked about visiting the family to commiserate with them.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. That is something that we had already planned to do this afternoon. And if we could have been through this, I had my team. We have already, sent our message of condolences to the family. And I have said, all of us here, we are parents, and we feel the pains. We feel that pain that the parent is feeling. And for that reason, we'll also be together with them and condole with the family, because we are part of this society, and we feel the loss. So, thank you very much here. That is what we would like to submit.
Thank you very much, Chairman. IG, I believe you are before this committee because we oversight you. We give you resources, both to look after the police and also to make Kenya a safe place. And in this particular case, the issue of Albert Ojwang is a person who died when he was the guest of the state, which should never have happened. And what we must discourage all of those who are under you is this thing of blue code of silence. When a crime is committed, it is a crime. We cannot look the other way. Imagine Albert could have been my son or your son, or any of you uniformed officers' sons, and would have felt the same pain, or even more. So I have just about 3 questions. The first one is, what was the instruction to the arresting officers who were sent to Homa Bay? And was there a warrant of arrest? The second question is the idea of Mr. Talam accepting over the phone for a suspect to be incarcerated in his cells. Is it normal? Or it should be in a way that he vigorously interrogates that particular suspect is both physically and mentally stable to allow him in his cells. My third question is, after the autopsy, we now know that this young man met his death through a head injury, neck pressure, strangulation, multiple superficial injuries. This committee gives money to DCI for homicide investigation so that those who are culpable are brought before the court of law. And if you tell us we have given it to IPOA, are you not telling us that we should actually give that money to IPOA, not yourselves? My final question is on this issue of Central Police. Central Police is at the heart of the city of Nairobi, with a population going to 5-6 million. And it is the most important station in Kenya. Why do we have a chief inspector who runs the Central Police? Yet all other officers in Nairobi, you'll find the IG, the DIG, all the senior officers are in Nairobi. For him to be able to not take instruction from any other person, it means the the OCS in Nairobi must be senior enough to even reject orders that come from any direction which he or she believes that it is unlawful or he's not comfortable. So are you thinking about that Central Police in terms of command and control? Thank you, Chairman.
To respond to those ones. I think I did make a ruling on the issue of the missing gaps or the gray area on the OB and the sequence.
About OB, I asked 4 questions.
What about
and none of them was answered. They should have the questions.
Which ones?
Sorry?
Which ones?
I asked even when Kevin was released from prison, the Moinde person. You did not get that kind of an answer. Huh? Right? Yes, I talked about the OB.
I don't know. I think I said on the issue of the sequence, they will provide what they have. On what is missing, it's
Kenyans are watching, Chair. They should just be able to answer these questions. Yes.
Just a straightforward.
This is a straightforward question, Honorable Chair. Like I said, we'll be able to share with the committee all the documentations relating to the complaint filed by the DIG KPS, the OB entry relating to the arrest of Muinde and the release of Muinde, that's escaping, the OB entry relating to the arrest of the late Albert Ojwang, all the way from Homa Bay, and the entry here, and all the other relevant documentations we are going to avail.
To the last questions?
While there, While on the question of what were the instructions given to the officers who proceeded to Homa Bay, the TOR was very clear that a complaint has been filed by a complainant, and their mandate is to investigate the complaint and take appropriate action. Those are basically the instructions given to the officers. As to whether there was a warrant of arrest, the typology of the offense that we are dealing with does not fall under that category, Honorable Chair. It is a cognizable offense. Cognizable offenses are offenses where a police officer can arrest a person without a warrant, and the police are also empowered to investigate. So it was a cognizable offense. As regards the homicide, yes, we have a very, very vibrant, robust, and efficient Directorate of Homicide within the National Police Service. And the public can attest to it for the cases that they investigated. They were able to investigate those cases very, very professionally and apprehended the killers. They were involved in the investigation of the late Honorable Were's matter and several other high-profile cases. Note that, Honorable Chair, we don't have the capacity. We have the capacity. We have the willpower. We are willing to investigate, even if directed today. But somehow, when it comes to deaths of prisoners in police custody, and in order to avoid conflict of interest, the ODPP had in its own wisdom directed that this particular case relating to Albert Ojwang be investigated by the Independent Police Officer Authority. And Honorable Chair, I've also cited the ruling, High Court ruling recently, stating very clearly that all cases involving complaints against police officers, even the Internal Affairs Unit, cannot investigate. And these were issues we have been discussing very, very seriously. That particular ruling, how does it place even the DCI and even the functions of the National Police Service? An order barring us from investigating complaints against police. If a police officer today commits an act of forgery, does it mean the DCI cannot investigate that case? So these are small issues that I'm sure we'll be able to surmount. But like I said, we have the capacity and the capability to investigate this particular case with a lot of efficiency. But due to the reasons cited, Honorable Chair, we will rather allow the EPOA to continue with that investigation. But we shall support them where they feel that they want any support from the Homicide Department or the DCI. We are ready and willing to support them anytime. Thank you.
Now that brings me to the very first question about the role and of the Internal Affairs units, and I've seen them in. Maybe they can just add a voice. Have you done anything so far to this end in regards to what is under investigation?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Just like the DCI has said, we wish to comply with first the High Court ruling and the directive by the DPP to have EPOA investigate this matter. However, on the evolution of the unit can come in and investigate. The findings and recommendations are usually forwarded to the Office of the Inspector General, and the recommendations may touch on the crime committed or the misconduct of the police officer. And
give us on the mandate. We're asking, in this particular case, have you played any role to this end?
So far, not yet.
Chair. So you have delegated all roles to IPOA?
Chair.
Okay.
Chair, can IPOA secure scene of crime if the police officer are not involved? Who is securing the scene of crime? That cell where there was blood, who is securing it? IPOA doesn't have a cell. They are outsiders to the police station. Who is securing the scene?
Point of order, Chair. We have to, members, to close this. We have IPOA coming in, and we have to write a report. So, members, kindly, I think we have gathered enough, at least to guide us. So just finish.
Chair.
Members, please.
Chair, it was not a question, Chair. It's just a very interesting situation, Chair. What you have asked about the Internal Affairs Unit and now the court order, does that mean now the Internal Affairs Unit should be disbanded because they can't do anything?
Please, members, your last response and remarks, so that I guide on what we are going to do.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable members. As the DCI has said, we have got the willpower, the capacity, and what it takes to investigate all criminal cases. However, on this one, there is that direction because highly suspected that police might have committed that offense. Then the IPOA to
investigate the suspects and the victims.
Yes. Then on the Central Police Station issue, why is it that Central Police Station is, in terms of command and control, is the Chief Inspector? Now, Honorable Chair, in all our stations, if you look at the command and control hierarchy, police stations are managed by chief inspectors. But on top of them, we have got the supervisors who are the sub-county police commanders, the OCPD. And in the case of Central Police Station, the OCPD and the OCS, that is the station and the divisional commander's office, they are housed in the same unit. Then on top of that, we have the county commander, county police commander within a county. However, in Nairobi, we do have a regional commander taking care of the entire Nairobi because of its peculiarities. But all of them are within hard reach. So meaning, the OCS must do what belongs to the OCS because it is in black and white and it is well guided. If he has any problem, he will consult his superior, who is in this case the divisional commander, and so forth and so forth. If there are major issues, the regional police commander is also there to be consulted. And if the regional police commander has issues, he can now consult the entire hierarchy. So that is how it is, and the OCS has actually been doing its work as required.
Yes. Wind up.
Honorable Chair. The question raised as to the processing of the scene, the power regulations allow the officer commanding police station to secure the scene before they come and take over. As regards the instructions, I want to make this very clear, Honorable Chair, that the officer commanding police station, Central Police Station, was not giving any instructions from any quarters. He was only notified as a matter of procedure, but not given any instructions to accept a prisoner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, IG and DCI. Members,
Chair, when do they intend to arrest the other people who were mentioned with Albert?
So we have to bring this to a close, and so that we have IPOA come in. So I want to guide us as follows. And one, you provide all the documents that you've been making reference to, or of course reading, to include, and not limited to the digital OB, the report from Mbagathi Hospital. Yeah. And you're whispering. So I've said the OB digital, the one actually we have been making a lot of reference to, the Mbagathi Hospital report, the doctor's report regarding the death of the late the Albert, and in the issue, of course, also the report. There is the one you had already provided earlier. I'm giving blow by blow on the sequence of events until the victim was brought to their cells. We need to provide that. And of course, in case of any further information that we may require from you, you should be ready to provide as soon as possible. And I think that is what we can also go and you had promised Kenyans and promised us that you're going to cooperate with the IPOA. And IG, I should make this one very clear. I mean, I think Kenyans have spoken. Our constitution is very clear. And even the president, on several occasions, including even yesterday, made it very clear that the issue of extrajudicial killing is not anything that we are going to condone in any way. And this should be very clear and loud. And under our watch, we are not going to allow it to happen. And you took an oath. It is this committee that did interview, and we are so categorical and very specific on this issue. We have the law, a supreme law of the land, and it's very clear on the procedures of any suspect on how they should be handled. And we are a country that is governed by laws. So we are going to release you. Our team is going to conduct you in case of any clarification that we need. So thank you so much. Maybe you can say a word and we allow you to leave. But hand over the reports, all the files. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair, Honorable Chair, and honorable members. Let me take this opportunity to, first of all, congratulate the committee for actually assembling so that we can be able to tell the Kenyans about this issue. Number two, as I've said there before, I'm looking forward to the conclusion of this matter by getting those who did commit the heinous act of murder against one Albert Ojwang. And number three, we are ready to provide all the necessary documents to enable this committee also compile your reports. To those few remarks, I say thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. You are free to leave. And Sergeant, you prepare the report to come in.
Naam, bila shaka mtazamaji, hapo ni moja kwa moja katika vikao vya kamati ya bunge la usalama, hapo ambapo wamekuwa kidadisi swala zima linalofungamana na mauaji tata ya mwanablogu Albert Ojwang, kikao ambacho kimekuwa kikiongozwa na Gabriel Togoyo, mwenyekiti wa kamati hiyo ya bunge kuhusiana na masuala ya usalama. Tunafahamu fika kwamba waliofika mbele ya kamati hiyo ni pamoja na DCI ama mkuu wa idara ya upelelezi wa jinai ambaye ni Amin Mohamed. Tumekuwa na vile vile Douglas Kanja ambaye ndiye inspector generali wa polisi, na vile vile Gilbert Masengeli ambaye ni naibu inspector generali wa polisi, wakiulizwa maswali yanayofungamana na swala zima la kifo tatanishi chake mwanablogu Albert Ojwang. Bila shaka ni mdahalo ambao umekuwa ukiendelea, swala ambalo limekuwa likiibua hisia mseto kutoka kwa sekta mbalimbali. Kumbuka hapo jana vile vile wakuu hao wa usalama wakiongozwa na waziri wa usalama Kipchumba Murkomen walikuwa mbele ya seneti pale wakidadisiwa kuhusiana na swala hilo zima. Ni mojawapo zile taarifa mtazamaji ambazo tunazipa uzito kwenye taarifa zetu, lakini kwa sasa mtazamaji, kumbuka vile vile tuko na swala zima la bajeti mwaka 2025-2026. Hivyo basi tuko papa hapa, tuko ange. Na mtazamaji, ni siku nzito, mengi yanaendelea katika taifa letu la Kenya, kando na bajeti ya kitaifa ambayo tunaitarajia vile ulivyoona hapo, baadhi ya wakuu wa usalama wakiwa mbele ya kamati ya bunge kuhusiana na masuala ya usalama. Tuko na maandamano mtazamaji vile katikati ya jiji la Nairobi, ni maandamano yanayofungamana vile na kutaka haki tendeke kuhusiana na kifo cha mwanablogu Albert Ojwang, na hivyo basi tunapiga jicho letu maeneo yale katikati ya jiji vile katika jengo la Wizara ya Fedha pale, na bila shaka tunafahamu kwamba waziri wa fedha ambaye ni John Mbadi yuko tayari kuwa anatembea. Ni matembezi ambayo hufanyika kila mwaka na atakuwa anaelekea katika majengo ya bunge, lakini majenzi ama wanaharakati ni makundi ambayo yanafanya maandamano yakitaka haki itendeke kwa mwanablogu Albert Ojwang. Tuko na picha za moja kwa moja hapo unaviona kwenye runinga yako. Hao ni baadhi ya wanaharakati vijana mtazamaji, wale ambao wanaonyesha hamaki zao kufuatia mauaji hayo tata ya mwanablogu Albert Ojwang. Kila mmoja anataka kujua ni kwa nini kufikia sasa mtazamaji, kwa mfano hakuna yeyote ambaye amefikishwa kotini ama mahakamani kuhusiana na swala hilo. Tumejua masuala yameibuka pale katika kamati ile ya bunge kuhusiana na masuala ya usalama, na hivyo basi tutakuwa tunasubiri kwenda mbele iwapo kutakuwa na majibu mtazamaji, manake kile ambacho kinaonekana ni kwamba ni maswali mengi ambayo yanahitaji majibu. Lakini niko na jopo langu hapa studioni kuchanganua kwa kiduchu tu makadirio ya bajeti mwaka 2025 2026 mtazamaji. Bajeti ya kitita cha trilioni 4.23 mtazamaji, ni bajeti kubwa zaidi kuwahi kushuhudiwa humu nchini, na siko peke yangu hapa studioni. Bila shaka mengi yanapoendelea pale katikati ya jiji la Nairobi, niko na wageni wangu hapa ambao tutakuwa tunadadisi nao swala zima la bajeti na mengine mengi ambayo yanaendelea humu nchini, hususan hayo maandamano yanayofungamana na haki kutaka kutendeka kwa mwanablogu Albert Ojwang ambaye alifariki kwenye mikono ya maafisa wa usalama. Lakini hapa studioni mtazamaji tuko na John Kinuthia. Huyu ni naibu mkurugenzi mkuu wa Bajeti Hub. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Umeona vile mengi yanajitokeza katika maeneo mbalimbali.
Na pia ni vizuri kujua kwamba leo tunazungumzia mambo ya bajeti pia. Lakini mambo yote ambayo tunaangalia katika televisheni leo, bajeti inahusika kwa njia moja ama nyingine.
Na vile mswada wa bajeti mwaka 2025 ambao utakuwa unaelekezwa pale bungeni leo mwishoni mwa mwezi, tutakuwa tunazungumzia hilo. Vile mtazamaji tuko na Luchetu Likaka. Huyu ni mchanganuzi wa masuala ya utawala. Fahari nyingine tena kuwa nayo bwana Luchetu Likaka, karibu sana.
Asante sana. Nashukuru kuwa hapa na ni vyema kwamba tuweze kuyanena mawili matatu kulingana na mchakato mzima wa bajeti na yale ambayo yanaendelea kwenye taifa.
Tukiwa katika hilo pengine kabla tuzamie swala zima la bajeti, pengine tuangalie yale ambayo yametokea kufungamana na kifo chake Albert Ojwang. Tumeona pale bungeni maswali mengi yanaibuka. Jana seneti vile tuliona. Leo waandamanaji wameamua hiyo bajeti basi tafadhali kidogo itulize, lakini sisi tunataka haki.
Ni vyema kwamba haya masuala ya kifo cha Albert yatiliwe maanani kwa sababu tuko na historia ambayo ni chungu, kwa sababu tulipoteza vijana wengi mwaka uliopita na ni kama wakati kama huu tena. Kifo hiki kinatokea wakati ambao ni mbaya sana, wakati ambao tunatarajia bajeti kusomwa na kuona kwamba Albert ameuliwa kwa mikono ya vyombo vya dola. Ni vyema kutilia maanani kwamba haya yaweze kuzingatiwa na haki iweze kutendeka, na ndio hivyo pengine kutuliza nyoyo za Wakenya, kwa sababu swala hili heri likome na pengine kifo cha Albert kiwe cha mwisho, kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna Mkenya mwingine ambaye atapoteza maisha yake hasa kwa kituo cha polisi ama kwa mikono ya polisi.
Sijui ni yapi ambayo yamekugusa kuhusiana na yale ambayo yanajitokeza kuhusiana na kifo chake Albert Ojwang. Tumeona pale bungeni kwa mfano hawa wakuu wa usalama wakiulizwa ni kwa nini hakuna mtu yote ambaye amefikishwa mahakamani. Ingekuwa ni wakati wa mtu mwingine, saa hizi kuna watu wangekuwa tayari mahakamani.
Ni jambo la hofu kwa Mkenya yoyote kupoteza maisha yake wakati yuko katika mikono ya serikali. Na nafikiria katika nchi yoyote ya kidemokrasia maswali kama hayo ni muhimu yaulizwe na yapatikane majibu kwa haraka. Na ni vizuri kwamba Wakenya wamejitokeza kuhakikisha kwamba wanauliza maswali hayo, na yale mambo ambayo tunaona bungeni ni kielelezo kwamba demokrasia yetu inaendelea kukua, kwa sababu wananchi wanaweza uliza maswali na wakuu ambao wanasimamia mambo ya usalama wanaweza itwa bungeni kujibu maswali. Ni jambo zuri kwa demokrasia.
Pengine kwa swala linalofungamana na bajeti, hata japo hatujaingia mzima, tunafahamu kwamba hili swala linaonekana swala la wanablogu mitandaoni, kwa mfano swala ambalo lilianza kuibuka hususan wakati wa maandamano ya kizazi cha Gen Z mwaka jana, na tunaona kwamba kuna kitita cha bajeti ukiangalia makadirio ya bajeti ya mwaka huu, ili tu kukuchunguza mimi na wewe Luchetu Likaka tunafanya nini, tunaandika nini pale. Sijui tuzungumzie hilo kwa mfano. Haya ni muhimu, na hata tunapoona mwanablogu kama huyu kwa mfano, yeye alijaribu pengine kujieleza, uhuru wa kujieleza unaenda wapi hata tunaposonga mbele kwa mfano?
Ni la kushangaza kwangu kuona kwamba serikali inatilia maanani hasa swala la kuweza kutuchunguza ile social media na ile pesa ambazo wanajaribu kuweka kule milioni 150 hivi. Je, ikiwa tutabadili maadili yetu, hatuhitaji uchunguzi? Na naona kuna ile ambaye kwa kimombo nitasema disconnect kati ya serikali ama wale viongozi ambayo ni wazee kiasi na Gen Z. Kisasi kilichopo kwa sasa hakitaweza kudhibitiwa kwa makali ambayo serikali inavyoona, kwa sababu kuna tofauti kubwa kati ya baba zetu na babu zetu na vijana ambao sasa ni wadogo hawa. Na ni muhimu serikali kuanza kufikiria vipi itaegeza kwa kuhakikisha kwamba sekta kama hizi za vijana zinatumika vizuri, kuliko kuegemea mahali ambao unafanya kwamba utawachunguza kwenye social media. Kumaanisha hata hii serikali iliyopo kwa sasa iko na wasiwasi na masuala ya vijana. Na ndio hivi inaanza kuelekea kwamba wacha tuweke pesa hapa tuwachunguze, kuwakandamiza kiasi fulani. Na je, uhuru wa kujieleza, uhuru wa wanahabari na hali nzima ya dijitali na dunia nzima elekea kwenye masuala ya digital. Kumaanisha lazima tubadili vile tunavyoangalia mwelekeo wa kitaifa, na hasa hata makadirio yetu upande wa mambo tunazingatia kwa sasa.
Muhimu sana. Pengine tunapozamia hii bajeti, ni bajeti kubwa zaidi kuwahi kusomwa, kitita cha shilingi trilioni 4.23 hivi, na tunamwona tayari Waziri John Mbadi pale anajiandaa. Sijui wewe kwako unapoangalia bajeti hii ni nini hasa kinajitokeza? Ni bajeti ambayo itafadhiliwa kivipi, ama tena ni kurudi kwa mtoza ushuru mimi na wewe tuwe tunaifadhili bajeti? Itakuwaje hapa?
Ni bajeti kubwa kweli. Bajeti ya trilioni 4 ni bajeti kubwa. Na nafikiria kwamba serikali imekuwa ikifikiria jinsi ya kupata pesa, kuweza kuhakikisha kwanza bajeti hiyo inaweza tekelezwa. Lakini ukiangalia miaka iliyopita inatupatia picha kidogo ya jinsi mambo yamekuwa katika ile hali ya kujaribu kuokota zile fedha tunahitaji. Na bajeti hii inajaribu kuokota zaidi ya trilioni 3 pesa hapa nchini, na pia kuna pengo ambalo litagharamiwa kwa kuhakikisha kwamba tunaendelea kuomba hapa na pale. Lakini ukiangalia katika miaka iliyopita tumekuwa hatufikii yale malengo ya zile fedha ambazo tunaweza kuokota hapa nchini. Na ukiangalia pia zile fedha ambazo tunapanga kuokota kwa mwaka ambao unakuja, trilioni 2.75, kiasi kikubwa tu cha pesa hizo kitatumika kulipa madeni. Kwa kila shilingi 10, shilingi 6 zitatumika kulipa madeni. Nabaki na shilingi 4 kwa shilingi 10 kufanya mambo yale mengine ya msingi. Hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba lazima tutaendelea kuomba kwa kiasi kikubwa, na mwaka huu pengo ni zaidi ya bilioni 876. Hiyo ni kuambia kwamba bado kama serikali itaendelea kwenda katika sehemu fulani humo nchini na nje ya nchi kujaribu kupata pesa hizo. Kwa hivyo bado tuko mahali pagumu kwa sababu ya ile hali ya madeni ambayo tuko nayo, na pia ukiangalia katika hali ya kuokota pesa hapa nchini kutoka kwa ushuru, serikali imekuwa na kazi ngumu kujaribu kufikia malengo yale. Kwa hivyo CS Mbadi yuko na kazi ngumu kuhakikisha kwamba tunaweza kupata bajeti ya trilioni 4.23 na kupata fedha za kuweza kuitekeleza vilivyo.
Bila shaka kibarua kipo. Kabla tuzungumzie hilo Luchetu Likaka, pengine tuendelee kuona namna rifio kwamba kwa sasa tunafahamu kwamba kuna hayo maandamano, lakini upande ule mwingine na rifio kwamba waziri wa fedha ambaye ni John Mbadi sasa anataka kuanza yale matembezi ya kirasmi. Mtazamaji, ilivyo ada, atakuwa anatembea kutoka majengo pale ya Wizara ya Fedha hadi katika majengo ya bunge. Ni hatua chache tu mtazamaji kutoka maeneo yale, na kumbuka kuna vile vile kawaida ilivyo atakuwa anabeba kile kijisanduku ambacho kinaashiria kitita cha fedha hizo. Mtazamaji, sarakasi kidogo pale, lakini ni katika majengo ya Wizara ya Fedha. Upande ule mwingine mkabala tunaona maandamano ya vijana, maandamano ya wanaharakati, maandamano ya jamaa tu wa Albert Ojwang wako pale wamechacha kweli kweli, manake wanataka kile ambacho ni haki tendeke. Kumbuka mtazamaji, maandamano sawia na haya yalikuwa yanashuhudiwa mwaka jana wakati wa kupinga mswada wa fedha mwaka 2025, mwaka 2020 na mwaka 2024, mwaka 2025, na tunayashuhudia leo hii. Kwa hivyo hapa kuna mambo ambayo yanafungamana moja kwa moja. Sijui Luchetu Likaka, hata tunapomsubiri waziri Mbadi kutoka majengo yale ili tufuatilie yanayotokea, sijui pengine kwa madhumuni ya mtazamaji, hii bajeti mswada wa fedha mwaka 2025 ambao utakuwa kuja baada ya kusoma kwa bajeti hii inafungamana vipi, na pengine huenda tukashuhudia tena hali kama ile ilishuhudiwa mwaka jana, ama ushuru umejificha ndani, itakuwaje hapa?
Tunasema kwamba huenda tusitarajie maandamano makubwa kama ilivyokuwa mwaka uliopita, kwa sababu wakati huu serikali imetengeneza bajeti ambayo nitaita kwa kimombo conservatory, ama ile bajeti ambayo hawataka kuleta makali waziwazi, kwa sababu bajeti iliyopita ni kwamba walikuwa na ushuru ambao ulikuwa wameongeza na ulikuwa unajitokeza waziwazi. Wakati huu ushuru haujitokezi waziwazi, isipokuwa kuna mabadiliko kadhaa ambao ukiangalia kule ndani pengine yataleta gharama baadaye, kwa sababu ya baada ya kujadili mswada mzima kuna mapendekezo kadhaa ambayo inatakiwa ifanywe, kama yale ambayo yanaondoa msamaha wa ushuru ambao uliokuepo, na hapo pengine basi kutaleta ushuru mpya ambao uende utaleta gharama iende juu. Swala lingine ni kwamba kwenye bajeti hii utaona kwamba ndio vile kakangu amesema tunasanya kama trilioni 2.7, na tatizo kubwa ni kwamba mbona tusifanye bajeti ambayo tuna uwezo ya kuidhibiti? Mbona tusiishi kulingana na gharama iliyopo? Mbona sasa hivi tunaangalia bajeti ambayo tunatarajia kuwa na deficit ambayo ni bilioni 800? Hapo kunakuwa na wasiwasi kidogo. Swala lingine ambalo naona pengine waziri ataweza kukuzia ni kwamba sekta ambazo ni za kusalisha, sekta ambazo kwa mfano kilimo, elimu na afya, ni vipi ameweza kutilia maanani masuala haya ili kuhakikisha kwamba anamwezesha mwananchi wa kawaida aweze kunawiri, kwa sababu kama taifa linaloendelea inatakiwa tutumie 30% kwa development ama maendeleo, na tuweze kutumia 10% kwa kilimo kulingana na ile Maputo Declaration ambayo iliyopo kwa mataifa ya African Union. Lakini kuangalia kwenye bajeti yetu tutaona kwamba maendeleo yametengewa kama 17% hivi, ambao unaona kwamba ni tatizo kubwa. Bajeti tulionayo ni ile bajeti ya kugharamia gharama ya maisha tulionayo, lakini si kuleta maendeleo. Hapo ndio naona kuna wasiwasi kiasi.
Naam, bila shaka mtazamaji, hizo ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka majengo ya Wizara ya Fedha. Huyo ni Waziri John Mbadi. Ni hali ambayo huwa ya kawaida kama ibada kila siku ya bajeti. Huyo ndiye mtu ambaye macho yote sasa yanamulika kwake. Kumbuka mtazamaji, anashikilia kapu lote la taifa pale. Tunaona hii ni ile picha kwa kawaida ambayo sasa itakuwa inapigwa pale kirasmi kabla ya kusimama vile vile na baadhi ya wale ambao ni baadhi ya wahusika wakuu ama wafanyakazi pale. Huyo ni naibu wake vile vile katibu katika wizara ile ya fedha. Kisha baadaye tutakuwa tunaona wakifululiza moja kwa moja hadi katika majengo ya bunge. Kumbuka hapo mtazamaji, ndio hao basi tunaona, na kwa kawaida vile vile kuna maridadi pale, kuna maua na hiki kijisanduku wengi uliza huwa kinabeba nini ndani. Pengine hatujui, sijui kama kina fedha, kina hizo shilingi trilioni 4.23. Sasa sijui, lakini mtazamaji, ndio hivyo basi. Hayo yamekuwa ni bajeti mwaka 2025 mwaka 2026, anavyosema hapa Luchetu Likaka na vile vile John Kinuthia. Hawa changanuzi wangu wanasema kwamba kibarua kipo. Waziri John Mbadi ako na kibarua kikubwa kuhakikisha kwamba atakuwa anafadhili hiyo bajeti ya kiasi cha shilingi trilioni 4.23. Kumbuka kuna uhaba ama nakisi ya kitita cha shilingi bilioni 8 ama bilioni 876 hapo. Je, hii bajeti itakuwa inatoka wapi? Huu ufadhili utakuwa unatoka wapi? Ni kuomba, ilhali tunafahamu kwamba Rais William Ruto alipokuwa akichukua mikoba ya utawala alisisitiza kwamba yeye utawala wake hautaki kuombaomba. Lakini sasa je, itakuwaje? Ni swala ambalo tutakuwa tunadadisi hapa kidogo na wachanganuzi. Vile vile kuna kitita cha shilingi trilioni 2.76 ambacho sasa Mbadi anafaa zingatie kutoka kwa halmashauri ya ukusanyaji ushuru nchini KRA. Sijui kama wamekuwa kifikia viwango vyao, lakini ni swala ambalo limekuwa likiibuka iwapo KRA wenyewe wanafikia yale mapato. Pengine ni kuhusishe Bwana John Kinuthia hapa. Unadhani pengine huu ufadhili wa hii bajeti utakuwa unatoka wapi? Hiki kitita cha shilingi trilioni 2.76, kuna hii nakisi ama deficit ya shilingi 876. Zitakuwa zinatoka wapi hizi fedha? Ama tena nikumuumiza Mkenya wa kawaida?
Serikali bado inapanga kujaribu kukusanya fedha nyingi humo nchini, ushuru, na pia kumbuka pia serikali pia huwa inapata pesa wakati tunalipia huduma fulani ambazo tunapata. Hata ni vizuri sema ukienda Huduma Center, zile pesa ambazo unalipa pale kupata huduma tofauti, pia ni pesa ambazo zinakuja kufuatilia serikali. Ukiangalia mwaka huu serikali inapanga kuongeza mapato ya zile pesa ambazo itaokota nchini kwa 7%. Kwa hivyo kuna yale maono kwamba KRA na zile mashirika mengine ya serikali kwamba yataongeza kile kipato. Lakini kama nilivyosema mbeleni ni kwamba ukiangalia miaka iliyopita, na wacha nitumie mwaka huu wa 2024-2025, ukiangalia katika zile huwa tunaita supplementary budget ama yale mabadilisho ambayo yanafanywa katika bajeti, utaona kwamba zile fedha ambazo serikali ilikuwa inapanga kuokota katika mwaka huu ilikuwa pia trilioni 2.7 na kitu. Lakini katika ile mabadilisho ambayo yalifanywa na hiyo supplementary ni kwamba iliteremsha makadirio hayo hadi trilioni 2.4. Hiyo ni kusema kwamba serikali imefikia mahali ambapo inajua hatuwezi fikia mambo hayo, hatuwezi fikia matarajio hayo, kwa hivyo tutapunguza. Kwa hivyo pia ni vizuri hata tukiangalia yale makadirio ambayo yanawekwa katika bajeti ya mwaka unaokuja, kujua kwamba pesa hizo inaweza kuwa pia ni shida kwa mashirika ya serikali kuweza kukusanya. Lakini ukiangalia ule upande mwingine pale ambalo mahali tuna pengo ni kwamba zile bilioni 876 lazima tuende tukaombe. Na kulingana na vile serikali inatarajia ni kwamba fedha nyingi za kujaza pengo hilo zitaombwa hapa nchini. Na kiasi fulani zaidi ya bilioni 200 zitaombwa kutoka nje ya nchi. Hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba lazima tufikirie kwa undani tutaomba kivipi. Kwa sababu kuomba si shida. Shida ni unapata deni la aina gani. Je, ni deni ambalo lina riba kubwa? Sababu hiyo ndio imekuwa shida moja kubwa kwa Kenya. Na jambo la pili, je, ni deni ambalo unapanga utaweza kulilipa kwa muda gani? Sababu unataka kupata deni ambalo utapata muda mrefu wa kulipa. Ndio usikuwe na mashida kama yale ambayo tulikuwa nayo wakati wa Eurobond. Kwa hivyo wakati waziri wa fedha anapanga mambo haya yote, ni kwamba kwa kila sehemu ya fedha ambazo wanapanga kukusanya kuna changamoto zake. Na tumeona kwamba katika miaka iliyopita changamoto hizo zimejitokeza na serikali imejaribu kujipanga, lakini tumekuwa tukiona yale mashida ambayo yamekuwa shida ambazo zimekuwa kwa fedha za kwenda kwenye serikali za gatuzi, shida ambazo zimekuwa kwa kulipa wafanyikazi. Tumeona migomo ya wafanyikazi hawajalipwa, kumaanisha kwamba ni vizuri yale ambayo tunaona kwenye karatasi hizi za bajeti, lakini wakati wa kutekeleza hapo ndo shida ipo.
Hapo ndio shida ipo. Pengine Luchetu Likana, tumeona waziri pale John Mbadi akiwa ameandamana na katibu wake Daktari Chris Kiptoo. Ndio ile ziara huwa ni mita ngapi? Mita 100 hivi kutoka pale hadi majengo ya bunge. Pengine kidogo tu, kuna umuhimu gani wa haya matembezi ambayo yamekuwa ya kawaida? Tuliona kuna wakati waziri, kama sijakosea, mmoja alikuwa, kuna wengine walikuwa naamua anaingia lile gari lile aina ya Passat, kuonyesha kwamba kidogo hapa kama wakumbuka, ina umuhimu gani na mwananchi wa kawaida na hii bajeti?
Dadangu, ile haiba ambayo wao wanafanya hasa kujaribu kuonyesha hivi ni kwamba yeye ni ametengeneza bajeti ya mwananchi wa kawaida ambaye anajaribu kwamba wakati huo tulimuona Uhuru Kenyatta akitumia ile gari akiwa waziri, tumeona wale wengine wakitumia gari, lakini tunaona mwaka uliopita wale wameanza kutembea kuhakikisha kwamba wanajaribu kuleta taswira kwamba ni bajeti ya mwananchi wa kawaida ambayo wanaenda kuisoma pale kwenye bunge. Ni taswira ambayo mara nyingi huwa inatukanganya kwa sababu yale ambayo yamebeba kwenye ule mkoba huwa si mambo ambayo ni rahisi, ambayo huenda katika yale matembezi yanajitokeza kwamba mwananchi wa kawaida, hii ni bajeti ya mtu wa kawaida, ni mtu wa chini, basi waziri aweze kutembea. Kwa sababu wakati huo Uhuru Kenyatta akifanya alisema kwamba wameona kwamba wapunguze gharama ya magari, na wakati huo wakaweza kupunguza kutoka kwa zile ambazo zilikuwa nyuzi 3,000 wakuja kwa nyuzi 2,000. Lakini tumeona sasa hivi hali ni hii ya kutembea. Lakini je, katika bajeti nzima wameshughulikia vipi mwananchi wa kawaida? Na tatizo kubwa ambalo tunaangalia kwenye hii bajeti ni kwamba kuna masuala fiche. Kwa sababu kuna ushuru ambao unaondolewa. Ukiangalia katika hiyo ibara 66A ambayo kuna msamaha fulani hapo wamepena kwa bidhaa kadha wa kadha. Huenda msamaha huu vile umeondolewa, basi gharama ya maisha kwa mwananchi wa kawaida unapotathmini bajeti nzima utaona kwamba kwa kuitekeleza basi kutakuwa na gharama kiasi. Na hapo naona kwamba ni wasiwasi kubwa, kwa sababu ukiangalia pembejeo, ukiangalia kwenye ile ambayo tunatumia kama input kwa upande wa agriculture, upande wa elimu, kuna vitu ambayo umeelekezwa pale kutakuwa na ushuru. Ingawaje serikali imejaribu kupanua mapano ya wale ambao wanatakiwa kulipa ushuru, wasiwasi uliopo ni kwamba je, hawa ambao wako na hali ya maisha ya chini basi wataathiriwa vibaya sana na hii bajeti. Huenda hii bajeti itaathiri watu kati ya milioni 2 na milioni 3 ikiwa kwamba huyo ushuru ambao ulikuwa umesamehewa basi msamaha umeweza kuondolewa.
Naam, bila shaka hayo ni matukio ya moja kwa moja ambayo yanatokea katikati ya jiji la Nairobi. Mengi kweli mtazamaji yanajitokeza leo hii. Tunaona kwamba upande huu mwingine, wapo unaona kwenye runinga yako, basi mtazamaji vile vile tuko na mwenyekiti wa halmashauri ya ukaguzi wa utendakazi wa polisi ambaye ni Isaac Hassan. Kumbuka ni mwenyekiti wa zamani wa tume huru ya IEBC, na leo hii yuko mbele ya kamati ile ya bunge kuhusiana na masuala ya usalama, kamati ambayo awali mtazamaji ilikuwa inamhoji ama inawahoji baadhi ya wakuu wa usalama wakiongozwa naye Mohamed Amin, na vile vile tulimuona DIG Douglas Kanja wakiwa pale. Vile vile unavyoona picha upande huu mwingine tuko naye waziri wa fedha ambaye anaelekea katika majengo ya bunge. Lakini kwa sasa nataka kwa kiduchu ni kupeleke kwa kamati ile ya bunge kuhusiana na masuala ya usalama, ili tuweze kusikiza pengine Isaac Hassan ambaye ndiye mwenyekiti wa ile IPOA ama halmashauri ya kuchunguza utendakazi wa polisi humu nchini, ana yapi ya kusema kuhusiana na mauaji tata yake Albert Ojwang, swala ambalo limeendelea kuibua hisia mseto humu nchini, swala ambalo hata leo unavyoona kwenye runinga yako kuna maandamano ambayo yanashuhudiwa. Tusikilize mtazamaji.
07:32:29 hours. That the post-mortem conducted on 10th of June revealed the cause of death as head injury due to blunt force trauma, neck compression, and multiple subcutaneous bruises all over the body. Of course, this disapproves the theory that he committed suicide by hitting his head against the wall. The post-mortem report showed that there was torture and killing of this man. Mr. Chairman, on the issue of whether there are disciplinary or criminal proceedings against officers involved, we are still conducting the investigations. We have not yet completed, but we are very close to. And I want to assure the committee, and through the committee to the public, that IPOA is not going to be used as a fire extinguisher to extinguish all fires which are generating from police misconduct. We are not going to be used as a cover-up. We are going to talk to everyone who was involved with this matter, get all the evidence, and recommend prosecution of anyone who is involved in this death, no matter their station. And I want to assure those who are in the police station as officers who are doing their work, they need to cooperate with IPOA and give us the full information. Otherwise, everyone, from the one who arrested him from Homa Bay up to the person who took him to the mortuary, are all going to be suspects of murder. The procedure and principles guiding arrests based on social media remarks and measures to protect police brutality, Mr. Chairman, in Kenya, arrests based on social media activity are guided by the Constitution and the law. Article 30 guarantees the freedom of expression with the limitation on hate speech and incitement to violence, while Articles 34 and 35 protect media and access to information. The Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act, the Penal Code, and the National Cohesion and Integration Act criminalizes cyberbullying, false publication, and ethnic incitement. Arrests require probable cause and must comply with due process, including informing suspects on the reason for their arrest, ensuring access to legal representation, and presenting them in court within 24 hours while respecting human rights. Measures IPOA has put in place to prevent police brutality. Mr. Chairman, before I read this written remarks, again I want to say that we have been asking this committee to enforce the use of technology in policing, beginning from police officers wearing body cameras. It's a good practice. It's been established to be a very good practice which helps in maintaining human rights while we are conducting policing. Mr. Chairman, we have also been insisting on having CCTV cameras at the reporting desks and also at the cells. Not in the cells, but on the corridors. We have to respect the rights of the prisoners, of course, but still at the corridor of the cells.
Haya mtazamaji, unavyoona kwenye runinga yako, mengi kweli yanajitokeza katikati ya jiji la Nairobi na vile vile maeneo mengine humu nchini. Leo mtazamaji, ni Alhamisi ambayo bajeti kwa kawaida inapaswa kusomwa naye waziri wa fedha John Mbadi. Tunamuona kwa sasa nafululiza hadi katika majengo ya bunge ambapo mwendo wa dhuhuri bila shaka atakuwa anatusomea hiyo bajeti ya kitita cha shilingi trilioni 4.23. Lakini vile vile mkabala na pale mtazamaji, kuna maandamano ya wananchi wa Kenya, wanaharakati, jamaa, ndugu, marafiki wake Albert Ojwang ambaye amefariki akiwa mikononi mwa polisi. Bila shaka kwa sasa ni uchunguzi wa kina ambao unaendelea na pale katika kamati ya bunge la kitaifa kuhusiana na masuala ya usalama. Kamati hiyo kwa sasa inamhoji Isaac Hassan ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa halmashauri ya kuchunguza ule utendakazi wa polisi IPOA, ambaye ni Isaac Hassan. Kumbuka maswali mengi yanaelekezwa kwake, na hata hapo awali walipokuwa wale wakuu usalama kwenye kamati hiyo ambayo inaongozwa na Gabriel Tongoyo, walisema kwamba walikuwa wanaulizwa ni kwa nini kufikia sasa hakuna yeyote ambaye amefikishwa mahakamani, lakini wanasema tusubiri uchunguzi wa IPOA utakuwa unatuambia ni kina nani wahusika. Lakini tumemwona vile vile Isaac Hassan akisisitiza kwamba inapaswa ikiwezekana wale wote ambao walihusika na mauaji yale ama kufariki kwa Albert Ojwang, basi kufikia sasa wanapaswa kuwa washukiwa wakuu. Hivyo basi wengi wanauliza ni kwa nini hakuna yeyote ambaye amefikishwa mahakamani. Ni swali kuu miongoni mwa baadhi ya maswali ambayo yanahitaji majibu. Bila shaka mtazamaji, nataka niwahusishe wageni wangu ambao tuko nao hapa studioni. Tuko na John Kinuthia, ni naibu mkurugenzi mkuu wa kutoka Bajeti Hub, na vile vile Luchetu Likaka ni mchanganuzi wa maswala ya utawala. Sijui nilikuwa nimefika wapi. Tulikuwa hapa. Kuna swala ambalo mara nyingi tunapozungumzia bajeti huwa linajitokeza, zero rating ama ushuru sufuri. Tunajua kwamba Mbadi atakuwa anataja baadaye atakapokuwa akieleza jinsi pengine ufadhili wa bajeti hii utakuwa unatoka kwa halmashauri ya KRA, alafu tuko na tax exempt, kuondolewa kwa ushuru. Sasa tofauti hapa iko wapi kwa huyu mwananchi wa kawaida?
Tajaribu kusema vizuri kwa Kiswahili. Nafikiria kwamba katika mswada wa fedha mwaka huu umesikia wizara na pia waziri mwenyewe akisema kwamba hakujaongezwa ushuru. Lakini serikali imejaribu kulainisha mambo fulani ili kuhakikisha kwamba inaweza kupata ushuru zaidi. Na jambo moja ambalo wamefanya ni kujaribu kuleta bidhaa fulani kutoka niseme njia moja ya kutozwa ushuru hadi kwa njia nyingine tofauti. Wakati unasema zero rated ni kumaanisha kwamba pale hakuna ushuru wote ambao unatozwa, lakini kwa kifedha ni kumaanisha kwamba wakati bidhaa fulani zinatengenezwa, vile vitu ambavyo vinatumiwa kutengeneza bidhaa hiyo haipaswi kutozwa ushuru. Na ikiwa kuna ushuru wote utatozwa, mtu ambaye yuko na kampuni anaweza enda kwa KRA na kupata ushuru huo urudishwe kwake. Lakini ikiwa ile ambayo inaitwa exempt, ni kumaanisha kwanza ni kwamba huwezi enda kuitisha KRA kurudishiwa ule ushuru ambao ulitumia wakati ulikuwa unatengeneza bidhaa hiyo. Hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba kampuni hizo zinaweza kusema kwa sababu KRA watupatii pesa ambayo tulitozwa ushuru wakati tunatengeneza bidhaa zetu, basi tutaongeza hiyo katika bei ya zile bidhaa ambazo tunauzia wananchi. Hiyo ni kumaanisha wakati kitu kimewekwa katika ile hali ya ya exempt, ni kumaanisha kwamba bei ya bidhaa inaweza kupanda. Na hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba KRA pia itapata pesa zaidi kwa sababu haitawarudishia wale watu ambao wanatengeneza, kampuni ambazo zinatengeneza bidhaa hizi, fedha hizo. Kwa hivyo hakuna ushuru mpya, lakini kuna njia ambazo ushuru bado umepanda ama unaweza panda kwa njia tofauti kwa mwananchi wa kawaida, kwa sababu kama ni kampuni ambayo inatengeneza mkate na sasa haitaweza kwenda kwa KRA kusema ngano ambayo tulitumia tulitozwa ushuru, kwa hivyo tunataka mturudishie. Ni kumaanisha kwamba kampuni hiyo itaweka bei ya ushuru huo katika mkate. Na mimi kama mwananchi, kama nilikuwa nanunua shilingi 50, sasa labda nitanunua shilingi 55. Kwa hivyo bado kuna mambo kama hayo, lakini hiyo zero rated na exempt hiyo ndio huwa hali yake. Na mwaka huu ina wasiwasi kidogo kwa sababu zile bidhaa ambazo zimesongeshwa pia kuna bidhaa muhimu. Madawa, vyakula vya wanyama. Mimi ni mkulima, hii ni jambo moja linaniuma. Kuna mambo ya chakula za mifugo na vitu kama hivyo. Kwa hivyo bado kuna mambo ambayo yako katika mswada huo wa fedha ambao utaguzwa kwa hali kubwa na kubadilisha hali ya kutoza ushuru kutoka zero rated hadi kwenda kwenye exempt.
Muhimu sana. Lakini Luchetu Likaka, hapa tunapofafanua hilo kuhusiana na tax exempt na swala zima la zero rating ama ushuru sufuri, nilikuwa najaribu kuangalia kwa zile takwimu za haraka huu mgao. Tunapoangalia kama sekta ya elimu ndio itakuwa inapata mgao mkubwa zaidi wa kitita cha shilingi bilioni 701 pale. Tuko na sekta ya afya vile vile imetengewa shilingi bilioni 137. Tuko na sekta ya usalama nchini ambayo vile vile itakuwa ya pili katika mgao huu wa takriban shilingi bilioni 251. Sijui kama wewe kwa haraka ulipitia ile bajeti na sijui kama iko ya mwananchi, inaangazia ile maslahi ya mwananchi.
Vile kakangu aliposema, kuna tatizo kubwa kwamba swala la kusamehewa kwa ushuru na kulirejesha kwa mabano tofauti yatamwadhiri mwananchi wa kawaida, kwa sababu unapotazama mahali ambapo tunatumia vitu ambavyo kuzalisha kwa mfano, na hivyo sasa tumeweza kuweka kwa nafasi ambapo huwezi dai hizo pesa kutoka kwa KRA, kumaanisha kwamba gharama ya maisha kwa mwananchi wa kawaida huenda ipande. Swala lingine ni kwamba ikiwa tunasema ni bajeti ya mwananchi wa kawaida, Je, ni mambo yapi ambayo yangesaidia mwananchi wa kawaida? Upande wa uchumi, wale wa small and micro enterprises ndio wameingizwa kwenye mabano ya kulipa ushuru, lakini serikali hajizingatia mikakati ya kuwezesha hawa ambao ni wa uchumi wa chini watainuka vipi. Kumbuka serikali hii ilikuja kwenye uongozi ikisema kwamba itashughulikia mama mboga na itashughulikia boda boda. Katika bajeti hii hauoni yale ambayo pengine ni vigezo ambayo serikali inaweka ama hela ambazo inatenga kuhakikisha kwamba inainua uchumi wa watu ambao wako hali ya chini. Ndio naona kwamba bajeti hii si bajeti ya mwananchi wa kawaida, bali ni bajeti ya kisiasa ya kutuliza makali yaliyokuweko mwaka uliopita. Ndio hivi imefichwa. Uenda watatumia kipengele cha 223 kwa ile tunaita supplementary budget kuweza kubadilisha mambo fulani. Kwa sababu kwa vile ilivyo kwa sasa, mswada mzima wakati waziri atakuwa ameusoma na baadaye waweza kujadili, kuna vigezo lazima wapitishe. Na ikiwa wakatipisha hizo sheria, basi zitaanza kumkandamiza mwananchi wa kawaida. Kwa sasa haitaonekana wazi, lakini kutekeleza ni kugumu kidogo.
Kutekeleza ni kugumu kidogo, na hatuwezi tukaacha swala la bajeti pasi na kuzingatia ukuaji wa uchumi. Ni swala ambalo Rais William Ruto amekuwa akijipiga kifua sana, pamoja na utawala wake ulio kwa sasa, wakisisitiza kwamba uchumi umekuwa hata barani Afrika sisi tuko mstari wa mbele katika kukua kwa uchumi. Sijui hili linafungamana vipi na hii bajeti, ilhali huyu mwananchi wa kawaida akienda pale dukani bado pengine unga uko bei ya juu, ule mkate bado uko bei ya juu. Anahisi wapi kukua huku kuimarika ama kuboreka kwa uchumi huu?
Ni vizuri uchumi ukue, kwa sababu uchumi ukiwa ni kumaanisha kwamba wananchi wanajihusisha na mambo fulani ambayo wanaweka pesa katika mifuko yao. Lakini ni vizuri tuangalie wakati tunasema uchumi unakua, ni vizuri pia tuangalie ni nani ambaye anafaidi uchumi huo ukikua. Ukiangalia katika zile takwimu zimetoka kwa shirika letu ambalo huwa linaokota takwimu hizi, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, utaona kwamba ile ripoti ambayo tuko nayo ya umaskini ya hivi karibuni inaonyesha kwamba 40% ya Wakenya ni maskini. Uchumi unakuwa, lakini sehemu kubwa kiasi ya taifa ni maskini. Kwa hivyo lazima ujiulize, je, wakati uchumi unakuwa, je, ni nani anafaidi? Kwa sababu kuna Wakenya wengi tu ambao bado wameendelea kuishi katika umaskini. Kwa hivyo ni lazima serikali pia, na ni vizuri kusikia vile waziri atasema leo, ni vipi wakati uchumi unakuwa kwa kiwango chochote, ni vipi kuna usawa wa nani ambaye anafaidi katika uchumi huo. Na mambo hayo na kuongezea tu yale ambayo ndugu yangu amezungumzia, ni kwamba lazima pia wakati tunaangalia bajeti hiyo, tukisema elimu ndio ambayo inapata sehemu kubwa ya bajeti hii, je, pesa hizo ambazo zimewekwa katika elimu zinamsaidia vipi Mkenya, haswa yule ambayo yuko katika hilo kundi la 40% ambao hawajiwezi? Tukiangalia mambo ya afya, ni vipi fedha hizo zitamsaidia yule ambayo kabisa katika jamii hajiwezi? Na ni vizuri leo wakati waziri atakuwa akizungumzia mambo haya, kujaribu kushikanisha mambo hayo. Si kuzungumzia tu mambo ya uchumi umekuwa na kurusha takwimu za uchumi umekuwa kwa kiasi gani. Ni lazima ailete kwa huyo mwananchi wa kawaida ambayo yuko Turbi Marsabit, ambaye anang'ang'ana leo kupata fedha za kuhakikisha mtoto wake yuko na afya nzuri, yuko na chakula, anaenda shuleni kwa wakati ambao unafaa, ili wakati uchumi unakuwa, unaweza kuona ni vipi unamsaidia kila Mkenya katika kila kona ya Kenya ambayo yupo. Jambo la pili ambalo ni la muhimu pia kushikanisha na hapo, ni kwamba wakati unafikiria juu ya uchumi, pia ni vizuri kufikiria ni vipi Wakenya wanahusishwa katika mambo ambayo yanachangia katika ukuzi wa huo uchumi. Bajeti ni sehemu moja muhimu. Na kwa miaka miwili ambayo imepita, Wakenya wametoa hisia zao na wakasema kwamba hawaoni ni kama wanahusishwa vifaavyo ama kwa umakini katika yale mambo ambayo yanahitaji sauti za wananchi wakati wa kutengeneza bajeti. Ni vizuri leo pia kuona kama waziri atazungumzia ni vipi mwaka huu katika bajeti hii ambayo ataisoma leo na ambayo tumekuwa nayo kuanzia wakati ilienda bungeni mwisho wa Aprili, ni vipi wananchi walihusishwa, wananchi kutoka sehemu zote za nchi ama ni Nairobi tu? Ni vipi wananchi wamehusishwa na maoni yao yametiliwa maanani vipi katika bajeti? Na si kwa kusema tu, Ni kusema kwamba wananchi walisema wanataka 1, 2, 3 na sisi kama serikali hivi ndivyo tumehakikisha ya kwamba yamehakikishwa yako katika bajeti.
Naam, asante sana. Bila shaka mtazamaji, tunazungumzia swala zima linalofungamana na bajeti ya kitaifa mwaka huu, bajeti ambayo itakuwa inasomwa na Waziri John Mbadi. Lakini kumbuka mtazamaji, sijakuwa peke yangu, kando na jopo langu hapa studioni, vile vile niko na wanahabari wenza ambao wamekuwa kikita kambi katika maeneo mbalimbali katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Bila shaka tumekuwa na Yugen Mbeka katika pale Jivanji, mwanahabari mwenza Frida Mwaka amekuwa akifuatilia kwa karibu wanasema nini wanabunge la mwananchi pale bunge la Wazalendo, wanayapi ya kusema. Vile vile Nina Shaban amekuwa kikita kambi katika jengo la Wizara ya Fedha, alafu Michelle Ngele mtazamaji amekuwa kiongoza kikosi kizima cha wale ambao wako katika majengo ya bunge. Na wakati wote kutoka sasa nataka niungane naye ili atueleze, je, waziri yule wa fedha tayari amewasili katika majengo yale ya bunge na pengine wanasema nini wale ambao tayari wako pale? Natumai kwamba wengi wao ni wabunge. Michelle, sijui kama unanipata?
Asante sana Cecilia Wakesha. We are live from Parliament buildings where in just about an hour or so the Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi will be reading that budget, national budget for the 2025-2026 financial year. A budget reading that comes with a backdrop of a lot of activity, including growing frustration from Kenyans with regard to the high cost of economy, the high cost of living, the country's economy as well. And so many are waiting with anticipation to see how the broad-based government plans to lower the cost of living as they promised while forming the broad-based government. And as we await the Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi, there will be able to see him with that very nostalgic briefcase, perhaps one of the most nostalgic photos for any Treasury Cabinet Secretary when they walk into Parliament with that black briefcase that essentially was to lose its symbolism in the 2010 Constitution with the promulgation of the Constitution, but its tradition still carries it on, and we will be able to see those photos of the Treasury Cabinet Secretary. But with us here in Parliament, we have an expert in public engagement, peace and cohesion, Kilian Nyambu, as well as a governance, peace and security practitioner, Steve Karimi, who will be helping us put into context the anticipation of this year's national budget and the expectations from Kenyans as well. Kilian and Steve, good afternoon. Thank you so much for staying on with us for much of this afternoon. And I'll begin with you, Kilian. Let's begin with the big picture. This year's budget, 4.23 trillion shillings, the biggest budget in the country's history, an increase of about 10% from last year's budget. But how do you feel about the balancing act the government has put together to ensure that we're able to carry on our fiscal responsibilities but not putting too much of a pinch on the common man and chew?
Yeah, generally you can be able to say that there's been overwhelming demand for different development initiatives. Of course, you must also accept that the public wage bill is still ballooning. And of course, equally, there are certain critical services where the government has to invest in. And looking at all those factors, definitely we expect, as of course it has already been put in the budget policy statement, that there's going to be increment in expenditure. However, of critical importance, we need to start seeing how the government will specifically, purposefully and intentionally invest in those sectors, two critical sectors. The first sector in the areas which will spur economic growth, because of course for the government to be able to sustain this kind of budget, then the economy must grow. Different sectors must be able to contribute towards the tax payment. And then secondly, to be able to make the lower cadre of the population have some bit of relief. So there need to be some circulation of finances and resources at the grassroots level to enable people feel something is coming out of this budget. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Steve, of course, that is the anticipation that the broad-based government is set to deliver its first broad-based budget. What are your expectations? How broad are your expectations?
Well, I think that's obviously a very contentious issue because the bigger the government, of course, the more money is expected to be used, particularly on recurrent expenditure. because of all the cost on security, on allowances, and all the kind of stuff that everybody that working with the government is using. And therefore, I think one of the challenges is that how do you manage the resources that we have as a country with all the demands for this recurrent expenditure? If you look at the recurrent expenditure, is really huge, for sure. And therefore, the expectation is that we were told there will be austerity measures the government was putting in place, or rather has been putting in place since last year or the period before. So the question is really, how has that really helped the government to manage the resources that we have, so that then there is enough resources for development? And I think that's really a big question. So everybody is looking forward to see whether the austerity measures have yielded enough fruit, or a lot of fruit that actually will translate into benefit for development expenditure.
Right. I mean, when you talk about the revenue targets, Killian, and you see the government raising its revenue target and about 2.7 trillion to come from the KRA, how realistic would you say these targets are, with experts saying that it's there's been a lack of hitting these targets to historically for the Kenya Revenue Authorities? How realistic is that?
Generally, at the starting point of budget preparations, always different institutions are ambitious because there's a lot of things which they want to realize within the financial year. But along the way, we will be expecting to see some readjustment through the different supplementary budgets being brought. But I think of critical importance is to be able to see the fiscal discipline, that the areas which have been given certain priorities, is there a way the resources towards those areas cushioned to ensure that they are funded as required? Equally, looking at this budget, there's a lot of anticipation that the economy is going to improve to enable institutions like KRA to collect sufficient resources as envisaged in this budget. But definitely, there will be some readjustment as we move along.
What are your thoughts on that, Steve, given that historical underperformance of the Kenya Revenue Authority meeting its targets?
Well, I think it's good to be ambitious, but you have to be realistic on that ambition, because sometimes we may create a lot of expectations and then we end up disappointing ourselves. So one of the things I personally think is we need to tame that ambition with the reality on the ground, looking at what has happened in the past with a high cost of taxation, particularly on the people who are employed. The pay slips have been growing smaller and smaller. Productivity has also not been very high, and I think even in their reports it's acknowledged that. Of course, there are many factors which have affected that productivity. So to expect to collect so much, I think needs to be tempered with the reality of things. But however, it's good to, like I said earlier, to be ambitious, but make sure that then we are being focused really on how we are going to do this collection of resources. Not maybe looking at just the people who are employed, but also encouraging productivity, because the more we produce, then it means it is possible actually to collect what we are looking for, because there will be a lot of resources coming in.
Right. Yeah. And of course, and we'll be speaking a lot more about that, but Killian, yes. The government says zero-based budgeting is a trick to ensuring that we are not overspending on things that we don't need to spend to. What are your thoughts on this zero-based budgeting?
It's a good starting point. Where we try, as my colleague has mentioned, to be as realistic as possible. However, the devil's in the details. Because you'll see different arms of government.
Killian, I apologize. I hate to interrupt you.
Yes,
I understand we have to cut short our conversation and head back to studio as we give you this wall-to-wall coverage of the budget 2025-2026 reading by Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi, who's already at Parliament buildings. Let's hand you back to studio. We'll be back with you.
Asante sana Michelle Ngele kutoka majengo ya bunge katikati mtazamaji hapa ya jiji la Nairobi. Bila shaka tulivyoona hapo yuko ange kabisa na kikosi chake kizima wakichanganua upande ule mwingine swala zima la bajeti ya kitaifa mwaka 2025-27 itakayokuwa inasomwa na Waziri John Mbadi mwendo wa saa 8:30 pengine saa 9 hivi. Lakini kwa sasa mtazamaji, nataka kidogo tu ni kufafanulia yale ambayo kwa kiduchu tunatarajia kwenye bajeti hiyo. Ni makadirio ya bajeti ya mwaka huu. Tuko na hizo takwimu ambazo zitakuwa zinakujia kwenye runinga yako na zinaonyesha tu cha msingi pengine kila mgao ama kila sekta imepewa mgao wa kiasi gani, na nilivyokuwa nimekueleza hapo awali ni kwamba sekta ya elimu ni sekta ambayo imepata kitita kikubwa zaidi cha shilingi bilioni 701 pale. Tuko na kawi na miundo msingi bilioni 500.7. Tuko na sekta ya usalama pale ambayo imetengewa kitita cha shilingi bilioni 251. Sekta ya afya pale shilingi bilioni 137. Kilimo pale kidogo imeonekana kimefinywa, sijui ni kwa nini, pengine wachanganuzi wangu hapa wako na majibu. Ni bilioni 78 pale. Tuko na elimu ambayo kidogo ukichanganua ukiangalia kwa undani kile kitita, tuko na TSC ambayo itakuwa inapata shilingi bilioni 387. Kumbuka ni tume ya kuajiri walimu pale. Elimu bila malipo ikiwa ni msingi na vile vile sekondari shilingi bilioni 111 pale .7. Alafu vyuo vikuu vimetengewa shilingi bilioni 79.98. Ni kidogo tu yale ambayo tutakuwa tunatarajia bila shaka kwenye bajeti hiyo ambayo itakuwa inasomwa baadaye na Waziri John Mbadi. Sekta ya usalama pale ukichanganua kwa undani, ulinzi utaona umepewa kitita kikubwa pale. Kumbuka kinahusisha wale wanajeshi ambao wako katika taifa la Somalia. Kuna swala zima la kuangalia ulinzi katika maeneo mbalimbali humu nchini. Tulikuwa tumegusia vile vile swala zima la mitandao ya kijamii, kitita cha shilingi bilioni 213. Idara ya polisi 125.2. Alafu NIS ikapatiwa shilingi bilioni 51.4 kunradhi. Tuko na afya kwa wote UHC. Kumbuka wale wahudumu wa afya wamekuwa kigoma pale, tutakuwa tunaona iwapo wametengewa chochote wao ili waajiriwe, lakini afya ya msingi pale imepewa shilingi bilioni 13 kwenye mwaka huu wa fedha 25-26, na ukilinganisha mwaka jana 24-25 basi walikuwa wamepewa bilioni 4.1. Kwa hivyo kidogo hapo unaona wameongezewa takriban pengine shilingi bilioni 9 kunradhi mtazamaji. Hiyo ni sekta ya afya kwa wote, yani UHC. Ni swala ambalo Rais William Ruto amekuwa akizingatia sana, na hivyo basi tutakuwa tunaona je, leo hii atawaweka mpangoni wale wahudumu wa afya UHC ambao wamekuwa kigoma. Tuko na dharura pale, masuala ya dharura sekta hiyo ya afya. Mwaka huu wa fedha wametengewa bilioni 10, lakini ukilinganisha na mwaka jana walikuwa wamepewa tu shilingi bilioni 2. Kwa hivyo kidogo hapo hiyo sekta ya dharura katika mahospitali mbalimbali na sekta ya afya kwa ujumla kuna kuongeza manyongeza fulani. Tuangalie swala ambalo tulikuwa tumetaja hapa ili kufadhili hiki kitita ama hii bajeti ya trilioni 4.23. Basi kuna mikopo, kuna ile ambayo itakuwa inatoka nje ambayo inajumuisha bilioni 592, ama ile itakuwa inatoka humu nchini kunradhi mtazamaji, yani hapa ndani kwa ndani ufadhili wa humu nchini mikopo ama ile nakisi ambapo kuko na tunayo shilingi bilioni 592, alafu mikopo ambayo itakuwa inatoka nje basi inajumuisha shilingi bilioni 284. Na kumbuka ukijumuisha hii basi ni ile nakisi nzima ambayo tulikuwa tumetaja ya takriban shilingi bilioni 900, na tulikuwa tunajiuliza je, hizi fedha zitakuwa zinatoka wapi? Kumbuka halmashauri ya ukusanyaji ushuru nchini KRA ukiangalia pale kwa undani basi inatarajia kukusanya takriban trilioni 2.7. Lakini tukiangalia Ikulu pengine kuna kile kitita ambacho itakuwa inatengewa cha bilioni 8.5. Tuko na afisi ya rais itakuwa imetengewa bilioni 5.2. Alafu ile afisi ya naibu rais Kithure Kindiki kwa sasa inatengewa shilingi bilioni 3.07. Naam, ni bajeti hiyo, ufadhili wenyewe wa bajeti vile nilivyotaja. basi tuko na wanakadiria kukusanya ushuru hapo KRA trilioni 2.7, kuna matozo ya ada, alafu kuna uhisani ukipenda grants hapo ambao wanatarajia kupata takriban shilingi bilioni 50 ama 46.9. Lakini pengine tunapomalizia hapa, manake muda ndio huwa tupa kisogo, sijui kauli za mwisho basi. Hali ndio hiyo, bajeti itakuwa inasomwa, kidogo tuborongeke pale na hizo takwimu kubwa. Lakini cha msingi ni kipi pengine tunapomalizia Luchetu Likaka?
Ni vyema kuweza kuzingatia gharama ya uendeshaji wa serikali. Gharama iliyopo ni kubwa sana mno, na lazima tuweze kuzingatia hilo, kwa sababu ukiangalia bajeti hii, pesa nyingi ya hela ambazo tumetenga ni za kuendesha serikali, wala si za kutekeleza maendeleo. Pili, je, ni hela ngapi zimetengwa kushughulikia deni? Sababu deni hilo ni tatizo kubwa kwa taifa. Tatu, katika sekta za elimu tunaona kwamba hela ndio zimetengwa nyingi, lakini hela hizi je, zitaweza kumuondoa mwanafunzi kutoka kwenye shule ya chekechea hadi chuo kikuu? Kuna mikakati kadha wa kadha ambayo haijawekwa maanani kuzingatia swala hilo upande wa elimu. Swala la afya, hela nyingi zinabaki Nairobi na swala la afya liko katuzi. Hapo ni tatizo kubwa, lazima tuangalie.
Haya, tutakuwa tunaona iwapo yatakuwa yanazingatiwa pale tunapomalizia kauli zako za mwisho.
Nafikiria ni vyema wakati tunaangalia bajeti ya leo tufikirie ni vipi bajeti hiyo itaweza kuzingatia kwamba kama nchi tuna mfumo wa utawala ambao tunaita devolution. Kumaanisha kuna serikali za gatuzi na kuna serikali kuu. Na kuna yale mambo ambayo yanatakiwa kufanywa na serikali za county na pia serikali kuu. Kwa hivyo kama kuna mambo ambayo ni vema yafanywe ni serikali za county, ni kumaanisha hiyo ni shida ambayo haitakuwa kama pengo katika bajeti ya serikali kuu. Jambo la pili, ni vyema kujua kwamba bajeti na uzito wake kamili utaanza Julai mosi, wakati tunaanza kutekeleza bajeti hiyo. Je, kama serikali ni vipi itaweza kuhakikisha kwamba utekelezaji unafanywa vyema, unafanywa kwa muda ambao unafaa, na kila shilingi ambayo inawekwa katika huduma za serikali inatumika vizuri.
Asante sana. Bila shaka huyu ni John Kinuthia, ni naibu mkurugenzi mkuu kutoka Bajeti Hub. Asante sana kwa muda wako, kauli zako. Vile vile tumekuwa na Luchetu Likaka, ni mkuu ama ni mchanganuzi wa masuala ya utawala. Asante sana Luchetu kwa muda wako na kauli zako. Nimekuwa mwendesha sehemu hii, mimi ni Cecilia Wakesho Mathuva. Kwa sasa nataka moja kwa moja nikupeperushe ama nikurushe hadi kwake Michelle Ngele Odhiambo ambaye yuko katika majengo ya bunge. Michelle, iwapo unanipata, basi sasa usukani ni wako rasmi mtazamaji, na kutakia utazamaji mwema. Kwaheri.
Asante sana Cecilia, bado tunakita kambi hapa right outside Parliament building, the heart of Kenya's democracy, and where the Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi will be giving that national budget 2025-2026 reading. And here with us are two experts, Killian Nyambo, who is a peace and cohesion expert, as well as Steve Kirimi, who is a governance, peace and security practitioner as well. And just before we took that short break, Killian, and if you're very keen, you can hear from the background the sound of tear gas canisters being fired at protesters on the other side of town as we await this budget reading. Now, Killian, the Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi says that what is making this year's budget different is what they call zero-based budgeting. So essentially, government ministries will have to account for every single shilling they use based on need, and not as it has been happening based on the previous year's financial allocation. What are your thoughts on zero-based budgeting, and what difference do you think it will make?
Basically, two critical issues come into play here. First is the matter of ensuring that the right priorities of different departments and agencies are put into place. Minimize wastage, concentrate on what will be able to bring a serious impact on the mandate of different agencies. That's number one. But on the other side, again, it will require both a provision of the resources required to implement what those institutions had envisaged, but at the same time, restricting ourselves to physical discipline of ensuring that whatever has been envisaged to be undertaken, indeed, it will be done as envisaged. Yes.
Mr. Steve, what are your thoughts on zero-based budgeting?
Well, I think it's a good attempt at trying to probably get off the baggage of the previous years, how the government has done things, and trying to do things in a new way. You'll find this kind of budgeting style mostly with probably NGOs and those kind of organizations who depend on, grants and so on. They don't collect taxes and so on and so forth. So I think it is a wait-and-see situation to see whether actually it's going to yield fruit. And it might just surprise us that actually it's a good thing. But like my colleague is saying, the most important thing is to see whether that budgeting style is actually going to address the needs of Kenyans, both looking into the recurrent expenditure and the development needs. Does that actually necessarily produce different results from what we have seen all along? So it is something that I think it is a wait-and-see situation.
Right, and there's been questions really as to, from where we are coming from, and it's just about a year since the Gen Z demonstrations of June 2024, and that also happened during this budget-making process. So in the wake of that, many are asking, will this year's budget be able to not just alleviate, the burden of the cost of living, but restore public trust? And as we speak, Killian, of course, we have a group of Gen Z on the streets of Nairobi. And what they're saying today, and we have those pictures live on air, what they're saying today is that they have no interest in hearing this budget being read until there has been justice, not just for the late Albert Ojwang, but for the many lives that were taken during the Gen Z protest, which was essentially a protest to speak out against oppression, against the high cost of living, and against punitive policies and punitive taxes. So, Killian, will this zero-based budget restore public trust?
You looking at it critically, first we must compliment and commend the government on so far how the process has been. Of course, with the dawn of the 2010 Constitution, the matters to do with budget-making process has stopped being a kind of a confidential initial engagement, but rather something which also attracts input from the citizens. So the only challenge normally comes is the participation, in that sometimes the public are not all that gearing to engage, particularly at the initial conception stage, because that's where the whole process commences and the views obtained shape into how the budget is going to look like. Of course, drawing lessons from the incidents of last year, we have seen that towards this year's process, there's been a lot of reaching out to the citizens to be able to give their opinion, to be able to give their views on what they intend to see. What we are expecting, at least for once, we can be able to give the government the benefit of doubt, so that we can hold it to account on what it's going to provide to the citizens. Maybe the only point of departure is that how we express ourselves. Of course, the issues being raised by the young people are genuine, and of course they must be able to be listened to. But sometimes it's always good first to start on the point of diplomacy in engagement, rather than using probably protest and violence being the first options. So we are hoping that sobriety is going to prevail, and of course both sides can be able to listen to each other into the views being expressed.
Right.
Yes.
Now, of course, the beauty of the Constitution 2010, I mean, they still call it the new Constitution, but it's a teenager now. And the beauty of this Constitution is that when it comes to the budget-making process, even that briefcase that the CS carries has literally been rendered useless. Because it carried documents that are going to be read in Parliament for the first time. But after the Constitution, many of these statements, I mean, much of information is actually even in the public light for Kenyans to go to. So what many are expecting today is just to hear the tax measures, really, that will come out of this. Steve, what are your expectations there in how the Treasury Cabinet Secretary is going to handle the entire tax situation while delivering his budget statement?
Let me say that in the last few weeks I've been interacting with the people at the community, Mashinani. And I can tell you one of the things that I found coming out is that people don't seem to know exactly what to expect, except for what they are being told by their local leaders. And don't forget, the leaders, like they say in Swahili, mwamba ngoma huvutia kwake. That means they'll speak what they feel is likely to favor them as people listen to it. Just last night I was with some team in Molo, and they were saying it is the first time they were having an opportunity to actually engage with that particular process, which was just a day before the budget is read. So they don't even know exactly what to expect other than what they are hearing coming from their leaders. So one of the misses, if I may call it, on this process is that public participation or public education on the budget, I don't think it has been sufficient enough. First of all, the documents which have been churned out to get people to know about the taxation and everything, they are still in a lot of technical jargon, you know. How I wish that actually the ministry would have thought of developing popular versions of these statements so that they widely spread. Given that budget process does not start, it did not just start yesterday, it started last year actually. And I think there was an opportunity which I may consider to have been lost to engage people thoroughly throughout the country so that they restore that confidence that actually something is being done. And so the trouble is people are waiting for this budget to be read or the budget speech to be made, but already their minds have been set based on what they have heard from other people. So it might be difficult to change that mindset. In other words, there is a challenge of how after the speech, the government is actually to handle the situation in terms of restoring confidence and showing people that actually the tax burden is being eased off. I think there are a lot of proposals I've seen which are talking of reducing taxes on areas ABCD, but not so many people know about it. So they're only hearing it as rumors. But those who are doing the education out there, mostly political leaders, they may be speaking a different language, which is actually not what is in the papers that are being presented.
Absolutely, and so that is part of the job that the Treasury Cabinet Secretary has to communicate properly. And remember, you know, the President previously saying that his team had failed him when it came to communicating, and of course whether he will restore public trust. But Killian, even as we talk about zero-based budgeting, reducing the strain on Mwananchi, one of the issues that Kenyans felt weren't properly or sufficiently addressed in last year's budget was the issue of pending bills. Over 520 billion shillings in pending bills. It has caused fiscal pressures, it's risked delays in service delivery across the country. What are your expectations with regard to the issue of pending bills?
We need to focus at three important critical areas as we are talking about the pending bills. One, definitely out of this budget, of course, looking at the policy statement, definitely we'll be expecting that the government will be investing heavily in its bottom-up economic transformation model. So definitely areas to do with health, areas to do with agriculture, and related areas will be funded heavily. But coming now to the issue of the pending bill, I think this has been quite a serious challenge, particularly to upcoming businesses. We have noted with appreciation that there was a task force which has been laid to look into those pending bills. And looking at the reasons, it also makes sense because, again, we appreciate that as a country we have had a serious challenge related to matters of corruption and getting inflated bills and sometimes non-genuine bills and so on and so forth. But what we are looking forward to is for those pending bills which have been cleared, they have been confirmed, then we are hoping that the payment of these pending bills can be expedited. Because I remember people have stayed for years, some 3 years, some 4 years, they already delivered their services. So quite a number of businesses are hurting because people invested their capital to undertake the different businesses and projects which both the national government and the county governments had procured from them. And with that one, having injected their capital into those services and goods, then it is all fair to ensure that those which have already been cleared, the payment can be expedited. And I've seen that there's a special budget set for that. But of course, I think the pending bills, their cost is higher than what has been set aside. So it is my hope that, one, it's going to be expedited so that payments can be made, and two, there can be more allocation to ensure that all those bills have been cleared to give relief to those business enterprises which offers goods and services to the government.
Steve, what do you think about the issue of pending bills, especially in the context of zero-based budgeting? So many are saying start from scratch, but so many ministries already are in so much debt that they still need to pay.
Exactly, and I think that's a big question for sure. What I would personally expect to hear or to see is a clear strategy on what the minister proposes in terms of how you're going to handle those pending bills. Just like Killian has just said, this is part of the reason why people have been complaining on the ground, because there are people who took loans to do projects, and the others who supplied things, and they did services which they are never paid for, and therefore circulation of money at that level kind of stopped because of that, and it has impacted. It has a cyclical effect, from the borrower to the one who is spending, and we're supposed to be paid, and so on and so forth. So what I think is that if the minister, I may not have looked at that section very clearly, but I want to believe they have a plan on how they're going to do these spending bills, how to clear with these spending bills. The thing is, he will need to come out very clearly to say this is the government strategy on how you're going to deal with these spending bills, given that I believe by now they have a report on what is genuine, what is not, because there are complaints about some of the bills not really being genuine or being inflated, like my colleague is saying. But I'm sure by now the government with its machinery must have known that. So we would like to see a clear strategy, and that will restore confidence in the people that actually the government is caring for the people.
Right. Killian, experts, let me say critics, say that one of the challenges to zero-based budgeting may be the country's heavy debt. Right, and from that 4.23 trillion shilling budget, about 1.1 trillion of that is supposed to be channeled towards debt servicing. Yeah. And so the government says we have made progress. In fact, the amount of debt in terms of ratio to GDP has come down from about 22% to, I believe, 18%. But what are your thoughts on how the country has managed debt within the past year and how that is going to impact on zero-based budgeting?
It is true, the government has been trying to ensure that its expenses somehow constrains unnecessary expenses. But however, there are some measures which the government needs to consider and take seriously. Three are quite critical. Number one, we need also to start seeing investments going towards the development side rather than recurrent. And of course, one way in which the government can be able to consider is the option of entering into public-private partnerships. In as much as we expect the government to be the leader, but sometimes it might not have the muscles. And rather than continuously borrowing, probably it's high time we deliberately engage the private sector and give them some space into these public-private partnerships so that they can be able to engage in some of the developmental activities which we require. That's number one. Secondly, there might be serious need for the rationalization of the different services being offered by different governments, departments, ministries and agencies. And of course, recently, within the last financial year, the current ending financial year, we have seen that there was an analysis and suggestions to merge certain departments, certain agencies and so on and so on. This is the right step towards the right directions to minimize duplication of services. That is something which can be able to help the government. The other area where the government should be able to concentrate is the non-performing institutions, parastatals. We have seen there are certain institutions which are supposed to have generated income to the government, but year in, year out, the government is pumping money into those institutions. So those ones need to be considered to be disposed of. And lastly, taming this monster called corruption, because there's a lot of wastage which goes there. So we borrow and misuse the same money which we have borrowed. But if we can sustain the anti-corruption measures to ensure that any little money which the government raises can be directed rightfully to where it's supposed to be.
Yeah. All right. Steve, very briefly on that, what are your thoughts on the debt servicing issue, 1.1 trillion shillings? And, you know, there are those who feel like, you know, debt servicing has crowded out development expenditure. Because we've seen a reduction in development expenditure, less than 1 trillion shillings, in fact. What are your thoughts?
Certainly, that's the elephant in the room, because sometimes you are faced with a situation where you are like, do I pay my debt or do I sort out my development issues? So we might find ourselves stuck in a situation where we have very difficult decisions to make. But I would say we are also seeing allocations for things like renovation and, you know, putting a lot of money in some not quite development, I would call it, but some expenditures that you may not really call development. And a lot of people are questioning that. If we say we don't have money to pay off some of these debts, how come we have money to spend around renovating structures which probably don't quite require renovation? Well, I agree, from time to time they have to keep getting improved. But the sort of allocations over there needs to be checked vis-a-vis what is being asked of us in terms of the debt. So it's a question. We also need a bit of discussion with this, with the various stakeholders, not just government sitting in its own circles. We need the private sector, we need the civil society, we need the government to sit together and actually explore these issues in depth. And I'm sure there will be a lot of wisdom coming out of these kind of conversations, which actually can give the government some way forward. But only if we're able to cultivate trust between all these institutions, because I think one of the problems we are facing is mistrust between these sectors, the private sector, the civil society, and the government. And so sometimes the government is made to feel like it's being put on the spot when the questions are being asked about those debts. So I would propose, in addition to the measures my colleague has proposed here, let's review the allocations we are putting into, I would call it non-productive expenditure. Yeah, non-productive expenditure. Renovating a building doesn't translate into production, in my view.
I mean, you know, based on the Treasury Cabinet Secretary and his thoughts on zero-based budgeting, you wonder how these ministries managed to justify, you know, every little shilling that they needed. But Killian, speaking about development spending, I mean, we're looking at slightly over 800 billion shillings for development spending, and this is what fuels infrastructure, fuels things like healthcare infrastructure, social spending as well. And so having a reduction in development expenditure, how does that sit with you, especially from a government that says we are borrowing to improve our infrastructure?
When we are talking matters development, we have to look at it in two perspectives. There is the hard infrastructure, which speaks about roads, which speaks about electricity, and so on and so forth, and the soft or the service-based. For instance, for a country to grow, for our economy to grow, number one, we need knowledgeable people. And as such, we need to see improved investments in sectors like education. Secondly, people cannot work when they are sick. So we need to see improvement within the health sector to ensure that the citizens are productive so that they can be able to engage themselves in their day-to-day activities. So it is important, again, on the third level, we must be able to ensure that there's a lot of circulations of money at the grassroots level. And how do we do this? There's need for deliberate efforts to ensure that there are certain support services to the vulnerable people, the aged people, the people living with a disability, the orphans, and so on and so forth. So the programs like the Inua Jamii can really help. But of course, again, the sectors which attract participants of the young people to be able to put some money into their pocket. It is something which is desirable, and we need to see how this is going to come out from this budget.
Right. And it's interesting that we received a document here from Parliament as soon as we got here with regard to some of the allocations that will be seen in this year's budget. And, you know, so maybe we could go through this together. When it comes to agricultural development, you know, promoting MSME development, there are those who feel that the priorities of this budget may be misaligned with the realities on the ground, with what farmers are asking for, with what you know, MSMEs, stakeholder players are asking for. So let's take a look at healthcare to begin with. And so UHC healthcare workers confirmation, a gross of 6.1 billion shillings has been allocated for that. Of course, 4.6 billion shillings for the vaccine program. Some of them arrived last night. But generally, Steve, what we've seen is that the health budget has increased, well, allocation has increased by about 73% to 204 billion shillings. What does that say to you, considering that UHC is one of the main you know, pillars for the Kenya Kwanza administration?
I agree with you. Like I mentioned when I was interacting with the communities earlier in some discussions of this nature, there was concern that the allocation like for example, the community health workers, what are they called? Yeah, community health workers or something like that, I think has been reduced, even though there is allocation in other areas. Now the problem is our country is very diverse. It's very, very diverse. There are places which are not well served with these services, and therefore when you remove this kind of budget from that kind of a service, then there are areas that will be so disadvantaged that the communities will not be able to access healthcare services. These community health workers in remote areas far away from the cities and the towns where there are services like those, they depend on that so much. Right. So there is a likelihood of deterioration of services in some of the communities over there. So I would urge the government, if that's the case, then they rethink reallocation or restructuring of that particular process, not completely disable the functioning of the community health workers. Yeah,
absolutely. You can see here, Killian, that the emergency, critical and chronic illness fund that has been promised under the Social Health Insurance Fund, or the Social Health Authority rather, has been allocated 13 billion shillings. What are your thoughts on these allocations in the healthcare sector, considering that this budget reading is coming in the backdrop of UHC staff up in arms? Many of them have given strike notices. They've been on the streets asking for permanent and pensionable terms, asking for better working conditions. What are your thoughts on that?
First, there is some positivity in it, considering the fact that for a long period of time, these workers had been ignored. So by the government setting aside some budget to ensure that they are observed and they are absorbed under the terms of permanent and pensionable, that itself is something positive which we can be able to applaud the government for giving the consideration. Sadly, though it has come out a little bit late after a lot of demonstrations, picketing of these workers into the street just to be heard. But at least that's something good. Now, the only area where probably we have to urge some serious consideration is that you'll find there are certain services or certain functions which have been devolved from the national government to the county governments. Services like health, services like agriculture. So we are looking forward that now that these functions have been devolved, then let the resources alone be devolved too. Because again, it is at the county governments where the rubber meets the road. So if majority of these resources are being held at the national level rather than being devolved at the grassroots level, then this cripples the provisions of those services at the county level.
Right. We have pictures on the screen of what's happening inside Parliament as different members of Parliament make their way inside. The mace has already been presented inside Parliament, but outside Parliament, Parliament and also on your screens is the situation within the Nairobi Central Business District. Chaotic as tear gas canisters continue to be lobbed at youth. And various Kenyans have come out protesting over the death of Albert Ojwang. Many saying that they want to see justice in the case of Albert Ojwang before they hear the budget reading from the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, John Mbadi. And so they've been at it for the better part of the afternoon. Many of them within the Central Business District, security officers trying to keep them away from Parliament buildings where the Treasury Cabinet Secretary already is. And several other dignitaries are expected. And so we'll be keeping an eye on that situation there as that unfolds. But Steve, when you look at the policy statements that have been put forth and the allocation to different sectors, so an increased allocation to health, for example, but we've also seen allocations to governance, law, justice and order, for example, 125 billion shillings to the National Police Service, 2.9 billion of that is for police recruitment. What are your thoughts on the fact that, on the picture we have on air today, for example, we have Parliament on one side and we have protests on the other side. This is hugely reminiscent of June of 2024 when protests over the finance bill of 2024 had begun. What are you feeling right now?
Well, we definitely need security, generally speaking. But the security should not just be like to quell riots and protests. So I'm hoping the security is also to be extended to the producers and the industrial workers and the people who are in the productive sector. So it is important. I don't think I have a problem really with allocation on security, as long as we can demonstrate that actually that allocation is actually addressing one of the key functions of the government, which is to provide security or a good environment for people to produce and people to do business without fear of loss of insecurity and that kind of stuff. Any country will definitely put security first. And having worked in this particular sector for a period of time, I know it can be an expensive affair actually dealing with security. But however, we need to see how that allocation is actually going to be applied in what particular subsectors of security that is going to be applied. Is it more buying more tear gas, or is it more creating community level security apparatus and making them work and so on? We have structures on the ground, which I know for quite some time, like the Nyubakumis and others, have not functioned very well because of lack of resourcing and so on. So my concern would be how then we apply that allocation. Health is very important, like I said, and it's a good idea, but we can do better in my view. And I think people need to appreciate that it's not an easy thing trying to balance all the needs of a country. Like somebody would say, if you are completely without clothes and you are given like a meter piece of cloth, you are the one to decide which part to cover first. Yeah.
Steve, as we speak, the recurrent expenditure in this 4.23 trillion shilling budget accounts for 71% of the budget, right?
Yeah.
What reforms are needed in your view to reduce this wage bill and while maintaining balance without triggering public servants, without having discord among public servants altogether?
Basically, if you look at many parts of the world, the government becomes the biggest employer. Because of course it has got a mandate to provide different forms of services. But I think to start the sector, so that rather than people focusing on the government as the source of employment, hence ballooning the wage bill, it's time that we stimulate the sectors which grow the economy, because once the private sector grows, definitely it will create opportunities, and this will ease the burden of people only focusing on the government as source of employment. That's about. And then, of course, secondly, as we said, it's also time for different ministries, departments, and agencies to critically examine areas where there's there's kind of repetitions. People who are doing same thing. And in this regard, we are hoping that the report of the task force, which proposed some merging of institutions and so on and so forth, will help to try and start bringing the wage bill down. Yeah.
Okay. Many have really spoken about the debt, and you mentioned this before, but with the fiscal deficit and borrowing imminent to fill the fiscal deficit, what solutions are there for the government to include local players that would reduce external borrowing?
Absolutely. In as much as for us to be able to engage ourselves in massive development projects, we must be able to borrow. But when you look at when we are borrowing a lot, both externally and internally, we are minimizing opportunities for private enterprises and even citizens to borrow, because definitely when banks considers whom to loan, they'd rather loan the government because they know outright they'll get, and it will be just one entity than giving. But you see, now that denies resources for other establishments which can spur. So where is the solution to this? I think, as I mentioned earlier, one way in which we can be able to ensure that we minimize borrowing is to be able to give an opportunity for the private sector to take lead in some of these engagements. I've also explained on matters to do with the disposal, because governments, its business is to provide services, not to engage in income or profit-making ventures. So if the sectors which are making loss and they're not bringing any revenue to the government, they can be privatized, so that we ensure that the government concentrates basically on service delivery, but on enterprising, which generates income, is left to the private sector. Then, lastly, investment and putting suitable environment for investment, either from the local people or even from external people coming, that will also spur economic growth and enable KRA to generate, to be able to collect more taxes than the way it's doing at the moment.
All right, and of course, as it is, the government is planning to borrow 284.2 billion shillings externally and 591 billion shillings from the domestic market. I don't know how realistic this is, but what we also have here is, an explainer of the finance bill of 2025. And Steve, this is the document that will finance the budget that will be read today, or at least part of it, by the Treasury Cabinet Secretary. It has made several tax reforms, but the Treasury Cabinet Secretary has been keen to tell Kenyans, we've really tried not to increase or impose any more taxes. What are your thoughts on the current finance bill and its possibility of financing part of this budget?
Quite a difficult question for sure. But I want to believe some analysis has been done by the experts, the revenue collection and all that experts, to be able actually to know how realistic it is to collect the kind of funds you're talking about and reduce borrowing. And maybe I'll be quick to say that borrowing, every country borrows. And I don't think there is any economy where a country doesn't borrow from outside. But the big question is, what are you borrowing the funds to do? How do you apply them? If you borrow for consumption, like recurrent expenditure and all that, then obviously there's a problem there. But if you are borrowing to put that fund or that money into a productive sector or something like that, then you're sure that there's going to be ability to repay what you're borrowing, because that one has been put in place. And so a point I would like to add to what my colleague over here was saying is that there is a role of partnerships, not just in the private sector, even civil society. There are sectors in some of the areas of this country, which for a long time have been sustained by actually the input from civil society sector. And here I'm talking about NGOs, I'm talking about religious institutions. If you look at, like, for example, the Catholic Church, there's a time like the whole of northern Kenya, the education sector was actually being sustained by them. So that opportunity for government actually to partner with these kind of players is critical for actually the government to know that we necessarily need to borrow for, you know, to supplement what they are doing, or do we have sufficient? As long as there is information flows and there is genuine engagement with these particular players.
Yeah. Leave alone Langat. We saw there is an MP of Kasipul aliuawa. Justice ilikuwa served. Within 24 hours, kuna watu walishikwa. Ukweli uongo? Walishikwa. Mbona ya common mwananchi baba yake amefanya kazi kwa Kware? Mbona ule ameng'ang'ana amesomesha kwa Kware? Mbona hawakuji kuongelelea hiyo maneno?
Our demand, the police who trying to... There's a demand we have. The police will make a false statement kwa medium ati kijana alijiua, which is jamaa akamatwe. Ya kwanza kwe kwa cell. Ya pili, we need the murder, the real murder, to be in the jail right now because they know themselves. And the story is being cooked here about Langat. Langat inafaa kwe kwa jela right now.
Incentive to contribute to any particular of the sectors. They may not also have, and these incentives could be in terms of the taxes being levied and all that. It could also be the opportunities and what do they call them? Opportunities that they get when they contribute in that particular sector. And there are so many foundations in this country, for example, from the private sector, who are doing education, they are doing boreholes, they are doing even health support and all that. How is that being factored into all this? Or are we only thinking about borrowing from outside so that we can supplement what we have? So I think that aspect of partnership and working together and collaboration is sort of not being well utilized. Yeah.
And you know, Killian, we've heard before that you know, when we cut spending, we will leave more money for what is more important. And so we've had this talk for maybe 2 years now. The government is putting in place austerity measures. The government is putting in place austerity measures. But I mean, I'm curious. Is it that the austerity measures have been more talk than walk? Because the current expenditure is still at 71% of the budget. So do we need to do more, this austerity? Do we need to walk the talk at this point?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's need to walk the talk. And there's need to look at the priorities. And what I have insisted on fiscal discipline. Because it is at this stage where we put clear statements of what we want to achieve. Now, if it is not because of incidences resulting in force majeure, floods, famine, drought, and such related stuff, then we stick to what we promised to do. But you see, along the way, sometimes we get distracted. We have planned to do ABCD, but we ended up doing EFGH, which was not in the original plan. So we must maintain discipline in terms of how we are managing our finances. We must stick to the priorities, but of course also giving certain relief to the sectors which are spurring the economic growth. Now, let me also add one thing, and of course this is one of the things we want to see, that in as much as we have got this kind of huge budget, there's been, stemming from last year's incidences, there's been concern that Kenyans have already been overburdened in matters of taxation. Right. So we are looking forward that there will be no increment in terms of the taxes which Kenyans are being taxed, but of course probably seeing a broadened tax base where we can bring even those sectors probably which have not been paying tax. Yeah.
There's a statement here that says that the reduction in development expenditure can largely be explained by a 30 billion shilling cut in gross domestic financing product, which means potential delays and scaling down of key development projects. So many have been questioning whether our priorities are okay, whether they're aligned with the needs of the Kenyans, whether it was a priority to reduce development spending, one, and secondly, security spending now officially dwarfs agriculture allocations. In terms of prioritization, how does that sit with you?
Yeah, very good question. I think what I've been hearing people talk about, especially in the ground, is that they have a feeling that there are misplaced priorities which are being financed. Maybe there is a good explanation, but the people don't know that explanation. It's important to explain to the people why we want to allocate money to one sector, for example, security, more than maybe health or something else like that. So I may not know the wisdom.
And I hope and believe that on Tuesday, Tongoyo, you bring a comprehensive report, and any one of you who wants to comment, who has material to add, I'll give you an opportunity. We must move to the next business. Call out order number. You have already said that. Yes. Go to order number 8.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2024. Question to be put on that reading.
Honourable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg.
Thanks to the disruption by the minority leader.
Seepage of public funds, or actually outright theft. So how do we deal with those? Because this is where a lot of money gets lost, and it cannot be explained where it has gone to. So I think there is a question, there's a big thing to explain to the public, but there is need for a continuous engagement with the public, trying to explain how government spends. Why do we have more allocation in the security sector than any of the other sectors? And what are we hoping to get with that? Is it like we are buying equipment? Are we employing more personnel? Or are we, what is it that we are doing with the increased allocations?
All right.
And why should that disadvantage these other sectors? So once that is explained, and I think people are intelligent, they are able actually to understand some of these explanations. But if no explanation is given, then that leaves room for a lot of speculation.
Killian.
Yes, based on what you have asked, it is important to bring clarity on two issues. Issue number one, when we are talking about investment in development projects, there's been huge misconnection, particularly on establishment of new projects when the old projects have not been completed. If you move into, particularly this is the biggest challenge when you move to a different county government. When a new governor comes into a position, he discards the previous projects which were done by his predecessor. Yet those projects costed taxpayers money. So probably it's high time, as we are talking about matters to do with budget, we ensure that the projects already started, because these were not personal projects, they were public projects. And even when we come to the national government, you will see sometimes there's a mismatch that we are starting a certain project in certain areas where the earlier established projects have not been completed. So there's need to ensure that we have discipline to first complete the projects which we started before we establish the new ones. Secondly and lastly, it's true, we have seen that there's huge spending in terms of our security agencies, which is good because, of course, when we are talking about an environment which is not secure, it will not attract investment. But however, we need also to reconsider specifically working on the software. Because we are looking at different parts of the country living in conflicts. Areas to do with North Rift, areas to do with Northeastern, where there's a lot of incidences of violent conflicts, and so on and so forth. But I think the best approach is to ensure that we first pacify those communities which are living in hostility, to start appreciating that they can be able to coexist without resorting to violently attacking each other. That's number one. Then number two, we need to put deliberate efforts to bring development in these areas. Things like road infrastructure, things like hospitals, things like education, so that these communities, rather than them engaging in maybe things like cattle rustling, they can find space for them to go to school, acquire some skills, and abandon this culture. So, in as much, we need to ensure that there's a balance between investing heavily into the hardware, but at the same time investing heavily on the software.
All right.
Yes.
And as we continue this conversation, I mean, in just any moment now, we do expect the Treasury Cabinet Secretary to come out with that statement. But within these streets of these central business districts, things seem to be escalating. We have visuals of a vehicle that has been set on fire, a street that seems to be all up in flames as well, as police try to contain several protesters within the Nairobi Central Business District. So as we can confirm so far, 2 vehicles have been touched within the Nairobi Central Business District as the protests gain momentum. We've seen the Gen Z protesters there saying that they want justice for Albert Ojwang, that no other business should be transacted today, as they call for that justice. Police and protesters there engaged in running battles. We can hear the tear gas canisters. We have helicopters flying within the Central Business District as well, trying to keep calm as the Treasury Cabinet Secretary also prepares to read that budget statement. So we'll continue to give you those live pictures and update you as and when we receive the information. Steve, one of the issues that angered Gen Z protesters last year was the fact that they're on the streets, members of parliament were in parliament, debating the very same thing that Gen Z protesters said they wanted changed. Do you expect, perhaps, that this protest happening today, in the wake of this budget day reading, will be addressed in any way during the budget reading?
We can only hope that they will be addressed. But I'll quickly also note that there is anger within certain quarters or certain people. One of the complaints that I've heard repeatedly is about the youth being jobless. So they have a lot of time in their hands and they become also very vulnerable to be engaged in destructive kind of behavior. And therefore, it is important. I looked at one of the proposals which the minister has put in place is to reduce the digital tax from 3% to 1.5%. I think on the face value it looks good, and it might encourage people to use that digital space, which a lot of people, young people now, as long as you have a mobile phone, a smartphone, you're actually able to even generate money or do certain businesses using that. It might be a good thing, but I think it could have been made better. If it were possible actually to either reduce it further to 1 or even completely remove it, that now gives opportunity for young people to be engaged, meaningfully engaged, that they're able to raise resources, they're able to raise money, they're able to take care of their lives. So one of the ways to address issues of protest is to give confidence and give opportunity to the young people. So the moment they feel like there is no sufficient address to their needs, then you see them lapsing into all manner of behavior. And someone may start even connecting that now again with the increase in the security budget that we are just preparing to deal with these young people. I don't think they are youth who are just cut for protests, but it is because of circumstances they find themselves in and the feelings they draw from the decisions that are being made on a day-to-day basis. So personally, I think there is still work to be done in terms of listening to the young people, listening to what their issues are, and actually being able to address those. And it's not a question of tokenism. You know, we have created a few seats for young people in these leadership positions. That may not sort out the problem. Something more holistic that actually gives the young people opportunity to generate wealth for themselves, to generate resources for themselves. Some of them have grown up seeing the situations their parents and guardians have gone through, and then they also see the flashy lifestyles of our leaders, and that triggers them into lapsing into this kind of a behavior. So I'm just hoping that what's happening today is going to, it's unfortunate because now it's also complicated by now the loss of that young man that we've been talking about. We are reading the budget. We are also, there are people who are mourning, there are families who are mourning their loved ones and so on. There is need to actually demonstrate that there is genuine concern about young people and their future. Some of them are looking at it and they're wondering what is in this budget for us. And they're also looking at all these factors we are discussing here about allocations and budgets, and they are feeling like, you see, we are not being thought about very well. If actually that kind of tax relief which is being given over there, or reduction for the digital engagement, I think it might be something good that actually the youth can talk about. If you go on mitandao everywhere, on Twitter, on YouTube, and all these platforms where they're able to post stuff and they are making money out of that, you will not find people who are busy doing good things which are productive for themselves, getting angry and having to go to the streets to protest about it. Right. So there is a balance that needs to be struck in terms of how we are targeting this group of the population.
And we still have those pictures live on the screen there, drama unfolding at the National Center, the Central Business District in Nairobi. So angry youth they've lit bonfires, many of them protesting over the murder of Albert Ojwang. They are calling for the resignation of DIG Eliud Lagat as well. So far, 2 vehicles have been burnt at the Nairobi Central Business District as the protesters continue to demand for justice for Albert Ojwang. The protesters, some of them, you can actually hear, also speaking against the finance bill of 2025. There is a document that will be used to finance partly the budget that will be read today by the Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi. And so business has pretty much come to a standstill within the Nairobi Central Business District. Police and protesters there fighting, in running battles as they try to get the protesters out of the Nairobi Central Business District. And live in Parliament, the proceedings are just about to begin. We can see the Speaker there making his way into Parliament. The Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, John Mbadi, also making his way into Parliament, just sitting down. So any moment now, we expect the Cabinet Secretary to take the stand, so to speak, and read his very first budget reading. Gentlemen, maybe just to give you your final thoughts as we await the budget reading. Killian, what are you expecting? Very fast, very quickly.
Definitely, as a Kenyan, one of the things I'm expecting is to see a budget which is pro-Mwananchi, putting money into the pockets of the people. I'm also expecting definitely to see that the different sectors which are going to spur the economy have been...
We forgive you. Okay, other members. Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and Standing Order 244C require the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to make a public pronouncement on the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government each financial year. Pursuant to the said provisions, I will shortly interrupt the business of the House to allow the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to make a public pronouncement on the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the year 2025-2026 and the medium term. In accordance with the standing orders, I have also designated a suitable place in the chamber for that purpose. Honourable members, as we welcome the Cabinet Secretary to the National Assembly, I wish to remind the House that today's event is largely ceremonial. No decision will be required on the speech as the supply period, which commences with the consideration of the budget estimates and concludes with the enactment of an appropriation act, is still ongoing. Having said that, honourable members, and before we proceed, I take this opportunity to acknowledge and recognize the presence of distinguished guests in the galleries of the House today, both the Speaker's Gallery and the Public Gallery. They include members of Cabinet, Principal Secretaries, Chairpersons, and Chief Executive Officers of various parastatal senior government officials, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and development partners. Honourable members, I also wish to recognize and appreciate the presence of university student leaders and their colleagues from our universities across the country, members of Bunge la Wananchi, representatives of various youth and women groups, a group of traders representing a cross-section of our small-scale business community, including border riders who are with us today. On behalf of the National Assembly and on my own behalf, I welcome all of you to the National Assembly. Before I invite the Cabinet Secretary to make the pronouncement, I wish to remind the House that in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 244C3, the Cabinet Secretary shall be heard in total silence, without question or clarification being sought by any one of you. Honourable members, and you'll only cheer by thumping your feet, not by verbal expressions. Honourable members, I now interrupt the business of the House to allow the Cabinet Secretary to make a public pronouncement on the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2025-2026. The Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Honourable FCPA John Mbandi Ngonga, AGH. You are now invited to proceed. I thank you, members. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of the National Assembly. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to read budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, it is with great honor and privilege that I present to this esteemed House and the people of Kenya the budget statement for the financial year 2025-2026 budget. I make this statement in compliance with Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the Standing Order number 241 of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, these legal provisions give life to the building constitutional requirements of good governance to which the President and certainly the National Treasury and Economic Planning remain fully committed to. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency, Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, for the trust he bestowed upon me by appointing me as the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to provide leadership in economic and financial affairs of our country. I remain mindful of the aspirations and high expectations of the Kenyan people as I serve in this office. The Constitution protects realization of economic, social, and cultural rights, which includes the rights to adequate food, to adequate housing, to education, right to health, to social security, and to take part in cultural life, to water and sanitation, and also right to work. This budget, Mr. Speaker, speaks to these rights and reaffirms the priority policies and strategies aimed at stimulating economic recovery articulated in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, otherwise known as BETTER, while highlighting the achievements over the past 2.5 years in enhancing the livelihoods of Kenyans. At its core, BETTER has adopted a value chain approach, focusing on strategic investment in areas that generate the highest impact, particularly in job creation and income generation at the grassroots level. Mr. Speaker, significant successes have been achieved through targeted intervention and structural reforms. These measures have laid a solid foundation for economic recovery and set us on a path towards long-term growth and stability. Mr. Speaker, let me mention just a few achievements under BETTER. First, the Kenyan economy has remained resilient and registered an average growth of 5.2% for the period between 2023 and 2024, outpacing both global growth of 3.3% and 3.8% for the sub-Saharan African region over the same period. Other macroeconomic fundamentals such as inflation and exchange rate have strongly rebounded and are projected to remain stable. Second, the government has rolled out fertilizer and seed subsidies to farmers across the country, and that has boosted production in key food value chains and revived underperforming or collapsed export crops such as pyrethrum. Since February 2024, Mr. Speaker, a total of 6.5 million registered farmers have benefited from the fertilizer subsidy program. And as a result of these initiatives, the cost of fertilizer has declined by 67% from Kenya shillings 7,500 in 2022 to 2,500 in 2025. While maize production has increased by 38.9% from 61.7 million bags in 2022 to 85.7 million bags in 2024. This is a clear demonstration of the positive impact of our agricultural reforms towards food security and improved household income. Third, to support livelihoods and small businesses, the government has disbursed loans amounting to over 75 billion by the end of May 2025 through the Financial Inclusion Fund, popularly known as the Hustler Fund. This initiative has provided access to affordable credit to over 26 million customers with a strong base of 9 million repeat borrowers and a repayment rate of 79%. A total of 4.5 million borrowers are eligible to be graduated to the mainstream financing institutions. And to build a culture of savings for the future, the fund has also successfully mobilized 4.5 billion in savings from its beneficiaries. Fourth, to enhance the attainment of universal health coverage, the government has expanded social health insurance. And as of May 2025, more than 22 million Kenyans were registered with the Social Health Authority, what we call SHA, representing a remarkable 175% increase in membership compared to the 8 million previously enrolled under the defunct National Hospital Insurance Fund, NHIF. This marks a major milestone, Mr. Speaker, in our health sector reforms and brings us closer to our goal of equitable, affordable, and accessible health care for all. Fifth, in fulfillment of the commitment to deepen home ownership and close the housing gap, the government has facilitated the construction of affordable housing units across the country. Since September 2022, 2,379 affordable housing units have been completed across 4 counties, with another 11,000 units in the last stages of completion. The units have been advertised for sale to the public through the Boma Yangu platform. And in addition, there are 148,465 units under active construction across the remaining 43 counties. As part of the program, the government is also supporting the development of institutional housing for the uniformed services and students. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, These efforts have created over 250,000 direct and indirect jobs for Kenyans. In addition, over 11 billion has been ring-fenced for Juakali and MSMEs to support local fabrication of steel doors, windows, and other construction materials. Sixth, to drive digital transformation and inclusion, the government has expanded last-mile fiber optic connectivity to 13,590 kilometers in 2025, up from 8,900 kilometers in 2022, an increase of 53%. Two, established 285 digital hubs across the country, and also increased the number of digitized government services from 350 in 2022 to 20,985 in 2025 through integration with the e-citizen and mobile platforms, ensuring seamless access for all Kenyans. Seven, to promote access to reliable and competitive energy, the government has expanded energy generation by installing an additional 167 megawatts of electricity from 3,076 megawatts in 2022 to 3,243 megawatts in 2025. This has enabled connection of 932,839 more customers to electricity. The system peak has increased from 2,149 megawatts of electricity in July 2022 to 2,316 megawatts of electricity in February 2025. The total number of customers connected to electricity has increased to 10 million in 2025 from 8.9 million in 2022. Eighth, to boost education and training outcomes in the country as a tool of creating equality in the society, the government has invested significant resources and implemented radical changes in the education sector. And these include resolving the uncertainty around the competency-based curriculum, CBC, launching of the Kenya Education Management Information System to consolidate all existing student registers from early childhood development to institutions of higher learning into a single centralized database. And three, rolling out of a new student-focused higher education focusing model with special emphasis for students from vulnerable families. Additionally, in order to improve the teacher-student ratio, the government has recruited 76,000 teachers, including junior secondary school teachers. Ninth, to enhance domestic and regional connectivity, boost rural productivity, improve urban informal settlements, and reduce urban congestion, this government has constructed an additional 1,574 kilometers of roads and 129 bridges from 2022 to April 30th, 2025. Further, the government has rehabilitated an additional 212 kilometers of roads and periodically maintains 126,177 kilometers of roads. 10th, the government has also made significant progress in expanding social protection through the Inua Jamii Cash Transfer Program. From 2022 to 2025, the number of households with orphans and vulnerable children receiving support has increased by 65% to 428,421. Additionally, persons living with disabilities registered for support grew by 34% to 59,637. The number of senior citizens aged 70 years and above registered for social protection also rose by 66% to over 1.2 million. These efforts have provided stable incomes to the beneficiaries and reduced their dependency on relatives, enhancing their dignity and quality of life. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, notwithstanding these achievements, we are aware that a lot remains to be done in order to address the pressing challenges facing Kenyans. And Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget-making process, we accorded Kenyans an opportunity to share their views on how to address the economic challenges facing our country. In my various engagements at open barazas and in the media, Kenyans have been very resolute in voicing their concerns that include overtaxation and high cost of living, unemployment, need for protection of the poor and vulnerable, and more importantly, the need to reduce government expenditure and wastage of resources across the national and county governments. Mr. Speaker, I am alive to these domestic challenges facing Kenyans and the external factors such as geopolitical tensions and shifting global trade dynamics that lead to escalation of the cost of essential commodities in the country, requiring comprehensive responses by government. These domestic challenges facing Kenyans and the external factors such as geopolitical tensions and shifting global trade dynamics that lead to escalation of the cost of essential commodities in the country, requiring comprehensive responses by government. As you may recall, the social unrest precipitated by the Finance Bill of 2024 budget-making process. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I have actively engaged Kenyans in various social forums in an effort to promote inclusive dialogue on the challenges facing our economy. And as a result of these consultations, we are focused on the following broad areas. First, easing tax burden on Kenyans by increasing the pool of taxpayers and enhancing tax compliance. In this respect, the ongoing work on the digitization and automation of the Kenya Revenue Authority, in line with the Kenya's medium-term revenue strategy. Thus, all who are able shall henceforth contribute to financing the operations of government and development of our country. Second, to enhance liquidity in the economy and support small businesses, we have started the process of settling pending bills that have been validated, particularly those related to road construction, which has resulted in resumption of road construction projects across the country. Mr. Speaker, the pending bills verification committee will share their final report by the end of June 2025. This report will be analyzed and recommendations tabled in Cabinet for approval, after which we shall embark on the process of clearing the eligible bills, starting with those related to individuals, businesses, and the micro, small, and medium enterprises, majority of whom have borne the brunt of non-payment. Third, promotion of good governance on public finance matters. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans have expressed concerns about the public debt. Indeed, there is a perception of lack of transparency in the management of public debt. In this regard, I requested the Auditor General to conduct a comprehensive audit of public debt. This audit is currently ongoing, and once completed, the report will be shared with this House. Fourth, there has been public perception and concerns in the past that our budgets tend to be unrealistic. To address these concerns, we took a two-pronged approach. First, we adopted the zero-based budgeting, where every budget item has to be justified at the beginning of every financial year. This process was used in the preparation of the financial year 2025-2026 budget, which is the first time it is used, and which budget I submitted to this House on the 30th of April 2025. Second, in response to concerns on unrealistic revenue projections, we have reduced revenue projection to be in line with the trends. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, revenue projections in the financial year 2025-26 budget and over the medium term are consistent with the growth of the economy. Fifth, Mr. Speaker, in order to improve governance in the public procurement process, I launched the e-procurement system on April 7, 2025, and beginning of 1st July 2025, all procurement by ministries, departments, and agencies will be done through the e-procurement system without any exception. This will reduce the opaqueness and save government resources, estimated at 10% of procurable budgets. Sixth, we have taken deliberate efforts to enhance transparency and promote inclusive policy making and deepen public understanding of government economic priorities. We have not only intensified media engagement through the TV stations and radios, but have also engaged the public in open places like Jivanji Garden, Bunge la Mwananchi, and Mombasa County, where we held a meeting at Swahili Port Amphitheatre. Similar engagements have also taken place in other locations in Nairobi, Mombasa, Eldoret, and Nyeri, thereby providing valuable insights and lessons which have been taken into consideration while preparing this budget. 7, Mr. Speaker, in order to create additional jobs for the youth, the government has begun rolling out Climate Works, a nationwide program that will engage over 110,000 youth across all 47 counties. The program started last year in Nairobi's informal settlements and has been a great success. Now it is being expanded to the rest of the country. Climate Works is designed as a social support program that gives young people paid work to improve their communities. The youth will help build roads, plant trees, and clean up the environment in their neighborhoods. Thus, through this climate work, the government is not only providing a paycheck to help young people meet their immediate needs, but also offering financial support to help them develop themselves and their families. Indeed, the program enables them to save money and prepare for their next steps, including starting businesses, continuing their education, or finding long-term jobs. I encourage all our youth to register ahead of the registration deadline. Today, Mr. Speaker, having heard Kenyans loud and clear, we have accommodated their diverse concerns in the financial year 2025-2026 budget. And in this regard, this budget provides highlights of the measures the government has taken to stimulate economic recovery, strengthen macroeconomic stability, and enhance resilience of our economy. Mr. Speaker, achieving these strategic objectives will require that we pull in the same direction. It is in this context that His Excellency the President has urged us to put our differences aside, build bridges, and focus on implementation of strategic interventions for a better Kenya. Mr. Speaker, in this respect, the theme for this year's budget is stimulating sustainable economic recovery for improved livelihoods, job creation, and business and industrial prosperity in line with better. That is bottom-up economic transformation agenda. That is the theme. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward in the implementation of the government's agenda, we are also conscious of the fiscal constraints that demand our collective attention and thoughtful action. 1, rising demands for increased public spending, which could lead to either higher debt or the need to raise taxes, both of which require careful consideration and balanced decision-making given current public concerns. 2, we face constraints on account of public debt accumulation. Progressively, our debt carrying capacity has narrowed. This calls for prudence and discipline on how we manage and take on new debt. And finally, we face the challenges of mobilizing higher tax revenues as we must balance the need for increased revenues with the need to keep the cost of doing business low to stimulate economic growth. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, these constraints are interlinked, and addressing them effectively requires strategic planning, fiscal discipline, and a commitment to long-term sustainability. In this regard, this budget will continue to implement a fiscal consolidation plan designed towards slowing down the growth of public debt while protecting service delivery to our citizens. Given the limited resources we have made tough choices by curtailing funding to lower priority areas. This has allowed us to redirect our scarce resources towards the better core pillars and enablers, accelerating outcomes for citizens while maintaining pro-poor spending in health, education, and vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, the rest of my statement will present the economic context around which this budget is prepared, policy priorities and structural reforms under better, the proposed resource allocations as well as revenue-raising measures that the government will implement in the financial year 2025-2026 budget. And therefore, let me start with the economic policy context. And I will first speak to the global context. Mr. Speaker, 2025-2026 budgets has been prepared in the context of heightened uncertainty due to recent tariff wars and the intensification of geopolitical tensions, which continue to pose significant risks to global economies. In this regard and respect, global economic growth is expected to slow from 3.3% in 2024 to 2.8% in 2025, and finally to 3% in 2026. Now, let me come to the domestic economy. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, on the domestic front, the economy has remained resilient, as I stated earlier, recording an average growth rate of 5.2% for the years 2023 and 2024. This performance is higher than the global average of 3.3% and also higher than the sub-Saharan African region average of 3.8% over the same period. This strong growth reflects the impact of sound and deliberate policies, as well as the resilience of our well-diversified economy. These factors have enabled us to withstand significant domestic and external shocks while maintaining a steady path of progress. In 2024, the economy grew by 4.7%, supported by positive growth in all sectors except construction and mining. This growth was lower compared to 5.7% in 2023, mainly due to adverse effects of floods in the second quarter and the anti-finance bill protests in the third quarter of 2024 that disrupted economic activities. In fact, our economy closed down for about 3 months. Mr. Speaker, the government's policy interventions have strengthened the macroeconomic indicators as reflected in the following achievements. Number one, inflation rates has declined to 3.8% in May 2025 from a peak of 9.6% in October 2022. The prices of essential food items, including sugar, milk, maize flour, wheat flour, bread, and rice, among others, have eased. For example, the price of 2 kilograms of sifted maize flour has declined to 156.9 shillings in May 2025 from Kenya shillings 177.7 in October 2022. Similarly, cost of energy and power has also come down over the same period. Second, in response to the decline in inflation, the Central Bank of Kenya has gradually eased monetary policy, lowering the central bank rate from 13% in August 2024 to 9.75% in June 2025. With the easing of monetary policy stance, interest rates have been declining. For example, the 91-day treasury bills rates have declined from an average of 15.9% in May 2024 to 8.3% by May 2025. In addition, the average commercial bank lending rates that peaked at 17.2% in November 2024 have since declined to 15.7% in April 2025 and are expected to decline further. This decline has not only reduced the cost on government debt, but is also expected to stimulate lending by banks to the private sector and support economic activity. And third, foreign exchange market has remained stable, supported by a narrowing in the current account deficit and improved investor sentiment and confidence in our economy. The current account deficit narrowed to an all-time low at 1.3% of GDP in 2024 from 2.5% of GDP in 2023, supported by export of goods, resilient tourism, and remittance inflows and a contraction in food imports. As a result, our foreign exchange reserves have increased to their highest levels and stood at US dollars 10.5 billion, which is equivalent to 4.7 months of import cover by 30th of May 2025, and continue to provide adequate cover and a buffer against any short-term shocks in the foreign exchange market. The exchange rate against the US dollar has also appreciated from 159.7 to the dollar in January 2024 to stabilize at Kenya shillings 129.9 0.3 shillings to the dollar by 30th of May 2025. Mr. Speaker, the economy is expected to sustain growth momentum in 2025 and 2026, with the growth projected at 5.3% per year. And Mr. Speaker, this growth outlook is premised on a stable macroeconomic environment over the medium term. To foster macroeconomic stability, the government will continue to uphold prudent monetary and fiscal policies, ensuring that our actions remain aligned with the evolving needs of the economy and of the Kenyan people. As part of the process, the government will work to ensure that inflation remains within the targeted range, maintain a competitive exchange rate to the dollar, and deliver stable interest rates. Fiscal policy stance over the medium term will continue to support the government's priority programs under BETTER through a growth-oriented fiscal consolidation path. And as such, the fiscal deficit is projected to decline from 5.3% of GDP in the financial year 2023-24 to 2.7% of GDP in the financial year 2028-2029. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's economic outlook faces both external and domestic risks. Globally, trade tensions, financial market volatility, and geopolitical conflicts could reduce Kenya's exports, tourism, and remittances, as well as raise costs of essential commodities. In the domestic scene, extreme weather may impact agriculture, infrastructure, and food security. The government is monitoring these risks closely and will take necessary action and measures to safeguard macroeconomic stability. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, let me now expound on the policy, priorities, and structural reforms that the government is implementing to sustain economic growth and improve livelihood of Kenyans. The priorities are under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, as I have already affirmed earlier in my statement, government's initiatives under BETTER over the last 2.5 years have resulted in significant successes, notwithstanding a challenging domestic and external landscape. Over the medium term, the government will consolidate the gains already realized to stimulate sustainable economic recovery for improved livelihoods. Towards this end, the government will continue to implement policies, programs, projects, and the interventions geared towards 1. Bringing further down the cost of living, 2. Ensuring food security, 3. Creating jobs, 4. Expanding the tax base, 5. Improving foreign exchange balances, and finally, fostering inclusive growth. Priority will be given to attracting strategic investment across BETTER's 5 core pillars and their enablers, using a value chain approach to enhance production and add value and improve market access. This will be supported by a whole-of-government approach to service delivery. Mr. Speaker, the government will also implement the following interventions to support and accelerate economic recovery. First, continue to uphold macroeconomic stability and strengthen security to ensure a safe and supportive business environment. Second, accelerate the development of key infrastructure, including roads, railway, energy, and water systems to lower the cost of doing business and ease the movement of the people and goods. Third, boost investment in key economic sectors to drive broad-based sustainable growth by advancing agricultural transformation, strengthening manufacturing, promoting environmental conservation and climate change mitigation, revitalizing tourism, and ensuring sustainable land use and management. Fourth, strengthen human capital development by increasing investment in health, education, and targeted social safety nets for vulnerable populations to achieve both social and economic outcomes. Fifth, promote empowerment of youth, women, and persons living with disability through government-funded programs complemented by strategic partnerships with private sector organizations. Sixth, facilitate fiscal decentralization by allocating shareable revenues to governments and effectiveness in public service delivery. I want to now turn to a presentation on building resilience against climate change. Here, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, climate change, we all know, is now a global crisis. And it's to the impacts of the climate, which pose both economic and fiscal risks. In response, the government is taking proactive steps to align with the global transition towards a low-carbon, climate-resilient future. Climate finance mobilization strategy, national policy framework on green fiscal incentives, carbon market framework, as well as the national green taxonomy. To diversify our financing sources, address budget deficits, and fund social and environmental sustainability projects, the government is developing a sustainability-linked bond framework that will allow the issuance. We reaffirm our dedication to protecting our environment, safeguarding livelihoods, and building a climate-resilient Kenya. Disruptions, at the same time affecting lives and livelihoods of millions of Kenyans. Financing framework to manage disaster is finalizing the development of the Public Finance Management Disaster Risk Management Fund regulations of 2025. The regulations seek to establish a dedicated fund for addressing 4 cycles of disaster risk management, namely preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. Allow me now to turn to policy and legal institutional reforms. Mr. Speaker, recognizing that sustainable economic recovery depends on the timely implementation of effective policy, legal, and institutional reforms, the government is implementing the following interventions to enhance the business environment, improve efficiency in public service delivery, and bolster accountability and transparency in the management of public finances. Number 1, public procurement reforms. Mr. Speaker, to streamline public procurement, we developed the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill of 2024, which is currently in Parliament for enactment. The bill seeks to enhance transparency and accountability, strengthen the role of the regulator to enforce standards, compliance and sanctions for non-compliant procuring entities, promote the use of local content, and align with international best practices. I urge the honorable members to fast-track this enactment. Its enactment. Mr. Speaker, in order to fully automate public procurement and asset disposal processes, I launched the end-to-end e-government procurement system in April 2025. The e-government procurement system is a departure, a complete departure from the manual processes, and will lead to increased bidder participation, enhance efficiency in processing of procurement requests, and increased authenticity of procurement documents through integration with various government systems. Mr. Speaker, the rollout of the e-procurement system is scheduled for July 2025. In order to ensure effective use of this system, the National Treasury rolled out the training of end users from procuring entities in both the national and county governments on the e-government procurement system phase 1 modules that cover procurement planning to contract management. We have since trained suppliers, and to date 400 e-government procurement system end users comprising public finance management staff and suppliers from both the national and county governments have been trained in readiness for full rollout in July 2025. Next, I want to speak to restraining growth of public sector wage bill, which has been of serious concern. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to implement measures aimed at reducing the ratio of the government wage bill as a share of tax revenue, with a view to free much-needed resources for priority social and development spending. The government will implement the following initiatives to control the wage bill. First, the government will fully implement the unified human resource management system across all public sector entities by July 2025.
This initiative is part of broader efforts to enhance public sector efficiency, improve management of wage bill, and ensure the effective utilization of public funds. Second, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission continues to sustainably reduce the number of allowances in public service through a phased approach aimed at streamlining allowances to improve transparency, accountability, equity, and fairness, thereby ensuring total public compensation bill is affordable and fiscally sustainable. To this end, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission will progressively review allowances and benefits in the future collective bargaining agreements, aligning them to the allowances policy guidelines for the public service. Allow me now to turn to state corporations reforms. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, state corporations are a major source of fiscal risks to public finances due to management and operational inefficiencies. An assessment conducted by the National Treasury to determine viability of state corporations identified critical gaps and vulnerabilities. Mr. Speaker, to address the vulnerabilities, the Cabinet in January 2025 approved reforms to streamline state corporations and enhance governance and accountability of the corporations. The reforms target to address operational and financial inefficiencies, enhance service delivery, and reduce over-reliance on exchequer support by state corporations. The approved reforms include the following. First, merger of 42 state corporations into 20 entities to improve operational efficiency and eliminate redundancy, as some have duplicating and overlapping mandates. Second, dissolution of 25 state corporations and their functions transferred back to their parent ministries or other state corporations. Third, restructuring 6 state corporations to align their mandates for improved performances. Fourth, declassification of 4 public funds currently categorized as state corporations and transferring their functions back to the relevant ministries. And fifth, declassification of 13 professional bodies currently categorized as state corporations to private entities with no exchequer budget. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance operational efficiency, improve governance and ownership of state corporations, the government developed the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill of 2024. The bill is part of broader efforts by the government to streamline public enterprises, reduce fiscal risks, and enhance service delivery to citizens. The bill is currently before this August House for consideration. Thank you. I urge honorable members to favorably consider the bill to enable its enactment. Mr. Speaker, in order to secure the uptake of cotton production, while also providing alternative linked supplies for local apparel manufacturers, the Cabinet approved the revival and commercialization of Rivertex East Africa Limited by onboarding non-equity strategic partners. Mr. Speaker, on sugar sector reforms, His Excellency the President reaffirmed his commitment during this year's Madaraka Day celebrations to ensure the prompt payment of sugarcane farmers. The government has also taken practical steps to deliver its promise to modernize the mills and transform these once struggling factories into productive, sustainable enterprises. Currently, 4 state-owned sugar factories, Chemelil Sugar Company, Muhoroni Sugar Company, Nzoia Sugar Company, and South Nyanza Sugar Company, which is also known as Sony, have been placed under competitive leasing arrangements. This initiative is expected to enhance efficiency, restore profitability, and protect the livelihoods of farmers. Let me now turn to pending bills. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to resolving the long-standing issues of pending bills dating back to 2005 as part of broader efforts to strengthen public financial management and restore confidence in government processes. In this respect, the Pending Bills Verification Committee that was appointed in September 2023 is currently finalizing its report for submission by end of this month. Since its inauguration, the committee received a total of 65,600 625 pending bills claims valued at over 571.6 billion. The committee has analyzed 57% of the bills received valued at 522 billion. The 57% is in terms of numbers. Out of this, a total of 229 billion has been recommended for settlement. Once the committee submits its report, we shall submit the recommendations to Cabinet for approval to settle the pending bills. Let me now speak to national assets and inventory management reforms. Mr. Speaker, in order to promote prudent management of public assets and liabilities, the National Treasury digitized assets in the assets and inventory management modules in the IFMIS for use by both national government and county governments. Already, 52 state departments have gone live on the IFMIS asset module and are at various stages of uploading their registers for 6 asset categories, namely land, building, motor vehicles, ICT equipment, office equipment, and furniture and fittings. In addition, a roadmap is in place to roll out the module to the county government, and this reform will enable accounting officers have visibility of all assets and inventory under their control and facilitate optimal assets utilization. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, to enhance the management and utilization of public assets, the government is developing a policy on public sector asset valuation. The policy will support accurate financial reporting, strengthen fiscal discipline, and inform evidence-based public investment decisions. In addition, the government will develop framework to facilitate identification of public sector assets, and this will ensure accuracy and completeness of assets register, which are critical for transition to accrual basis of accounting. On financial sector reforms, Mr. Speaker, the banking sector has remained stable and resilient with a strong asset base, which grew by 1.5% from 7.6 trillion in April 2024 to 7.7 trillion in April 2025. To anchor the banking sector to continue playing its role in Kenya's socio-economic transformation, various reforms have been implemented, which include, first, the Central Bank of Kenya lifted the moratorium on licensing of new commercial banks in Kenya in April 2025. This is expected to attract foreign direct investment in the sector, resulting in competition and consequently reduced lending rates. Second, to promote the greening of banking sector, Central Bank of Kenya in April 2025 issued the Kenya Green Finance Taxonomy and the Climate Risk Disclosure Framework for implementation by the sector. The Kenya Green Finance Taxonomy is a tool to classify whether particular economic activities are green or environmentally sustainable and promote the transition to a low-carbon economy. The Climate Risk Disclosure Framework is aimed at enabling banks to integrate climate-related risks into their governance, strategy, risk management, and disclosure frameworks. It is also intended to enable banks to leverage on business opportunities from efforts to mitigate and adapt to climate change. And third, issuance of guidelines on global liquidity standards and leverage ratios. The Central Bank of Kenya in April 2025 issued guidelines on liquidity coverage ratio, net stable funding ratio, and leverage ratio for the banking sector. These guidelines will enhance the banking sector's liquidity and capital frameworks to promote greater financial stability and resilience, thereby ensuring that banks have the ability to withstand unexpected shocks, maintain stable funding, and manage their risk profiles effectively. Mr. Speaker, the Central Bank of Kenya, in collaboration with the National Treasury and other stakeholders, are developing the National Financial Inclusion Strategy for the period covering 2025 to 2028. The strategy provides a consolidated framework for advancing financial inclusion agenda to meet the needs of all Kenyans through deepening access and usage of financial services, enhancing quality of affordable financial products that meet consumer demands. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen digital finance in Kenya, the government will continue to implement the National Payment Strategy for the period 2022 to 2025 and fast-track finalization of a national policy on digital finance. In order to reform and modernize the national payment system, Central Bank of Kenya is doing the following. 1. undertaking a comprehensive review of the national payment system legal and regulatory framework. 2, implementing a fast payment system that seeks to address persistent challenges in interoperability, affordability, and the high cost of digital transaction. And 3rd, effective 1st July 2025, the Kenya Electronic Payment and Settlement System will transition to a 24/7 settlement capability. This will support round-the-clock trade, enable faster clearing of government payments, facilitate real-time business-to-business transactions, and provide greater flexibility for consumers and financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, following the grey listing of the Republic of Kenya by the Financial Action Task Force in February 2024, the government has continuously addressed the technical deficiencies identified in Kenya's Mutual Evaluation Report, which was published by Eastern and Southern Africa Anti-Money Laundering Group in September 2024. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, one of the technical deficiencies identified in the Kenya's Mutual Evaluation Report was lack of a policy and regulatory framework to the virtual assets and virtual assets service providers. In order to regulate this sector, the government has developed the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025, which is currently before Parliament. Again, I urge honorable members to fast-track its enactment. On capital markets development, to further deepen the capital markets, the government continues to review the legal and regulatory framework to address emerging issues in the sector. In particular, the government overhauled the public officer regulations and collective investment schemes regulations to spur uptake of products while ensuring that investors are protected. The government has also approved new regulatory frameworks to support credit ratings and alternative investment funds, which have attracted a lot of interest from investors. Further, the government is in the process of reviewing the regulatory frameworks for licensing, margin trading, conduct of business for market intermediaries and mergers, acquisitions, and takeovers. Once in place, these regulations will reinvigorate capital markets activity and make our capital markets more facilitative and efficient. Mr. Speaker, to diversify the government sources of financing, a Sukuk bond has been issued while other Sharia-compliant products are in the pipeline. The first Sukuk bond raised 3.2 billion, which has been effectively deployed in the affordable housing program and pension reforms. Mr. Speaker, in the Tax Laws Act, Mr. Speaker, now I turn to the pension reforms. Mr. Speaker, in the Tax Laws Amendment Act 2024, we introduced a number of incentives aimed at increasing disposable income to our senior citizens once they retire. And I thank this Honorable House for passing this Tax Laws Amendment Bill in December. We, among others, increased tax deductible amount, removed tax on all retirement benefits, and introduced tax exemption on pension savings towards post-retirement medical schemes. Mr. Speaker, despite the reforms introduced in this sector, benefit adequacy remains a persistent challenge. Many retirees still find their pensions insufficient to meet their basic needs. And Mr. Speaker, the retirement benefits system predominantly covers the working population in the public and private sector to the exclusion of the unemployed population, who are majority in the informal sector. To address this, the National Treasury, in collaboration with key stakeholders, is implementing the National Retirement Benefits Policy. This policy outlines a clear, forward-looking strategy to address long-standing structural challenges, such as fragmented legal frameworks, exclusion of informal sector workers, limited medical cover for the elderly, weak portability mechanisms, and inadequate dispute resolution structures. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to fulfilling its obligations to retired public servants while ensuring that our pension systems is modern, inclusive, efficient, and sustainable. In this respect, the government is undertaking reforms aimed at delivering faster, more transparent, and citizen-friendly pension services. Key among these reforms is the re-engineering of the Pensions Management Information System, which, together with the launch of a pension self-registration platform, will significantly improve data accuracy, enhance biometric verification and reduce pension processing time from several months to less than 30 days. These reforms will also ensure real-time claims tracking and integration with the national identification and payroll system, reducing errors and potential leakages. The re-engineered pension management system is planned for rollout on 1st of July 2025 and will transform pension administration by 1. Enabling ministries, departments and agencies to submit pension claims online at source through integration with government human resource systems. 2. Allowing pensioners and beneficiaries to access services remotely and track the status of their claims in real time. And 3. Providing automated updates to clients on the progress of their claims through system-generated notifications. On insurance reforms, Mr. Speaker, to facilitate the growth of the insurance industry in Kenya, the government will speed up the approval of the National Insurance Policy and its implementation. The policy will guide the review of the Insurance Act, which has served its purpose, albeit with progressive amendments for the last 30 years. Mr. Speaker, the Insurance Regulatory Authority is undertaking focused training on livestock and crop insurance, targeting farmers and pastoralist communities. These efforts are aimed at improving understanding and access to agricultural insurance as a tool for mitigating climate-related risks and protecting livelihoods of farmers and pastoralist communities. The authority is also conducting a comprehensive money laundering and terrorist financing risk assessment on the vulnerability of the insurance industry. This will aid in the identification of areas of improvement so as to strengthen the supervisory framework. On reforms under the education sector, Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury is committed to upholding the right to education, including free and compulsory basic education as guaranteed under Article 53B of the Constitution of Kenya. While we are cognizant that examinations must be conducted as scheduled later this year, there is need to undertake a critical evaluation of the costing of examinations, assess the sustainability of the program in view of the prevailing fiscal constraints, and explore optimal options for delivering national examinations in order to ensure economy and value for money in public spending. Mr. Speaker, a key consideration is the merits of public funding of examination fees for all primary and secondary school candidates, including those from well-off households, as opposed to targeting the vulnerable students in our schools. We should also explore options of making the exercise of delivering national examinations simple and affordable without compromising the credibility of the exercise. To this end, the National Treasury is in consultations with the Ministry of Education on how best to achieve this at a minimal cost possible, including evaluating possible cost-sharing mechanisms. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to ensuring access to quality education for all children. In this regard, I assure the public and the 2025 examination candidate of our commitment to provide adequate funding for 2025 national examinations. On the fiscal policy framework, Mr. Speaker, the implementation of 2024-2025 budget has faced notable challenges, primarily following the withdrawal of the Finance Bill of 2024. Its withdrawal, alongside the associated public demonstrations, adversely affected economic activity and disrupted business operations across the country, compounding the fiscal pressures facing the government already. In response, the government undertook a revision of the fiscal framework through Supplementary Estimate Number 1 in August 2024. This revision reflected a lower revenue base following the preliminary outcomes of financial year 2023-24, while also addressing immediate cash flow constraints. These adjustments were critical to ensuring the continuity of public service delivery. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the mid-year economic disruptions, the budget execution has been further constrained by shortfalls in revenue and emerging expenditure pressures. Notably, the implementation of the collective bargaining agreements and funding requirements under the new university education financing model have placed significant demands on the available fiscal space. These challenges have led to cash flow pressures and a buildup of pending obligations, necessitating careful fiscal management and reprioritization. To address these evolving dynamics, the government prepared supplementary budget estimates to accommodate revenue shortfalls experienced during the current fiscal year and accommodated expenditure pressures. On domestic revenue mobilization, Mr. Speaker, in order to support our economic agenda and sustain key government programs, the government continues to implement a balanced mix of tax policy and administrative measures aimed at significantly boosting revenue collection. As part of the process, the government is focused on broadening the tax base while reducing the burden of compliance. In this regard, we have prioritized sectors such as the digital economy, agribusiness, and small and medium enterprises in tax education and outreach programs. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Kenya Revenue Authority continues to embrace modern technology to streamline tax processes, facilitate trade, and enhance voluntary compliance. A key milestone in this journey is the launch of Gava Connect, an open application programming interface platform that enables Kenyan developers to build homegrown solutions for efficient access to tax services. This program enhances service delivery, improves transparency, and strengthens our ability to detect tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, Kenya Revenue Authority has also introduced several digital tools to simplify compliance and boost operational efficiency. One is what we call auto-populated VAT returns for seamless, accurate tax filing. Two, simplified pay returns, accessible via mobile, web, and application program interface. Three, electronic rental income tax system that has enabled transparent rental income declarations. And four, forecourt electronic tax invoice management system integration in the petroleum sector, connecting fuel dispensers to point-of-sale terminals. This enables real-time transmission of sales data to electronic tax invoice management system, simplifying compliance and ensuring greater transparency in fuel transactions. Mr. Speaker, these solutions are more than just tech updates. They are the drivers of economic empowerment and accountability. Indeed, by simplifying tax procedures, developing user-friendly digital platforms, and providing on-the-ground support, Kenya Revenue Authority is nurturing a fair and inclusive tax culture, one that enables businesses to thrive while meeting their obligations. Mr. Speaker, building on the progress made, our focus in the financial year 2025-26 and over the medium term will be to strengthen domestic resource mobilization through the following key initiatives. First, continue with the implementation of the national tax policy and the medium-term revenue strategy to provide a consistent and predictable framework for tax administration and policy formulation. Second, continue with the automation of tax administration processes to improve the overall efficiency of the tax system. And third, enhancing non-tax revenue collection by enabling ministries, departments, and agencies to generate income through the services they provide to the public. Mr. Speaker, as part of our broader fiscal reform agenda, the government is undertaking targeted tax administrative reforms aimed at strengthening our revenue base and promoting inclusive economic growth. These reforms will focus on three key objectives. One, or first, reducing tax expenditures. Mr. Speaker, tax expenditures stood at 3.38% of GDP in 2023. To unlock additional revenue for national governments, we must reduce that tax expenditure. Second, expanding the tax base and enhancing compliance, in line with the goals set out in the medium-term revenue strategy. And third, streamlining the tax structure to encourage domestic production, attract investment, and stimulate economic growth. Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak to improving efficiency of public expenditure. Here, Mr. Speaker, in our continued effort to ensure prudent fiscal management, the government will sustain and deepen measures aimed at strengthening expenditure control and enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of public spending. To this end, the government will implement a series of targeted actions, which include: one, utilization of the launched end-to-end procurement system to maximize value for money, enhance efficiency and transparency in public procurement processes. Two, rolling out of a human resource management system across all national government ministries and departments, as well as county governments, to support better management of the public wage bill. 3, scaling up the use of the public-private partnerships framework for commercially viable projects to attract private sector participation in public service delivery, what we call PPP. 4, improving the public service pension administration through rolling out the pension management information system. And 5, fast-tracking governance reforms in state corporations to strengthen accountability, efficiency, and financial sustainability. I want to now turn to revenue projections. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, based on the outlined policy measures and structural reforms, total revenue collections, including appropriation in aid for the financial year 2025-26, budget is projected to be at 3,321.8 billion, equivalent to 17.2% of GDP. Of this amount, ordinary revenue is projected at Kenya shillings 2,754.7 billion, which is equivalent to 14.3% of GDP. And ministerial appropriation in aid, or if you like, non-tax revenue, is projected at 567 billion shillings. Grants are projected at 46.9 billion, or 0.2% of the GDP. Having talked about revenue projections, let me now turn to expenditure projections. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure in the financial year 2025-2026 budget is projected at 4,291.9 billion, equivalent to 22.3% of GDP. And of this, recurrent expenditures will amount to 3,134.4 billion, equivalent to 16.3% of GDP. And development expenditures, including allocations to domestic and foreign finance projects, contingency fund, and equalization fund, will amount to 693.2 billion, equivalent to 3.6% of GDP. Total allocation to county governments is projected at 474.9 billion, of which equitable share is 405.1 billion. Fiscal deficit and financing. Mr. Speaker, the resultant fiscal deficit, including grants, is projected at 923.2 billion, which is equivalent to 4.8% of GDP, down from the estimated 997.5 billion, or 5.7% of GDP in financial year 2024-25. The fiscal deficit for the financial year 25-26 budget will be financed by net external borrowing of 287.7 billion, equivalent to 1.5% of GDP, and net domestic borrowing of 635.5 billion, which is equivalent to 3.3% of GDP. Public debt management. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's public debt is projected to remain with these sustainable levels over the medium term. In present value terms, the debt to GDP is projected to progressively decline from 63% in 2024 towards the debt anchor of 55%, or minus 5% of GDP, plus or minus 5% of GDP for 2028. To support the projected decline in debt levels, the National Treasury will continue implementing various reforms as guided by the medium-term debt management strategy, including liability management operations, continue pursuing use of concessional loans from multilateral, bilateral, and limited commercial sources such as international bond issuances. Additionally, reforms targeted to support domestic market development will eventually reduce the cost of public debt while sustaining fiscal consolidation efforts to ensure debt remains within sustainable levels. Further, the government will explore emerging funding instruments such as debt swaps, diaspora bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, and environmental, social, and governance debt instruments to fund budget deficit and manage public debt. This strategic approach will not only diversify our financing options, but also strengthen international partnerships and promote sustainable growth. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, the government is keen on sustaining transparency and improving efficiency on public debt service. To this end, the National Treasury is in the process of integrating the Commonwealth Meridian Debt Management System with the Integrated Financial Management Information System, IFMIS, and the core banking systems of Central Bank of Kenya. On public-private partnerships framework, Mr. Speaker, the government continues to strengthen the role of public-private partnerships in financing our development agenda. Currently, there are 32 PPP projects at various stages which are targeted to mobilize 70 billion shillings in the financial year 2025-2026 through private investments in priority sectors, including energy, water, housing, health, and transport. So, Mr. Speaker, to enhance transparency and accountability at all stages of project life cycle while implementing PPP, I recently issued a circular on mandatory disclosure requirements for all privately initiated proposals. This measure is part of our broader effort to strengthen the integrity of the PPP program and to ensure that private sector participation in public projects fosters public trust. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury in May 2025 received the final report of the Committee of Experts on leveraging local financial markets for investment into public-private partnerships and implementation. The committee recommended the establishment and operationalization of PPP Implementation Trust Fund as the central mechanism for enhancing private sector participation in PPPs, particularly through institutional and retail entities. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the PPP regulations under consideration by Parliament will enhance clarity around PPP processes, thereby enhancing efficiency and project delivery. This will also unlock a pipeline of county-level specific PPP projects in partnership with development partners. In strengthening public finance management reforms, number one is migration to accrual accounting. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen management of public resources, all government ministries, departments and agencies adopted accrual accounting as of 1st July 2024. The first accrual-based financial statements are expected for the financial year ending 30th June 2025, which is a few days away. The accrual accounting will enable the government to account for all assets and liabilities, including all government assets. Second, Treasury single account. Mr. Speaker, to enhance cash management, the migration of ministries, departments and agencies to the Treasury single account is progressing well. The Central Bank of Kenya is scheduled to go live with its T24 system upgrade in July 2025. This upgraded platform will support the implementation of Treasury single account core functionalities and facilitate the National Treasury to roll out the key elements of the Treasury single account system. Concurrently, the National Treasury is on track to onboard county governments in 2026. The final phase will involve integrating all remaining national government entities into the Treasury single account by financial year 26-27. Third, zero-based budgeting. Mr. Speaker, to reorient the budgeting and expenditure framework, the government adopted the zero-based budgeting approach while finalizing the financial year 25-26 budget. To implement this approach, the National Treasury developed a budget costing tool that was integrated into the IFMIS budget module for the national government. The zero-based budgeting approach compels all ministries, departments and agencies to justify expenditures from scratch, thus ensuring resources are allocated to high-impact activities. It promotes transparency, efficiency, by requiring clear justification and critical assessment of spending. Mr. Speaker, I know this statement is long. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, you know Kenya is not a small economy. We are number 6 in Africa. And we have jumped over Ethiopia. So you can't have a 3-pager statement for an economy as big as Kenya.
Gone without apology. Gone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
So far, so good.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm now turning to resource allocation so that honorable members can appreciate and the Kenyan people where we have allocated the limited resources that we have. Mr. Speaker, now let me highlight the government spending priorities for financial year 25-26. Expenditures for the financial year 25-26 will consolidate the gains realized under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, with special focus placed on promoting investment in co-pillars and their enablers through a value chain approach. Number one, under agricultural transformation and inclusive growth, which is the first pillar. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to transform the agriculture sector by increasing productivity in key value chains such as fisheries and aquaculture, horticulture, food crops, livestock and rangeland development. The government will scale up support to farmers through input financing, subsidies and extension services. This will move the country from food deficit to food surplus, reduce reliance on food imports and revamp export crops. Mr. Speaker, in this respect, I have proposed an allocation of 47.6 billion for various programs under this sector, despite the fact that agriculture is largely devolved. This includes 8 billion for the fertilizer subsidy program, 10.2 billion for the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, 800 million for small-scale irrigation and value addition project, 1.2 billion for food security and crop diversification project, and 5.8 billion for the food systems resilience project. Mr. Speaker, to promote livestock production, I have proposed Kenya shillings 2.3 billion for de-risking, inclusion and value enhancement of pastoral economies programs, 1.6 million Kenya shillings for Kenya livestock commercialization program, and 280 million for the livestock value chain support project. I have also proposed Kenya shillings 340 million for the development leather industrial park at Kenani. Mr. Speaker, to support the growth of blue economy, I have proposed a total of 8.2 billion to the blue economy and fisheries subsector. This includes 2.3 billion for aquaculture business development project, 2.4 billion to the Kenya Marine Fisheries and Socio-Economic Development Project, and 500 million for the Kabonyo Fisheries and Aquaculture Training Center. Mr. Speaker, to raise agricultural productivity and enhance resilience to climate change risks in targeted smallholder farming and pastoral communities, I've proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 318 million towards an ending drought emergencies project and 1.3 billion to resilience for food and the nutrition security program in Horn of Africa project. Mr. Speaker, the government is also committed to land reforms to address historical inequalities, promote equitable access, and ensure sustainable land management. To this end, I have proposed a sum of 3.8 billion for settlement of the landless. I have also proposed 1.1 billion for processing and registration of title deeds, another 712 million for digitization of land registries, another 200 million for georeferencing of land parcels, and 220 million for construction of land registries to safeguard legitimacy of land ownership. The next pillar is transforming the micro, small, and medium enterprises economy. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes the challenge of accessing affordable credit by most micro, small, and medium enterprises, and Kenyans at the bottom of the pyramid. To address this challenge, I have proposed an additional allocation of 300 million to the Financial Inclusion Fund, popularly known as the Hustler Fund, to scale up access to credit for households and MSMEs. I have also proposed an additional 308 million for the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, 550 million for the Center for Entrepreneurship Project, and 1.3 billion for Rural Kenya Financial Inclusion Facility. Under housing and settlement, which is the other pillar. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to facilitating the construction of decent, safe, and affordable houses for Kenyans. Through the affordable housing program, the government is creating jobs for the youth directly in the construction sector and indirectly through the production and supply of building products. To continue supporting this initiative, I have proposed an allocation of 128.3 billion for the housing, urban development, and public works subsector. This includes 13.4 billion under the Kenya Urban Program, 64.5 billion for construction of affordable housing units, 10.5 billion for construction of social housing units, and 16.5 billion for social and fiscal infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocations to the housing, urban development and public works interventions include 7.2 billion shillings for the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project Phase 2, 3.5 billion for the construction of housing units for the National Police and the Kenya Prison, 500 million for building climate resilience of the Urban Poor Program, 184 million for construction of footbridges, and 454 million targeted to support construction of county headquarters. Mr. Speaker, to ensure the safety of Kenyans through compliance with building codes and standards, as well as other industry regulations, I have proposed an allocation of 2.6 billion for the regulation and development of the construction industry. I am aware members are aware, I know members are aware of the challenges we have had where collapsed buildings kill many Kenyans as a result of carelessness of various developers. Let me turn to universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, access to quality and affordable health care through the universal health coverage program is central to this government. Towards this end, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 138.1 billion, up from 123 billion in the current year's budget, to the health sector to support various activities and programs. This includes 6.2 billion for universal health coverage, coordination and management, 13.1 billion for primary health care, and that is up from 7.1 billion in the current year, and 430 million to provide medical cover for the orphans, elderly, and disabled persons in our society. Mr. Speaker, to lower cases of HIV, AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis, and enhance vaccines and immunization program in the country, I have proposed 17.3 billion for the Global Fund and Kenya shillings 4.6 billion for vaccines and immunization programs, respectively. Mr. Speaker, to enhance early diagnosis and management of cancer and reduce the burden of treatment of chronic and critical illnesses among Kenyans, I have proposed an allocation of 8 billion to the Emergencies, Chronic and Critical Illnesses Fund to be managed by SHA, and this has moved from 5 billion shillings in the current budget. 1 billion for construction of a cancer center at Kisii Level 5 Hospital, 100 million to strengthen cancer management in Kenyatta National Hospital, and 100 million for expansion of comprehensive cancer treatment at Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital. Mr. Speaker, to improve health service delivery, I have also proposed a sum of 42.4 billion for our referral hospitals, including Kenyatta National Hospital, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Kenyatta University Teaching Referral and Research Hospital, Mwai Kibaki Teaching and Referral Hospital in Othaya, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kisumu, and Mathare National Teaching and Referral Hospital. Other locations include Kenya shillings 1.3 billion for the construction of Kenyatta National Hospital, Burns and Pediatrics Center. Mr. Speaker, I have also proposed 5.2 billion for Kenya Medical Supplies Agency to recapitalize it, 2.7 billion for the Kenya Medical Research Institute, 500 million for procurement of family planning and reproductive health commodities, and 300 million for procurement of equipment at the National Blood Transfusion Services. Further, to strengthen the capacity of medical personnel, I have also proposed an allocation of 4.3 billion for medical interns, 3.2 billion for community health promoters, 303 million for training of health personnel, and 8.9 billion for the Kenya Medical Training Centers, KMTCs. On digital superhighway and creative economy, which is the other pillar of the better principle, the government continues to invest in digital superhighway to improve ICT infrastructure and expand internet access nationwide. The creative industry is a significant source of employment, particularly for the youth, and has the potential to address high unemployment rates through promotion of music, theater, graphic design, digital animation, fashion and craft, among others. Mr. Speaker, to support growth in the digital superhighway, I have proposed an allocation of 12.7 billion to fund initiatives in the information communication technology sector. Specifically, this proposed allocation includes 2.3 billion shillings for the construction of Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology at Konza Technopolis, 3.7 billion for Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Project, and 333.2 million for government shared services, 382 million for the digital superhighway, 689 million for the establishment of digital hubs, and 750 million for maintenance and rehabilitation of national optic fiber backbone infrastructure. In order to fast-track the development of the Konza Technopolis city, I have proposed an allocation of 3.1 billion for Konza data center and smart city facilities. The government is also committed to enhance transparency, accountability, and efficiency in public procurement. I have, in this regard, proposed an allocation of 700 million for rolling out the implementation of the electronic government procurement system, what we call EGP, or EGP, EG procurement. Other key allocations to critical sectors supporting better include the following: investing in critical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to invest in transportation networks, including roads, railways, and air travel, to reduce travel time and logistic costs, making markets more accessible and facilitating the movement of goods and people. Towards this end, I have proposed an allocation of 217.3 billion for development of roads across the country. This includes 30 billion to support construction of new roads and bridges, 70.8 billion for rehabilitation of roads, because we have so many long, the length of roads is so long that we have to maintain them and rehabilitate. And 115.6 billion for road maintenance. Actually, this 115 billion is more than the 85 million that we have in the current budget by 30 billion for maintenance of our roads. Mr. Speaker, to expand railway transport and its infrastructure, I have proposed an allocation of 38 billion shillings. I have also proposed an allocation of 450 million for the Kenya ferry ramp in Mombasa, 331 million for Nairobi bus rapid transport project, and 298.7 million for promotion of e-mobility projects. To facilitate movement of goods and people in our inland waters, I have also proposed an additional 110.4 million for acquisition of ferries for Lake Victoria. Mr. Speaker, to scale up production of reliable and affordable energy, I have also proposed an allocation of 62.8 billion to cater for key energy interventions. This includes 31.6 billion for the national grid system, 16.3 billion for rural electrification, 11.6 billion for development of geothermal energy, 2.1 billion for alternative energy technologies, and 743 million for development of nuclear energy. Let me now talk about improving education outcomes. Mr. Speaker, the education sector plays a vital role in economic development by enhancing human capital, driving innovation, and improving productivity. To this end, the government continues to invest in education to raise learning outcomes and ensure equal opportunities for all. Mr. Speaker, I have proposed a total allocation of 702.7 billion to the education sector, which is almost 28% of our entire budget. This will include an allocation of 387.2 billion to the Teacher Service Commission. The allocation for TSC will include 7.2 billion for recruitment of intern teachers and 980 for capacity building of teachers on competence-based education curriculum. Further, I have proposed an allocation of 7 billion for free primary education, 28.9 billion for junior secondary school capitation, and 51.9 billion for free day secondary education. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I have also proposed an allocation of 5.9 billion for administering the national examinations, 3 billion for the school feeding program, and 7.2 billion for the recruitment of intern teachers. I think that one I'd already mentioned, that's a repeat, and 4 billion for the technical, vocational, educational training and entrepreneurship project. Mr. Speaker, to enhance infrastructure development and provide a safe learning environment in our schools, I have proposed an allocation of 1.7 billion for primary and secondary schools infrastructure, and 1.4 billion for construction and equipping of technical training institutes and vocational training centers. In addition, I have proposed 13.3 billion for the Kenya Primary Education Equity in Learning Program and 2.3 billion for the Kenya Secondary School Quality Improvement Project. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocations to the education sector include 993 million for research, science, technology and innovation, 41.5 billion to the Higher Education Loans Board for provision of loans to university and TVET students, and this has increased from 35 billion to 41.5 billion for health. Another 16.9 billion for scholarship for university students and 7.7 billion capitation and scholarship for TVET students. In supporting manufacturing for job creation, Mr. Speaker, to continue promoting local industries, I have proposed an allocation of 18 billion under various implementing ministries, departments and agencies. Out of this, 4.5 billion will support establishment of county integrated agro-industrial parks in various counties. 2.8 billion for supporting access to finance and enterprise recovery, what we call SAFER project. 602 million for a development of Athi River Textile Hub. 705 million for establishment of flagship export processing zones hubs. 504 million for development of special economic zone textile park in Naivasha. And 798 million for Kenya jobs and economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, in order to revitalize and maximize the benefits from our cash crops, I have proposed 2 billion for coffee cherry revolving fund and another 2 billion for coffee debt waivers. This is up from the 3 billion that was allocated to this subsector in the last financial year's budget. Another 1.5 billion for sugar sector reforms and 120 million for modernization and revitalization of cotton ginneries and 245 million for horticultural produce compliance enhancement project. Mr. Speaker, to support local production and processing of edible oils, I have proposed an allocation of 300 million for the National Edible Oil Crops Promotion Project. Mr. Speaker, to enhance milk processing, I have proposed an allocation of 400 million for excess milk mop-up and 150 million for modernization of milk processing factories in Runyenjes and Narok. Mr. Speaker, to equip our youth with essential training and internship opportunities in trade and industry, I have proposed an allocation of 330 million for the Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project. Another 500 million for the construction of industrial research laboratories and 109 million for constituency industrial development centers. Now let me speak to improving security. Mr. Speaker, a stable and secure environment fosters investment, trade, and overall economic growth. In this regard, I have proposed an allocation of 202.3 billion for defense, another 125.7 billion for the National Police Service, and 51.4 billion for the National Intelligence Service, another 32.5 billion for internal security and national administration, and 38.1 billion for prison services. I have also proposed an additional allocation of 10 billion to cater for leasing of police motor vehicles and 3.6 billion for police modernization program. Mr. Speaker, to combat crime and enhance administration of justice, I have proposed 1.2 billion for construction and modernization of national forensic facilities. Now, let me turn to protecting the vulnerable groups in our society. Mr. Speaker, social protection services are crucial for building more equitable and resilient societies by reducing poverty, inequality, and vulnerability, as well as promoting economic growth and social cohesion. I have in this regard proposed an allocation of 41.4 billion in this budget to protect the vulnerable members of our society and promote affirmative action. This is increasing from 33 billion in the current financial year's budget. Out of this allocation, 25.1 billion will cater for cash transfers to the elderly persons. And again, this has moved from 18 billion, so it has increased by 7 billion. 8.9 billion for cash transfers to orphans and vulnerable children. Again, that's a jump of 1 billion more. And 1.5 billion for cash transfers to persons living with disability. Again, this has been increased from 1.19 billion. Mr. Speaker, the proposed allocations also includes 3.9 billion for the Kenya Hunger Safety Net Program, 450 million for the National Fund for the Disabled of Kenya. In addition, there is 600 million which will go to the Child Welfare Society of Kenya, 100 million for the Presidential Bursary for Orphans, 180 million for the Street Families Rehabilitation Trust Fund, and 90 million for the National Albinism Support Program, and finally 90 million for the National Autism Support Program. On equity, poverty reduction, women and youth empowerment. Mr. Speaker, unemployment remains one of the most persistent and challenging issues facing the country today. The challenge is not only about job creation, but also bringing the critical gap between education and employment and developing relevant skills for the modern economy. In order to empower the youth and support businesses owned by youth and women and to promote development in the constituencies, I have proposed 105.6 billion for these initiatives. This allocation includes 10 billion, I have proposed 105.6 billion, not million, for these initiatives. This allocation includes 10 billion for the National Youth Service, NYS, 3.6 billion to National Youth Opportunity Towards Advancement, what is famously known as NYOTA, and Kenya shillings 318 million for the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. In addition, I have proposed 990 million for film development services. Mr. Speaker, to further empower our women and girls, I have proposed 353 million for the Women Enterprise Fund, 940 million for provision of sanitary towels to school-going girls, 254 million for strengthening prevention and response to gender-based violence in Kenya, 110 million for eradication of female genital mutilation, and 4 billion for the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, otherwise known as NGAF. Mr. Speaker, to promote regional equity, reduce poverty, and enhance social development across the country, I have proposed 58.8 billion for the National Government Constituency Development Fund, 9.6 billion for the Equalization Fund to finance programs in identified marginal areas or marginalized areas, and another 15.9 billion for the Kenya Devolution Support Program number 2. To stimulate tourism growth, sports, culture, recreational and arts, Mr. Speaker, in order to harness national pride, empower our youth and position Kenya as a regional beacon of talent and heritage, I have proposed an allocation of 29.7 billion to support sports, culture and recreation as well as tourism. This proposed allocation includes 13.5 billion for the Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund, 2.3 billion to establish an automation and digitization system for the sports registrar, 241 million for the Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya to make Kenya remain competitive in the athletics and other sports, 402 million for Sports Kenya, 245 million for the Kenya Academy of Sports, 8.2 billion for the Tourism Fund, and 4.8 billion for Tourism Promotion Fund. On environmental protection, water and natural resources, Mr. Speaker, to safeguard natural ecosystems, ensure sustainable water use, and tackle the impact of climate change, I have proposed an allocation of 10.7 billion for forest resources conservation and management, 1.6 billion for forest research and development, 3.7 billion for environment management and protection, 11.5 billion for the Kenya Financing Locally Led Climate Action Project, which is known as FLOCA, 1.6 billion for meteorological service, and 13.2 billion for wildlife security, conservation and management. Another 953 million for wildlife research and development. In addition, I have also proposed 1.1 billion for human-wildlife conflict compensation and 950 million for wildlife insurance. Mr. Speaker, I have also proposed an allocation of 26.8 billion for water and sewerage infrastructure development. Out of this, 16.5 billion for water resources management, and 1.9 billion for water storage and flood control. In addition, I have also proposed 15 billion for irrigation and land reclamation and 266 million for water harvesting and storage for irrigation. In order to improve governance and sustaining the fight against corruption, Mr. Speaker, to enhance good governance, intensify the fight against corruption, and entrench integrity and accountability in public service delivery, I have proposed Kenya shillings 4.5 billion for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, 4.5 billion for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, 5.3 billion to the State Law Office, and 8.7 billion for the Office of the Auditor General. In addition, Mr. Speaker, to enhance the oversight and legislative role of Parliament, I propose an allocation of 48 billion for Parliament. To enable administration of justice, I also propose an allocation of 27.8 billion for the judiciary. Now let me turn to allocation to county governments. Mr. Speaker, to support devolution, county governments will receive 405.1 billion in the financial year 2025-2026 as an equitable share of revenue raised nationally, an increase of 17.6 billion from Kenya shillings 387.4 billion in financial year 24-25. The 405.1 billion represents 25.8% of the most recently audited revenues for financial year 2020-2021, way higher than the minimum of 15% prescribed in Article 203(2) of the Constitution. In order to ensure food and nutrition security, infrastructure development, improved water and sanitation systems, among others, county governments will receive an additional 69.8 billion as additional allocations. Equalization Fund. Mr. Speaker, to support implementation of projects in the marginalized areas, 7.85 billion has been proposed as an allocation to the Equalization Fund in the financial year 2025-2026, and an additional 2.74 billion to settle outstanding arrears owed to the fund. Mr. Speaker, now allow me to speak to measures to enhance county government's own source revenue. Mr. Speaker, the own source revenue policy recommended the development of a national framework legislation to regulate the introduction of taxes, fees, and charges by county governments. Consequently, the National Treasury and other stakeholders developed the County Government Revenue Raising Process Bill, which is currently before Parliament for consideration. Again, I urge the Honourable House to consider the bill and prioritize its enactment. Mr. Speaker, now let me turn to taxation measures. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to tax policy measures supporting the financial year 2025-2026. These measures include proposals contained in the Finance Bill 2025, as well as the customs duty measures agreed upon by the East African Community Ministers for Finance during the East African Community pre-budget meeting held in May this year, which I personally attended. These measures are set to take effect from 1st July 2025. Mr. Speaker, the freedoms we enjoy in this country have not come easy. In the last couple of years, Kenyans have spoken clearly and loudly on the desired direction in development of policy and governance of taxation. In 2023, the minority side in Parliament, supported by the efforts of the then ODM chairman, protested against the Finance Act of 2023. Last year, Mr. Speaker, some provisions in the Finance Bill 2024 triggered protests across the country. These actions in the 2 years regrettably resulted in the loss of lives and destruction of property and adversely impacted economic lives of many. In the remembrance of our fellow Kenyans who lost their most precious lives during these protests, allow me, Mr. Speaker, that we observe a minute of silence in their remembrance.
Will you be upstanding?
May their souls continue resting in eternal peace. Thank you, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, no life should be lost and no property should be destroyed again. The message from Kenyans was clear. Since I took office at the National Treasury and Economic Planning, I assured Kenyans that we shall strive to reduce tax burden. In this respect, the Finance Bill of 2025 has neither proposed new taxes nor raised any tax rates. Instead, we have chosen to enhance tax revenue collection through administrative reforms by simplifying and streamlining tax laws to make them clearer and easier to implement, thereby improving taxpayer compliance. The process also involves rationalization of tax expenditure to enhance equity and fairness. Mr. Speaker, the revenue foregone through tax incentives or tax expenditure has increased significantly, rising from Kenya shillings 393.1 billion, which is equivalent to 2.9% of GDP in 2022, to 510.6 billion, which is equivalent to 3.4% of GDP in 2023. To reverse this trend, the Finance Bill of 2025 proposes reforms to rationalize tax expenditures so as to promote equity, fairness, efficiency, and reduce distortions within the tax system. The proposed reforms are in line with the national tax policy and the medium-term revenue strategy, which this Honorable House passed. So, Mr. Speaker, from the proposed reforms, we expect to raise Kenya shillings 30 billion more as additional revenue. Mr. Speaker, customs measures agreed upon by East African community ministers during the pre-budget meeting are intended to protect our industries and ensure they access raw materials and inputs at affordable prices. The meeting allowed Kenya to import tea packaging materials at a lower duty rate of 10%. In addition, Kenya was granted an extension of duty remission to import wheat at the rate of 10%. These measures will support our wheat and tea farmers. Mr. Speaker, I will begin with the customs measures and later provide highlights on the proposed amendments of tax laws in the Finance Bill of 2025. On customs measures, to meet the local demand of rice, Kenya was allowed to extend the stay of application on the East African Community Common External Tariff and import rice at the rate of 35% or USD 200 per metric ton, whichever is higher, instead of the common external tariff rate of 75% or USD 345 per metric ton. Mindful of wheat farmers in Kenya, East African community ministers agreed on duty remission of wheat at a rate of 10% instead of the common external tariff rate of 35%, provided the millers who intend to import wheat under the duty remission must first purchase locally produced wheat. Mr. Speaker, to promote local assembly of telecommunication equipment, Kenya was granted an extension of duty remission on inputs for assembly of telecommunication devices, including mobile phones, laptops, and tablets. Mr. Speaker, in order to reduce the production cost of animal feeds, Kenya requested for an extension to import inputs for production of animal feeds duty-free under the East African Community Duty Remission Scheme, which was granted. We urge the producers of animal feeds to apply for the remission. Mr. Speaker, the leather sector is one of the priority value chains under BETA. To support local producers of leather and leather products, Kenya was allowed to extend the stay of application on the common external tariff rate and apply import duty rate of 35% on leather products. To promote tanneries to supply local manufacturers with high-quality leather, Kenya was allowed to import chemicals for leather processing under duty remission. Mr. Speaker, to support local assembly of transformers, which is critical to energy distribution, the East African Community Ministers approved Kenya's request for a tariff split on transformers to provide for a distinction between fully built
and unassembled transformers. Currently, it is one line, tariff line, and it is very difficult for us to separate and incentivize either of them. So, Mr. Speaker, to support the local assemblers of cranes, Kenya was granted approval to import inputs for assembly of cranes duty-free under duty remission. Mr. Speaker, last year Kenya was granted a stay of application on the East African East African Community Common External Tariff to apply a higher duty rate ranging from 25 to 35% on certain types of paper used in manufacturing packaging materials. This action adversely affected exporters, particularly in tea sector. To address this, Kenya opted not to request for an extension of the stay of this common external tariff. And this decision will not affect local manufacturers of packaging materials, as they will continue importing raw materials under duty remission. So, Mr. Speaker, now let me speak to the Finance Bill of 2025. Let me now highlight some of the proposals contained in the proposed Finance Bill 2025. Under Income Tax Act. Mr. Speaker, to enable faster recovery of investment by businesses on loose items such as utensils, linen, and industrial tools, the bill proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to allow for a full cost deduction of these items in the first year of purchase, as opposed to the current 3 years. This will improve cash flows of the relevant businesses. Mr. Speaker, we have noted increased tax disputes arising from audits carried on cross-border transactions. These disputes could have been avoided if the multinational companies had advanced pricing agreements with the commissioner at KRA. To address this gap, the bill is proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to empower the commissioner to enter into advanced pricing agreements with multinational companies. Mr. Speaker, the Tax Laws Amendment Act of 2024, passed in December last year, introduced the minimum top-up tax in line with the global best practices. But the Act inadvertently omitted the due date for payment of the tax, thus creating enforcement challenges. To address this, I have proposed an amendment to the Income Tax Act to clarify that the due date will be the end of the 4th month following the close of a company's accounting period. Mr. Speaker, again, the Tax Laws Amendment Act of 2024, passed in December last year, exempted gratuity payments from income tax, actually pension and gratuity. However, the provision is not clear whether all gratuity, including from private pension schemes, is exempted from tax. In this respect, the bill is proposing to amend the Income Tax Act to clarify that all gratuity payments, whether from public or private sources, are exempt from tax. Mr. Speaker, to encourage wider participation in virtual asset transactions, especially among the youth, the bill proposes to reduce the digital asset tax rate from 3% to 1.5%. And Mr. Speaker, to ensure consistency and effective administration of the law, the bill proposes to amend the 3rd schedule to the Income Tax Act to clarify that fringe benefit tax is payable by the employer at the corporate tax rate, and that withholding tax on qualifying dividends and qualifying interest are final tax. That is not clear in the current arrangement. And Mr. Speaker, under the current Income Tax Act, individuals with mortgages, and honorable members would be interested in listening to this. Mr. Speaker, under the current Income Tax Act, individuals with mortgages for purchasing or improving residential houses can claim tax relief on interest payment on the mortgage. However, those who take up a mortgage to construct their own residential houses are excluded from this relief. That is the law as it is today. To ensure fairness, the bill proposes to extend this benefit to interest on mortgages taken for construction of residential houses. This will support home ownership and align with the better pillar on affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, the current tax-free daily subsistence allowance of $2,000 for private sector employees on official duties outside their usual workplace is lower than that of the public sector employees. To enhance equity, the bill is proposing to increase the tax-free daily subsistence allowance for private sector employees from 2,000 to 10,000 shillings. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has an opportunity to strengthen its position as a regional financial hub. In this respect, the bill proposes amendment to the Income Tax Act to provide that companies certified by the Nairobi International Financial Center Authority, NIFCA, that invest new capital of at least 3 billion over a period of 3 years to pay a reduced corporate tax rate of 15% for the first 10 years and 20% for the subsequent 10 years. The companies qualifying for this will be required to employ Kenyans at senior management level. The startup companies that are certified by Nairobi International Financial Center Authority will enjoy a 15% tax rate for the first 3 years and 20% for the subsequent 4 years. And dividends earned by certified holding companies and regional headquarters will be exempted from tax provided that at least 250 million is reinvested annually in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we have noted that some employees seek refunds from KRA on reliefs of deductions that ought to have been deducted by their employers. To address this challenge, the bill proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to make it mandatory for employers to consider all eligible tax reliefs and deductions when computing employees' income tax. Presently, employers are not compelled to deduct these reliefs in computing pay as you earn. Value-added tax. Mr. Speaker, while a supplier is required to issue a tax invoice at the point of sale, there is currently no definition of tax invoice under the VAT Act. This creates ambiguity on what constitutes a tax invoice. To resolve this ambiguity, the bill is proposing to amend the VAT Act to define a tax invoice. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen tax administration and enhance compliance, the bill proposes to require the issuance of tax invoices for all suppliers, whether taxable or exempt. This amendment will support better record keeping by taxpayers and facilitate the pre-population of returns. Mr. Speaker, to support business operations, the bill proposes to shorten the period for claiming refunds on bad debts from 3 years to 2 years and to allow taxpayers to either request for a refund or offset it against future VAT liabilities. Mr. Speaker, again, entities in special economic zones currently benefit from VAT exemptions and zero rating, but there is no provision to recover tax when these benefits are misused or abused. To safeguard revenue and promote accountability, the bill proposes to recover VAT where exempted or zero-rated goods or services are used for purposes other than those intended. Mr. Speaker, to prevent leakages or revenue leakages, strengthen tax administration, and promote equity across sectors, the bill proposes to move some zero-rated goods and services that are consumed locally to exempt status. Further, Mr. Speaker, some of the goods exempted from VAT have multiple uses, making it difficult to effectively monitor whether they are finally used for the intended purpose. In this respect, the bill proposes to amend the VAT Act to remove such exemptions. Under excise duty, Mr. Speaker, to minimize tax disputes relating to classification of locally produced excisable goods, the bill proposes an amendment to the Excise Duty Act to clarify that the East African Community Common External Tariff and its classification rules shall apply to all excisable goods, both imported and locally manufactured. Mr. Speaker, to streamline the processing of application for license to manufacture excisable goods by the Commissioner, the bill proposes to amend the Excise Duty Act to require the Commissioner to provide feedback on the application within 14 working days from the date of receipt of all valid documents. Mr. Speaker, the Excise Duty Act provides for taxation of alcoholic beverages based on pure alcoholic content, which increased cost for producers using spirits over 90% alcohol content as raw materials from 356 shillings to about 1,000 shillings per litre. Since undenatured extra neutral alcohol is a key input in the manufacturing of spirituous beverages, the bill proposes to amend the Excise Duty Act to provide an excise duty rate of 500 shillings per litre for undenatured extra neutral alcohol above 90% strength supplied to licensed spirituous beverage manufacturers. Mr. Speaker, to promote equity and fairness in taxation of accessible services offered through the internet or electronic network, the bill proposes to amend the Excise Duty Act to bring non-resident persons without a physical presence in Kenya into the tax net when they supply accessible services through these mediums. Mr. Speaker, to avoid double taxation of fees charged by digital lenders, the bill proposes to amend the definition of digital lender under the Excise Duty Act to exclude entities licensed under the Banking Act, the Cooperative Societies Act, and the Microfinance Act. Honorable members, to enhance clarity and consistency in the administration of excise duty legislation, the bill is proposing to amend the Excise Duty Act to clarify that imported plastic products, including plates, self-adhesive plastics, and printed polymers, will be subjected to excise duty at 25% of the excise value, or 200 per kilogram, whichever is higher. Now let me speak to miscellaneous fees and levies. Mr. Speaker, the Export and Investment Promotion Levy on billets and wire rods, which are raw materials in manufacture of nails, fencing wires, gabions, bolts, and nuts, have raised production costs of these products. In this respect, the bill proposes to amend the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act to review the levy downwards. Mr. Speaker, to promote Nairobi as regional aircraft maintenance hub while managing tax expenditures, the bill proposes to amend the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act to introduce import declaration fee and railway development levy on small aircrafts and helicopters, but retain the exemption on spare parts of all aircrafts. The Tax Procedures Act, 2015. No, the Act is 2015. Mr. Speaker, to enhance the Commissioner's ability to recover unpaid taxes from non-residents, the bill is proposing to amend the Tax Procedures Act to expand the scope of agency notices to include non-resident persons. Mr. Speaker, and this is controversial, to close a loophole that hinders enforcement of tax compliance and ensure timely revenue collection, the bill proposes to amend the Tax Procedures Act to clarify that enforcement of tax collection when a tax appeals to be done or a court judgment on tax dispute is in favor of the Commissioner shall only be suspended where a stay order has been granted. That is not the one that I thought I was going to read. The controversial one is yet to come. Mr. Speaker, to remove the financial and legal barriers that may hinder effective enforcement of recovery of unpaid taxes, the bill proposes to amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide that property transfers made by or to the Commissioner in recovery of tax liabilities be exempted from stamp duty. Mr. Speaker, to promote transparency, uphold fair administrative action, and strengthen trust in tax administration, the bill proposes to amend the Tax Procedures Act to require the Commissioner to provide reasons when issuing amended tax assessments to a taxpayer, so that we avoid misuse of Kenya Revenue Authority for political reasons, where they just sit and tell you that 3 years ago you did not pay such and such, and yet you had already been cleared for tax purposes. Reasons must be provided. Mr. Speaker, to address taxpayers' concerns regarding penalties and interest arising from system-related delays or administrative errors beyond taxpayers' control, the bill proposes to amend the Tax Procedures Act to allow the Cabinet Secretary to grant waivers on penalties and interest arising from such circumstances upon recommendation by the Commissioner. Presently, if there is any error made by the Kenya Revenue Authority on your tax assessment, there is no law to reverse it. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker and fellow Kenyans, we have experienced a wide range of challenges as a nation in the past 2 years. In navigating these trying times, we have demonstrated exceptional resilience and remained steadfast in our development and democratic journey. Kenyans have demonstrated commendable patience and resilience as the government continues to fulfill its commitments to improve livelihoods through the implementation of Better. And under the leadership of His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, we have made meaningful progress in advancing our development agenda, promoting inclusion, fostering national unity, and working together to build our nation and renew the spirit of patriotism. Mr. Speaker, the budget I have presented today has been thoughtfully prepared to navigate the delicate balance of competing interests while adhering to our fiscal consolidation plan. Mr. Speaker, I am confident that the policies and structural reforms I have outlined provide a solid foundation for sustaining our socio-economic transformation. These measures are designed to stimulate job creation, strengthen our economic recovery, and ease the cost of living. I therefore call upon honorable members and all Kenyans to support the implementation of the budget as we work together in pursuit of shared prosperity. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the journey to a prosperous Kenya calls for leadership and collective commitment of all Kenyans. Last year, the Orange Democratic Movement joined hands with the United Democratic Alliance under Kenya Kwanza to form a broad-based government. This unity has brought renewed peace and stability to Kenya and fostered inclusive development beyond tribal lines. I wish thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I wish to acknowledge with gratitude the unwavering leadership and vision of His Excellency the President Dr. William Samoei Ruto and His Excellency the Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki. I also wish to recognize the invaluable efforts of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Attorney General, my fellow Cabinet Secretaries, Principal Secretaries, accounting officers, and all personnel across government ministries, departments, and agencies who have diligently contributed to the development of the financial year 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, I want to sincerely thank Baba, Right Honorable Raila. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, I sincerely thank Baba, Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, and the entire Orange Democratic Movement fraternity for their invaluable mentorship as well as trusting me with party leadership positions in my political journey. But Mr. Speaker, I will not forget that I served the people of Suba South constituency as their elected representative for a period of 15 years and a further 2 years as nominated member of parliament before my appointment to the cabinet. I truly appreciate the people of Suba South constituency for the opportunity they gave me to serve them, and I will remain forever grateful. In addition, I served in the leadership of parliament as a minority leader, and equally, I appreciate the support accorded to me by this House and its leadership during my tenure. My sincere appreciation goes first to you, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, and your counterparts in the Senate, the majority and minority leaders, and the entire House leadership, including respective clerks, supporting the approval process of the financial year 2025-2026 budget. Second, to honorable chairs and members of both the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the Finance and National Planning Committee and all the other departmental committees of this House, as well as the staff of Parliamentary Budgets Office for their constructive inputs and leadership during the approval process of this budget. Third, my colleagues at the National Treasury and Economic Planning, led by Dr. Chris Kipto, the Principal Secretary for the National Treasury, Dr. Boniface Barasa Makoha, the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Economic Planning, and Mr. Cyril Wagunda Odede, the Principal Secretary for Public Investments and Assets Management, for their commitment, dedication, and support in the preparation of this budget. Fourth, special appreciation goes to Mr. James Muhati, the former Principal Secretary for the State Department for Economic Planning, for his unwavering commitment and invaluable support during the first half of the financial year. His dedication and strategic leadership greatly advanced the ministry's mandate and played a pivotal role in shaping key national economic planning initiatives. Fifth, my appreciation goes to the Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, the Commissioner General of the Kenya Revenue Authority, as well as the management and staff of both institutions, the financial sector regulators, and other MDAs for their valuable contributions to the budget process. Sixth, my gratitude goes to our multilateral and bilateral development partners for their continued technical and financial support. Seventh, I also thank the private sector for their participation and contribution in the budget process. And eighth, I wish to appreciate the media and non-state actors for their active engagement and participation in the financial year 2025-2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, I forever remain indebted to my beloved wife, Madam Rhoda Mbadi, and my children, who is here in the Speaker's gallery, and my children for their support and inspiration as I execute my duties at the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Their prayers and guidance gave me the zeal to proceed even during my lowest moments. I remain deeply grateful also to my siblings for raising me, paying my school fees, and supporting me throughout my journey. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that my late parents, Jadul Staslaut Ngongomoth and his babe, Slermina Yambu Ngongo, with my mother, are smiling down from above as they see their youngest son perform this great service for the great people of Kenya today. God is truly faithful. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, my utmost gratitude goes to all Kenyans for their contributions during the budget process. Thank you, and may God bless Kenya. Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, you will recall that I have already submitted to this House the budget estimate and the Finance Bill 2025, together with the accompanying documents as required by the Public Finance Management Act 2012. Today, I further submit the following documents for this August House and request that you graciously receive them. 1. Budget statement for the financial year 2025-26. 2. The 2025 budget policy statement. 3. Estimates of revenue, grants and loans for the financial year 2025-2026. 4. Financial statements for the financial year 2025-26. 5. Medium-term debt management strategy 2025. 6. Budget highlights, the Mwananchi guide for the financial year 2025-26. And finally, statistical annex to the budget statement for the financial year 2025-2026. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Minister. You may now take your seat. Thank you, CS, for just above 2 hours well spent in presenting your first budget highlights to this House. Honorable members, I wish to thank the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning for ably making a public pronouncement of the budget policy highlights and the revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2025-2026 and the medium term. I confirm that in conformity with the provisions of Section 39 and 39A of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the Standing Order 244C, the Cabinet Secretary had already submitted to the National Assembly the relevant legislative proposals necessary to actualize the revenue-raising measures to finance the 2025-2026 budget. This has since culminated in the Finance Bill 2025, which is under consideration by this House. Honorable members, it's my pleasure to invite all members, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, other Cabinet Secretaries and all invited guests to a reception at the Parliamentary Courtyard. Honorable members, the time now being 5:23 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 17th June 2025 at 2:30 p.m. I thank you.
Well, there you have it. The it's now 4.29 trillion shilling budget, the statement that has been read by the National Treasury and Economic Planning Cabinet Secretary, that is John Mbadi. This is his inaugural one. And he has pointed out a number of things, like reiterating that in this, the finance bill, which is also submitted to Parliament, to the National Assembly, has not increased any taxes, and neither has it introduced new ones. He says that one of the things they're looking to do is just to ensure that they increase the collection of revenue. So that is how they're trying to basically onboard more taxpayers to be able to increase how much we get from taxes. Aside from that, he's addressed a number of things. For instance, he's spoken about the e-government procurement system. He says this system is a complete departure from the manual processes and will lead to increased bidder participation, enhance efficiency in processing of procurement requests, and increase authenticity of procurement documents through integration of various government systems. He says they have since trained suppliers, and to date 400 e-government procurement system end users comprising of public finance management staff and suppliers from both the national and county governments have been trained in readiness for the full rollout in July 2025, which is in another 18 days. And so this ideally is also meant to curb corruption. We do know that procurement is one of the hotbeds or hotspots for corruption. Aside from that, he also says that, again, effective July 1st, 2025, the Kenya Electronic Payment and Settlement System will transition to a 24/7 capability, and this will support round-the-clock trade, enable faster clearing of government payments, facilitate real-time business-to-business transactions, and provide greater flexibility for consumers and financial institutions. He has also said that one of the other concerning big issues of concern is public debt, and he has said that the government will explore emerging funding instruments such as debt swaps, I should say, diaspora bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, and environmental, social, and government ESG instruments to fund budget deficits and manage public debt. This strategic approach, he says, will not only diversify Kenya's financing options, but also strengthen international partnerships and promote sustainable growth. He says that the government is keen on sustaining transparency and improving on public debt service. And to this end, the National Treasury, he says, is in the process of integrating the Commonwealth Meridian Debt Management System with Integrated Financial Management Information System, or IFMIS, and the core banking systems of the Central Bank of Kenya. And he's also touched on some of the socioeconomic dynamics, for instance, exam fees waiver. He says there is need to undertake a critical evaluation of the costing of examinations and assess the sustainability of the program in view of the prevailing fiscal constraints and explore optimal options for delivering national examinations in order to ensure economy and value for money in public spending. He says that a key consideration is the merits of public funding of examination fees for all primary and secondary school candidates, including those from well-off households, as opposed to targeting the vulnerable students in our schools. He says Treasury is in consultation with the Ministry of Education on how best to achieve this at minimal cost, including evaluating possible cost-sharing mechanisms. And this is just a reiteration and just picking up from what he had said not too long ago. We had that story here on NTV, when he was saying that if someone is able to afford 500,000 shillings as school fees for their child, why can't they pay, or child or children, why can't they then pay for the exam fee registration, which is much less? So he was arguing that it may make more sense to only have the government pay for those who are genuinely in need and not as a blanket support for all candidates. So this is something that the CS of the National Treasury says is a point of discussion between his ministry and the Ministry of Education, which is led by Julius Migos Ogamba. He's also spoken to Treasury single accounts, saying that to enhance cash management, the migration of ministries, departments, and agencies is ongoing, and the CBK is scheduled to go live with the T24 system upgrade in July 2025. So there's a number of things to look to in the coming just under 3 weeks. If it's 18 days, just under 3 weeks, we're expecting a number of things, and this being another one in that list. He says that the upgraded platform will support the implementation of the Treasury single account core functionalities and facilitate the National Treasury to roll out the key elements, and a number of things that he has said here which beg some questions are going to be addressed in not too long, because he is expected to have a post-budget reading press conference, and we have Ibrahim Karanja, who's at Parliament grounds, where he is going to give us a sense of that, as well as get some of the reactions from the members of National Assembly who were there for his reading, as well as any senators who may be there who were likely to have been, who expectedly were following the proceedings in the National Assembly chambers. And we also will have a different poll, including, people from the executive, that is CSAs, PSAs, etc., who would then also speak to what they think about the same, just regarding how the CS has put out some of the proposals and some policy changes that would help the country to stay afloat amid an economic situation that is not the best. And regarding the Gen Z-led protests of 2024, the CS addressed it, and he actually took to the podium to say that let's first of all stop and give a moment of silence. So they all stood up in the House and gave a moment of silence in honor of those who died during the protests. And just so that it is not lost on anyone, justice is yet to be served for those individuals and their families. So that is something just to point out, even as the leaders there stood and gave a moment of silence. And he said that in regards to the protest in 2024, the message from Kenyans was clear. And he said that since he took office as the CS of the National Treasury and Economic Planning, he told Kenyans that they shall strive to reduce the tax burden. In this respect, the Finance Bill 2025 has neither proposed new taxes nor proposed new tax rates. Instead, they have chosen to enhance tax revenue collections through administrative reforms by simplifying and streamlining tax laws to make them clearer and easier to implement, thereby improving taxpayer compliance. And so this, I guess, is, the pressure he had. If you saw the lead story on the Business Daily, is that he was walking a tightrope when he was in consideration of the Gen Z-led protests and the demands that were there. And it also we'll also be sampling some of the parts of the budget statement itself, now that we have it. And just to say that the CS had promised sometime last year that he said, because there's complaints about those who are, those of us who are payslip earners, you may call it that, those of us who are the payslip, who have been feeling the heat of the increased tax burden. And he said that he's going to make sure that this year, 2025, by the end of the year, we shall be having less tax burden, because he's going to make sure he reforms the KRA, and then this would be implemented. However, not too long ago, I think last week, it seems after being in the government for some time, he got a smell of the coffee of reality. And so he said this may not be possible. There'll be no reductions in any tax rates in payee, that's the pay as you earn. And so he said this could only be considered in the next financial year after the coming one. So that means from July 1st, 2026. And that is if the country will have been able to recover, and KRA will have been able to successfully widen its tax net to have more people paying taxes, so that it eases the burden on those who are already in the tax ecosystem, in terms of those who are paying, to ensure that it is not only them who are paying, so that they can have less burden. And so again, that's one thing that the CS had promised that has not been fulfilled. And he was honest, and he said there was the aspiration, and now there's the reality that is not possible. And so the CS not too long ago said that it is a thing that regrettably was not going to pass as is. And aside from that, we're also seeing some different investments in different sectors of the budget. And I'm just going to check when it comes to corruption, because there's the keen aspect of funding the different bodies that handle corruption and the justice system. And he said that he has proposed 4.5 billion shillings for the EACC, 4.5 billion shillings for the Director of Public Prosecutions, 5.3 billion to the State Law Office, that is where the Attorney General sits and leads, and 8.7 billion shillings to the Office of the Auditor General. And he has also said to enhance the oversight and legislative role of Parliament, he proposes an allocation of 48 billion for Parliament. And to ensure administration of justice, he has proposed an allocation of 27.8 billion shillings for the judiciary. And then again, he has stood with the National Assembly in regards of the battle between the National Assembly and the Senate when it comes to the allocation to counties, because the Senate has been asking for about 450 billion shillings, but the National Assembly was saying, there's no money, guys, so let's just leave it at 405 billion. In the allocation, according to the budget statement read by the CS, he says that to support devolution, county governments will receive 405.1 billion shillings for the financial year 2025-26 as an equitable share of the revenue raised nationally, which is an increase of 17.6 billion shillings from the 387 billion in financial year 2024-2025. And he says that, it represents 25.8% of the most recently audited revenues of the financial year of 2020-2021, which is way higher than the 15% prescribed in the Article 203(2) of the Constitution. So it is an increase from the previous allocation, but it is not the same. It is not the same as what was being expected and proposed by the senators as well as governors. And so I can see that right now the CS is about to address a press conference, and he's flanked by his PSAs. So there should be further explanation onto some of the things spoken. Some of them were in a lot of financial and economic jargon, and so hopefully he can be able to boil them down and just give us better context or more explanation on some of the things that have been put out there and the rationale behind it. And so we'll just be waiting. I can see they're just getting ready. I guess, as is the standard, he's waiting for the different representatives of the media stations to all be ready, so that none is disadvantaged. Then he shall get into his post-budget speech press conference. You can see he's also flanked by the chair of the National Assembly's budget committee, that is Sam Atandi, who replaced Ndindi Nyoro, who was ousted in the cause of the fallout in the Kenya Kwanza coalition. And so this is a person who's also critical to this whole process of budget making. And so we wait to see what further clarifications can be made in regards to the budget statement and also the proposals for the National Assembly to look into. So let's listen to CS Mbadi.
The media, fellow Kenyans, and again my team from the National Treasury and the entire government machinery. I want to take this opportunity to thank first the people of Kenya who are glued their TVs, stations, those who are present in Parliament and who witnessed this very important day. I also want to thank the National Assembly and the entire leadership of Parliament and the members of Parliament for granting me opportunity to speak for well over 2 hours. Today, in a nutshell, was a day that is provided in our statutes, in our laws,
Public Finance Management Act of 2012 clearly spells out understanding orders that every year the Cabinet Secretary will speak to the people of Kenya and spell out revenue raising measures and budget highlights. And that is exactly what I've done today. In a summary, apart from the normal prescription of what should be spoken to or should be submitted, which is the expenditure estimates and revenue estimates, I also went ahead to pronounce myself to various policy changes that are likely to be put in place to help in improvement of not only our financial management system, but also to spur economic growth. If you listen to me clearly, this speech was heavy on reforms. And this is not for nothing. People of Kenya have been saying we are collecting enough taxes, we are collecting enough revenue, but how it is applied is a question. And we have proposed a raft of amendments, a raft of policy proposals, which would then radically change the management of public resources. I think in a nutshell, that is what I would talk about. Because again, Kenyans have the finance bill. Kenyans have had budget estimates for well now close to 2 months. So unless there are questions, yes.
My name is Dennis Otieno from you talked of streamlining public entities. In terms of savings and how much is the government looking at once this is effective?
The numbers are still being calculated, but a lot will be saved. And this is something that we have communicated previously. We will save upward of 30 billion if we do proper streamlining and restructuring of state-owned enterprises. And again, it is not just the saving. It's also to ensure efficiency in the way those state-owned enterprises are being run.
When it comes to last year, Professor Nduku had said one of the biggest challenges was impending bills, and he had said that the accrual accounting will have solved it in a year's time. What exactly are the challenges and shortfalls?
Actually, let me demystify and debunk the thought that accrual accounting would solve the pending bills equation. Accrual accounting would only help in ensuring the visibility and clear accountability of the pending bills, but it doesn't solve the pending bills. However, the pending bills question has been around for a while. From 2005, we have accumulated some bills dating back to 2005. The government has taken a proactive approach by constituting a committee which has assessed these bills, as I have mentioned, and the 229 which have been cleared for payment, about 80 billion, which is relating to road sector, is being paid as we speak. The rest also, once we conclude the exercise, we will take a proposal to the cabinet through CAB memo, which then would give us the go-ahead to come up with strategies of paying the other pending bills. But the accrual accounting will help first in clearly in capturing the data accurately to make those bills be part of the financial statements of government, and so that they will be above the above line items, as opposed to now when they're just being reported to as notes and you don't even check the accuracy of the same. Yes. Diversification of sources of our external financing is something that is key priority to this government and most particularly National Treasury. We are in the process of actualizing, raising more funds through Sukuk and even the Panda bond. We are diversifying. We are even going to UAE for other bonds. We don't want to confine ourselves to specific bonds like it has been previously, because there would be a serious risk in the event of certain turbulence in those particular markets. So we are diversifying, and our external resource Mobilization Department is very active in looking for various sources of funding our budget through external financing. Any last one? You okay? Satisfied? Thank you. Have a good evening. Now you know.
Well, there you have it, some of the clarifications that the CS has given in regards to the budget statement that he's just read in the National Assembly, as well as some of the things that are expected just to help understand in terms of how to raise the raising of revenue. And we do see that there's some key things that have come up as well. And I was just looking into the differences between the last budget statement that was read by Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, that was last year, just in terms of just the fight against corruption, because this is, one of the biggest pain points for the country. And I can see that when you look at the budget statement from, the budget statement from last year, we see that there's some changes in terms of the allocations. What I can say are improvements. So I can see that EACC has been allocated 4.2 billion shillings in the budget that he has read. Last time it was 4.5 billion shillings. So EACC has gotten less. There's a reduction of 300 million for EACC. Then so that's EACC has gotten less. Then we can see 4.5 billion shillings for the ODPP. That was the previous one, and now it's 4 billion shillings. So that's a decrease also for the ODPP. Then the State Law Office has been allocated 6.9 billion shillings, and last time it was 5.3 billion. So the State Law Office has gotten an increment. So when it comes to the fight against corruption, the State Law Office has gotten more, while the ODPP and the EACC have been allocated less than they were last year. Then in the current financial year that we are in, which is just about to come to a close in just under 3 weeks, then he talks about the oversight and legislative role of Parliament. He proposes he's proposed Parliament 44.6 billion shillings. That is for the coming financial year, but it had been allocated last year 48 billion shillings. So he has allocated less for the coming financial year. So again, that's another player in the anti-corruption fight that has gotten less. That is the allocation to Parliament, I should say. Then he's proposed 27.8 billion shillings to the judiciary. That's for the current year. But what he's proposing for the next one, for the judiciary, is 24.7 billion. So we have seen that judiciary has gotten less as well. Less from 27.8 billion to 24.7 billion shillings for the judiciary. And so we are seeing that in the fight against corruption, there's less allocation in terms of for different people such as EACC, ODPP, the State Law Office has gotten better. The Auditor General, let me just check the Auditor General last time. I'm trying to see what they had been allocated, because that is a key role, and we know that the Auditor General has been, so last time, Auditor General had 8.7 billion in the last time, but now Auditor General has been allocated, I'm trying to see, this time it's 8.7 billion as well, I believe. So I think the Auditor General, yes, has gotten the same allocation. So we're going to be seeing how this plays out, because corruption is a very big deal, because all said and done, once all these things are put in place, they may be good on paper, may be good on podiums, but when it comes to the actual implementation, it becomes a challenge. And so how do we address this when it comes to corruption? So now let's go back to Parliament, where Ibrahim Karanja, our senior reporter, is standing by with some interviews of responses and reactions by different members of Parliament or other leaders who are there. Ibrahim, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Dan. Indeed, we are still at Parliament buildings, and Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has just finished presenting the budget estimates for the financial year 2025-2026. This is what the Treasury CS has presented before Parliament, we've seen some very notable adjustments from what we had before he went into the National Assembly, and we will be breaking down this with members of Parliament and leadership in Parliament, and we are starting right from the top with Deputy Speaker Gladys Boss-Sholay right now. And even before I go into questions about the budget, let me first start by taking, what is your take home? What is your understanding from what CS Mbadi has presented today?
I think what CS Mbadi has presented today is a truly people's budget. What he has done is he has taken into account the issues that Kenyans raised last year during the protests against the finance bill. And Kenyans came out very clearly. They said, we do not want more taxation. And Kenyans also said that they didn't want Kenya to take more debts. So they've struck a balance by finding how do we raise more revenue without increasing taxes. And this is how they've done it. They have realized that there's a lot of taxes that go uncollected because there's loopholes where certain people are tax cheats. So for example, a lot of people who are selling essential goods were getting VAT refunds. But sometimes the refunds was on paper. There wasn't actually anywhere where they were selling those goods. People used to get also tax refund if they were building or didn't pay VAT when they were constructing hotels for tourism, because we wanted to promote tourism. But they were not actually building the hotels. They would just claim it. And similarly, when Kenya wanted to improve specialized hospitals, they used to give, you would not pay VAT. And so people were making claims that were not really genuine. So now they have actually going to increase, they're going to increase the revenue collection and the tax collection just by reforming the tax, administration. So a good example is the fact that is like rental income. Many people, the rental income that KRA collects is only 17% of what we should actually be collecting. So we have, almost 80% that remains uncollected. That's a huge loss to Kenya Revenue Authority. Now they are going to tighten that. KRA will be able to access your financial information. And remember, and I know some people are saying, oh, this is a breach of your privacy. Remember that we have a data commissioner, we have a data protection act, and we have regulations. So KRA is not going to access any other information except financial information. And if you're not cheating on tax, you shouldn't worry about it. The people who are worried are actually big players who don't usually pay tax. So now we are tightening that, so we'll be able to raise more revenue without taxing Kenyans anymore. And I'm sure every Kenyan who listens to this will be happier, because the ordinary Kenyan who has their small businesses or people who are on salary, they have no problem because it's direct what they earn. It's cut from their payroll directly. But the problem is the businesses who have to claim. So they will, one example is like consultants. If you go and see, I just give an example, a doctor. They will probably, sometimes you can pay by pay bill, sometimes you can pay to a personal number, on a different personal number, the bill, your consultation fee, or sometimes you pay to certain bank account. So the problem is it's hard for KRA to be able to see all that. And now KRA will be able to track, so we'll correct revenue. And any country that collects proper revenue is able to do that. And also what has happened is, so that's a big, I think it's a big issue. Yes.
I have a follow-up question, and I'll take you now to what we have as budget deficit this particular time. Before we went into the House, we thought we were close to 900 billion shillings. Now we are above 900 billion shillings in terms of the deficit. And what we are seeking to raise through revenue is about 2.7 trillion shillings. Raised.
So 3.4 trillion is what
it's actually, what we are raising through ordinary revenue is 2.7 trillion shillings. And I would ask, if KRA did not meet their target previously, where are we getting this ambition then that this particular time we will meet the target set?
No, I think if you listen to CS Mbadi, one of the things he said is that we have lowered our expectation of how much revenue. We made it, no, actually he said we have made it more realistic. Our target is more realistic. And the target is connected to a specific issue. Last time we couldn't collect because the finance bill, which had ways of raising revenue raising, collapsed, and so we fell back on the 2023 budget. I mean the finance bill, and then the 2023 finance bill was declared unconstitutional. So we had a lot of setbacks. But then now it's more realistic. Everything has been smooth. We've been able to work very diligently as Parliament to ensure that all those safeguards and fiscal discipline has been able to put in.
Let's speak about yet another challenge, which from my understanding is a challenge, but you could help us to understand. Still within this particular deficit, we are seeing that government will have to also still borrow. And most of this this borrowing will be coming, will be domestic borrowing. This disadvantages local investors, disadvantages local industries or local companies because they cannot, lenders would prefer low risk borrowers such as government. Then will this make it realistic for the country? And what the government has been saying then, much as all our macroeconomic indicators are showing that our economy is doing well, we'll eventually get money to the pockets of the people.
Yes. I think first of all, you must remember, everyone borrows. No one can develop without borrowing. Even America has the highest debt in the world. Yeah, so you cannot grow without borrowing. Even you personally, I'm sure you cannot buy your house without borrowing. You cannot buy your car without borrowing. Yes, some people can't even buy the furniture unless they borrow. So borrowing is okay. The most important thing is to ensure that you're borrowing for the right reasons. Where are you putting that money? If you're borrowing to put money in money that will spur economic growth, that is going to create jobs, then it is okay. And look at it. I mean, over total of our budget, we are borrowing 909 billion. And we are borrowing 147 billion from external sources. And we have another 762 billion that is from domestic sources. You see, you cannot make the argument that you must borrow only from external sources. Right now, the economies externally are fragile and they're not doing well. Look at what's happening in America. Do you want to peg all your borrowing from there? Because then you're not immune from shocks. So the most important thing is to spread out your borrowing. Different types. So you have from bilateral, then you have the ones that are for financial institutions. Then you balance it so that you can cushion yourself from any economic shocks externally. Yes.
Well, aside from the budget, what we saw the chair of the Finance Committee, Kuria Kimani, do today was also table the report on the finance bill because we have to finance this particular budget. Yes. This is the elephant in the room. Kenyans, informed or misinformed, are already starting conversations about not accepting. Actually, the word they are using is reject even this particular finance bill. What would you tell the country about financing our budget right now and the conversations that we have about the 2025 finance bill?
You know, sometimes it's laughable, but you have to realize something. You can't say reject the finance bill. You can say what has happened this time with the big public participation that was done. We listened out to Kenyans. The finance committee went around the country, every constituency, and listened to Kenyans. And like I said, we isolated what Kenyans wanted to hear. But Kenyans also wanted to know how their money is being used. And that's why this particular budget has ensured that public engagement has become very high. Our own CS was at the forefront where he himself was going to Bunge la Wananchi, he was going to the youth parliament. We were going out on the streets and speaking to people. Personally, I've been making social media YouTube videos just to educate people. So that we are able to educate people that the finance bill has to be there because you can't have a budget as a country and you have to know how to finance it. So the finance bill is the sources of the money. So usually you tell yourself, how much do we need as a country? 4.2 trillion. Then you say, how much can we raise? 3.4 trillion. Then you ask yourself, what is our shortfall? 900 billion. Then what do? You say, where do I get this one? And it's simple. It's exactly, appeal to Kenyans. It's exactly what you do at your homes. I tell myself, I need to pay school fees. I need to buy new furniture. I need to buy food. I need to pay for water. I have this amount of money. Where are my shortages are? Then I go and borrow. Yeah, and look for the sources. That's the only way you can do it. But one thing we have promised Kenyans is that we listen to you about wanting to have public participation. And that's why the public participation level of this particular budget was at an all-time high. And I think that's what we must do to engage Kenyans. So then, even when you say, you should say specifically what should be rejected. Kenyans were clear that we don't want you to tax bread. We don't want you to tax edible oil and other essential goods. We listened to them, and this time there is no such thing in the bill. Yeah, and that's why I call upon Kenyans that when there is something that is not right, point it out specifically. Parliament is open. Any member of the public can raise a petition in Parliament, and it will be read by the Speaker and marked to the Petitions Committee. So you have a voice. Yes, it's okay to demonstrate because our Constitution gives you the ability, gives you the permission to do that. But you have to ask yourself, how do you get a result? Getting a result is if you bring a petition to Parliament. And remember, you don't have to know how to write the petition. You go to the table office, you come to Parliament, they will even reduce it for you in a written form, and the Speaker will read it each time. So every single day of Parliament sittings, we have a timetable for petitions daily. Without missing.
Allow me, even as we wind up this particular interview, allow me to ask you a very important question about priority areas for the Kenya Kwanza government. Yes, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda has taken the hugest chunk of this particular budget. We've seen education take the biggest percentage. Money is allocated to agriculture. Yeah. And these are things that will be used to rate this particular government. Yeah. Would you say we are on the right direction in terms of implementing the better agenda?
I have no doubt in my mind that Kenya is going to transform under the better agenda, because that's what it is about. Because it's very deliberate. You tell yourself, Kenya's GDP heavily depends on agriculture. So what do? Provide subsidized fertilizer so that you can boost agriculture. That's why for the first time this time, Kenya does not have to import maize and does not have to import sugar for the first time. We've also put money in edible oil. Reason being, so that we can subsidize production of edible oil to encourage it, because edible oil is the second largest import into this country after petroleum. Can you believe that? Yet we can produce canola oil, we can produce sunflower oil, we can produce sesame seed, coconut, avocado. So money has been put there to encourage people to grow. So they're going to be given seedlings, they're going to be given the support, they're going to be given the financing to be able to grow that. So already we are saving on our foreign exchange, which means the Kenya shilling will be able to strengthen. We've also looked at the issue of dairy. In Uganda, farm price is 16 shillings. In Kenya, it's 51. Why? Our imports is the fodder, the feed for the cattle, is very expensive. I'm a cattle farmer and I know that. We import it from Uganda most of the time and other countries. So we are saying is that if that is subsidized, and also they've reduced the taxes, they've agreed with the East African communities so that there is no tax on it, which means if I can have cheaper fodder for my cattle, it means my milk price can be more competitive.
That is controlling the cost of production. So that, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker Gladys Boschole, also Uasin Gishu woman representative. I would have wished to speak to more members of Parliament. Several of them are here, but I am being reminded to hand back to studio because of normal programming. But several members of Parliament, including the same member of Parliament, James Nikal, was here to comment about this, and I'm sure we will have him later on our broadcast. Dan.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim, for that good interview there with the Deputy Speaker as well as the woman representative of the county of Uasin Gishu. And I stand corrected. I apologize. Earlier on, I was speaking about the allocations that have gone towards the sector that addresses corruption, and I had read them swapped. So I'm just going to go through it. This is the governance, judiciary, and parliament sector. These are the people, the actors who are meant to be handling the fight against corruption. And so EACC in the current financial year 24-25 had been allocated 4.2 billion shillings, but for the coming financial year 25-26 has been allocated 4.5 billion shillings. ODPP had gotten 4.0 billion and now 4.5 billion shillings. State Law Office moving from 6.9 billion to 5.3 billion, which is a drop. Then we have the Auditor General flat at 8.7 billion shillings on both year allocations. Parliament from 44.6 billion to 48 billion, and Judiciary 24.7 billion to 27.8 billion, which is an increment. And so the overall increase in governance sector funding when you compare the 2 years based on what had been allocated by Professor Njuguna Ndung'u last year and compared to now what John Mbadi has also has tabled. Then some of the key highlights here are the total budget increased by about 300 billion shillings. Agriculture funding slightly reduced except for value chains. Water, climate and irrigation is considered a strategic boost. Governance and justice sector has gotten more money. Education reforms on exam funding has been hinted. Counties are allocated more in line with the evolution, but less than what had been asked for. When we talk about climate change being a very key aspect, a key matter today, whether some people may acknowledge it or not, let's just cut some of the allocation, some of it when it comes to forests, wildlife. We see that there has been over 10 billion shillings for forests and 13.2 billion for environment, for wildlife, I should say. Then we have, basically we're seeing that there's a significant scale up when it comes to environmental and climate allocations. So that shows that there's the boost to fight the effects of climate change. And aside from that, we can also just touch on irrigation and water. Irrigation and land reclamation has moved from 1.9 billion shillings in the current financial year 24-25 to 15 billion in 25-26, which is a significant increase. We can see that water storage and control has got 1.9 billion shillings and sewerage and water infrastructure 26.8 billion. And so there's a massive increase toward water and irrigation, indicating a climate resilience focus. So again, this is also partly just to ensure that there is food security and also ensuring that the cost of living, because of basic items, does not go up, because we still battle things like hunger, famine, drought in different parts of this country. Health, a very key one, is that UHC and several coverage and several continued reforms are likely, but no major new insurance reviews, sorry, no major new allocation announcements noted. Amid the continued reforms, we are seeing that, again, some of these things are not so much about allocation, it's about the policy behind it, such as we've seen with education. So there's a lot to unpack here. Like we said, agriculture has gotten a decline in the overall revenue for agriculture, but there's more targeted funding in fewer sub-programs. And we shall unpack a number of these things. Already, if you check our different platforms online at ntvkenya.co.ke. That is the website, ntvkenya.co.ke, nation.africa, bdafrica.com, and the East African as well, and as Taifa Leo. You can find some of these things beginning to be broken down, and in our bulletins at 7 and 9 p.m. and even beyond today, we shall be giving you more breakdowns to understand what some of these things mean to you and to myself, just so that you can appreciate that what John Mbadi was doing today is not just another presentation at a podium, but it is something that has impact on the lives of Kenyans. And we'll see how the reactions will be. We can see, just briefly, I can see there is already a reaction from the chairman of the national chairman of KANU, assuming that is Gideon Moi, who's also the former senator of Baringo County. And he has already put out a statement criticizing the budget, saying that KANU expected the executive to be more sensitive and responsive to the economic challenges facing Kenyans. And so he says that the projected budget allocates 3.1 trillion shillings to recurrent expenditure, that is including salaries, and I'm quoting it verbatim, including salaries, consolidated fund services, and lavish government operations, while development expenditures receive a meager 693 billion, and as such, Kenya cannot achieve economic stability and create wealth with such gaping disparity between recurrent and development expenditure. He also speaks about the move to borrow 635.5 billion shillings internally from local financial institutions is going to have a net effect of crowding out private sector from getting access to credit. That's for businesses. That means that it will shrink even further and diminish individual and household incomes, as well as a number of other things. So thank you for joining us on this broadcast that we've been having from morning, which has been about the budget, as well as the different dynamics around the social justice calls when it comes to justice for Albert Ojwang, we've seen that there have been people who have been before the National Assembly's Committee for Administration and Internal Security, one of them being the police bosses, that is the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, alongside his deputy, who is Masengeli, and the DCI boss, that's Mohamed Amin. And then we also saw the IPOA chairman, Issa Hassan, who was also before that committee. And we have also seen protests on the streets of Nairobi, where we've had protesters calling for justice for Albert Ojwang, with reports that some of them may be heading towards the Central Police Station. And there has been vandalism with concerns around the genuine protesters and people who have goons who have infiltrated this genuine protest. Again, we shall be giving you updates on the same. Check our social media pages at NTV Kenya, and we shall be having that information for you. Have yourselves a great evening. In not too long, Lois Ongo will be joining us with NTV Machine.